Good morning, welcome to Stage Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Now, we've been going, we can't get YouTube, can't get... My Facebook's just come on. My Facebook's just come, so it must come on when you go live, mustn't it? Isn't that strange? Because we couldn't get YouTube on. It was waiting, couldn't get Facebook on. And then literally, as that counted down then, it suddenly went live. It's red now. So, good morning. The other Jan's watching. How are you? Oh, Levi, thank you. I didn't think we'd had this one before. Right, today's early bird. Oh, no, cram show. Early bird. Now, do you know what? I thought I've never seen this one before. I've seen this, right? And I've seen this here. But look inside there. Well, I've got one open here. You've got different sized chalks, look. I've never seen that before, but obviously we've had it before because Levi wouldn't have the open one if we didn't have. So what you get in here, in their little rubbers or erasers, these are your thicker lines, and these are your thinner lines here. And you also get, what Levi hasn't got in his, is you also get a pencil sharpener. Remember, turn the sharpener, not the pen. Pam Minihani says, good morning, lovely. The other Jan says, good morning. Gillian says, good morning. How are you all? Right, this should be $14.99. Not today. Oh, no, that's a goodie. £8.99. £8.99. Sophie says hello, good morning. Delia says morning, John, loving the shirt. Now, I'm wearing this shirt because Margaret sent me a screenshot of me doing a show months ago saying, you've not worn this shirt for a while. So I've ironed it and I've got it on. Anyway, keep going through. These are brilliant. £8.99. £8.99. Now, what you need to do is put it in your basket. You need to check out. That's your P&P paid for the day. Here we go. They're going already. I mean, it's a brilliant early bird. There's the price, first of all, is fantastic. Secondly, I've never seen the skinny ones before. So what you do is you get your skinny one like this. Well, are you skinny or are you emaciated? I don't quite know the difference. I wouldn't know, that's not the word. Look, trim, that's a good word. I've got £8.99. No, they eat a lot. They eat biscuits like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, oop. You didn't see that, I nearly fell over then. I'm just going to go find a bit of fabric so I can write on. Oh, that's a nice colour. Anyone back. Look. Oh, now, I did it too long that time. Look, but no worries. You put in them. Yeah, look. Look. I've picked the wrong colour, haven't I? Let me do a white one, actually. Yeah. Here we go. What's that man called with the fuzzy hair that does that when you... Bob Ross? I'm being a bit stupid now. Why have I just put a white one on there? Let's try a fat blue one. Look. Can you see that on the pink? I'm sorry, I picked the wrong piece of fabric up, but look. How brilliant. Oh, look, loads of these are going. Right. Good morning, John, loving the shirt. Thank you. Anne says good morning. Emma Jane says morning. It's my birthday today. Emma from Hertfordshire, happy birthday. Morning, Mr. Sunshine. Looking forward to today. Thank you, Carol, my love. Claire says good morning. Gillian says good morning. Steph says feeling very low, still poorly. Big row with hubby last night. Oh, when life gives you lemons, make lemon tea. I think you should make a gin and tonic and drop the lemon in the gin and tonic. I don't drink, of course. Margaret says good morning. Margaret, look, I'm wearing that shirt. Morning, John. Very sleepy here, but glad you're on to brighten our day. Why are you sleepy, Sarah? What? Oh, the wind last night. Wasn't it? I don't mean this because I had lentils for my tea, but you know, Oh, do you know what? I made the most brilliant butternut squash and lentil danzak, right? And I've learned to mix my spices and things like that. But I'd finished eating. I was sitting on the sofa like, because the thing is, the recipe is like for 4, isn't it? Family of 4. And I'm like, oh, I'll just have a bit more. It's good for you. It's good for you. Anyway, I was watching the telly and I was on the phone to a friend and I went like that. And I thought, oh, that was a bit funny. I had a chilli flake on the end of my finger. And I was on the phone and I talked to my friend Tom and he kept saying, what's the matter? I said, I think I've got chilli in my eye. Anyway, so I had to go and wash my eye out and everything. Anyway, look, this is the early bird, $8.99. That's fantastic, and the price is excellent. Well done, there's loads of you there. Apparently, Bob Ross's hair was straight. He permed it and it went wrong. Oh, I didn't know that. June says, loving the shirt, very spring-like. Well, is it? Are we nearly at spring? Is it nearly spring? Beautiful. You've got what? Buds on his magnolia. I must ask Vix if she ever planted the one I bought for her as a housewarming. She wouldn't have done that. $8.99. No, it's nice when they're awkward. So, oh, yes, that tree. Oh, it does. Oh, hiccup. Oh, that was a hiccup. Sorry about that. Right, I'm going to move on because I've got such a busy day. I need you to... Have I got people in baskets? Oh, right. Come on now. 16 of you need to check out already. We'll have none of that dilly-dallying today. We haven't got time for dilly-dallying today. Right. Well, were you late getting out of bed? He was delayed this morning because he's got bedhead this morning. Oh, I didn't. Do you know when you wake up and you look at the alarm clock, you think, oh, I've got another hour. There's nothing better, is there? This morning I woke up, oh, I've got 1 minute before the alarm goes off, and put me in a bad mood straight from the start off, that did. Oh, Ben's body clock. Well, that's because you were out partying last night. We saw the pictures on social media. You put a picture up last night of you standing like this with a glass of something. Oh, you see, that's where social media goes. I thought you were out, and I was like, he'll regret that in the morning. Come on, 16, check out. Oh, it's gone, they've gone. Right, okay, I'm moving on. Shall we look at today's menu? Here we go. Sewing room tools now at 8 o'clock. Then Katharine Wright's in. She's doing the Neighbouring Fields quilt. You're not going to believe the price we're going to on that one. Now, also, I don't know if you can see... Oh, right. Have you got to... I know I told you not to take a picture of them, but just go live to the other table where I'm not, right? Look what's hanging next to the quilt. We've only got the trouser pattern in that sold out. It's the one I was supposed to launch and then I was poorly, do you remember? We've got the trouser pattern in, right? But I've only got 50 of them. So if you want Catherine's trouser pattern, you need to come in and get that now. It's something like fits everybody or suits everybody, easy to wear, something like that. But they're beautiful. They're the trousers, right? Then at 10 o'clock, now new guest, Kathleen Anderson she's doing the Minton Max Quilt. That's this one. Now, this is brilliant. If you're a beginner and you've never stitched a quilt before, then this is the one for you. Or if you're a really experienced quilter, you think, oh, I want to run something up in an afternoon really quickly. That's the one for you. It's beautiful, isn't it? We've got it in that colourway and one other colourway. Then at 11 o'clock, Katharine Wright's back with a Annie's Quilting book. Now, this is something from the book. This isn't what she's making. That's not what she's making. That's something from the book that she did last time she did the book. We're not making that. We're making like a big star quilt. Not big, a lap quilt with a star in it. Then Kathleen is back. Now, you might be thinking, well, you've done the Minton Max. What's the Minton? This is the Minton. I love it. I love it. Here it is. There, look. Isn't that beautiful? Now, I love it. Now, that's the, I think that's the lap size. We've done the bundle for that, but you can make it any size you want because it's just a repeating block. And the repeating blocks create secondary designs. Anyway, Margaret says it's a very nice shirt and gives a spring feeling. Daffodils in my brother's gardens are almost in flower. Yeah, my daffodils are out. Oh, Big Wayne's watching. Wayne. Oh, no. I can see you. He's in his pants, sitting in bed with a cup of tea, scratching. Honestly, Wayne. Right, anyway, there are 3 ways you get in touch. First way is by email, studio@sewingstreet.com. Second way is Facebook Live, which ones I've been shouting out. And then the third one is you go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Go to the website, top right-hand corner, click on Watch the Show Live. This is what you'll see. You'll see a black box. Oh. Oh. There you go. There you go. It took a while, didn't it? White box on the right-hand side. Write your message. They're the ones that come on the bottom later. Right, here we go. Everything for the next 5 hours. There is the tools hour I've got now. So both of my guests today will be using the best press. Kathleen will be using the clapper. Beautiful, keep going. I will be using the bell drain multi-steam. Is it switched on, Levo? No. It's got water in it, though. It's not switched on. Beautiful. Why are you singing Wombles? Oh, that lovely little book there. That's gorgeous, that little book. It's a Janie Crow book. Now, it's supposed to be a Scotty dog. It looks more like a little bulldog, doesn't it? Jackie says, good morning, John. Morning, Jackie. There's the quilt. Right, now, let me just tell you right now, you will not be paying $149.99 for it. Can I tell them how much it's going to? £100. I should blooming well hope so. We said a really good price. Yeah. I'm going to tell you, because we're definitely going there, aren't we? $79.99. $79.99 that's going to. Now, go down. Look at this extra wide backing. I've not seen that one before. Isn't that gorgeous? I'd like that, to make a frock out of that for someone. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's all in the Catherine's first hour at 9 o'clock. Then, I don't know why the family conference I've got in the 8 o'clock show. Then we go on to. There you go. There are now the instructions from the Kathleen are both in. Oh, where's that picture, Ollie? Oh, has Eloise not done them? Weird, that's weird. Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. Anyway, look, there's her pattern, digital and proper. There's the Citrus Grove. Should have come up. It didn't come up. The Citrus Grove didn't come up from the. Excuse me, I haven't got those. They're not on my trolley. No, go up. Right? I haven't got that, and I haven't got that. Have I? And what hour are they meant to be in? They're not on any of my lists this morning. Oh, the Citrus Grove's just arrived. Anyway, there's the book that Katherine's going to be making from. Yeah, but they went on the trolley. Which hour are they in? So in Kathleen's hour. See, do you know what? Now, yesterday, right? Oh, yeah, they're in 10 o'clock, thank you. That's now. No, that's 10 o'clock. Sorry, that's 10 o'clock, yeah. Anyway, look at this. So yesterday, remember I had the little things, the hardware for the bag in a plastic bag. And I said, didn't I? Oh, Hayley will go mad. Let me tell you this. I said, didn't I? Oh, Hayley's going to go mad because I've cut these in the bag. Anyway, they watch upstairs without the sound on, and she saw it, and she went, oh, honestly, I said, I did say Hayley will go mad. But anyway, she's going to buy us little boxes. So when we have bundles of hardware, they'll be in little boxes rather than in plastic bags, apparently. Good morning, Donna. Right, I've done that. Let's start, shall we? Oh, we'll do the book. Start with the book, because he loves this. Here we go. Lovely little book, this one, $7.99. Oh, that's the wrong way up. Oh, no, it's not. Beautiful. I was thinking that was going to come off. $7.99 is Persian tiles, bound little notepad. If you just love little notepads like I do, Hannah buys me a notepad every single year. It's normally a bit bigger than that, but I've got them all in my cupboard because they're so beautiful I can't use them. Good morning, John. Looking forward to the show. I hope I can be persuaded to try the Minton Quilt as an absolute beginner. A bit scary, but I'd love a try. Erica, you can do it. You've got a Wayne Quick unpick. You'd be fine. It's so easy. It's so easy. Do you know what? Do you know what you could do? Somebody could now order that on the download, right? You could order this pattern on the download right now, and by the end of the show, you could have made it. Go on, I dare you. I dare you, right? You've got 5 hours. Buy that. Buy the download pattern. It'll be with you instantaneously. You could then go into your stash. You could make that. And then you could email it to us before 1 o'clock and we'll show it on the air. See, if I was at home, I'd take that challenge. Anyway, back to the book. 7, 9 times, no prize. Just my undying love. Oh, we're crashing. Never been crashed before. I've never seen it before. It's cute, isn't it? $6.99. Janie Crow Persian tiles, bound notepad. Is it bound? I don't know what bound means. Anyway, it's got a little thingy in it. That's what I was looking for. Look. Little ribbon. I like those. $6.99 for your little notes. Keep it by your sewing machine. Keep it by your, well, anywhere, just so you can write. Keep it by the bed, so when you wake up thinking, oh, I've just dreamt about that. I've designed this gorgeous quilt. $6.99. Go through, go through, go through. Well done. It's beautiful, isn't it? Right, Joe. Next. Oh, yes, now. This. I'm going to have to stand up, Ollie, and Hayley will shout at me because I'll be too tall. So, oh, no, I can do it on my head, actually. Oh, no. Oh, right. Okay, let me explain what it is, right? It's a tape measure, right? And you kind of think, yeah, so what? I've seen a retractable tape measure before. But this one has a little slot here. Oh, come on, John. I can't even do it now. You can measure your girth, whether it's your waist, whether it's your head. Hang on. There you go. There you go. Whether it's your waist, whether it's your head, anything like that. But also, look at, I've got to show you this. These are the instructions that come with it, right? So as I just said, you can measure your head. You can measure around a drain pipe. You can measure around your waist. You can measure a table like normal, but this is the one I'm going to do. Are you ready? It's not rude. It's not rude. Now, I've not seen Alex, my personal trainer, for a few days, so I'm not pumped today. I'm not pumped. Oh, will there be enough tape, they're saying, well, to go in. So what you do is you put this, you slide that in there. Let's get that the right way around. Slide that in there, right? Oh, no, not yet, John. Right, then you go like this. You ready? Then you press the button. Press the button when you need a top hat for the wedding. Then you take it off. And it tells you, oh, sorry, I'll do that again. It's a bit too early for me today. Right, so you put it on, don't press the button, pull it right out like this so it's nice and big. Click, 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 click. Put it round your head, press the button, and it tightens up to the size of your head, right? Right, do not press the button again now. And then, I think 22 and a half. It tells you, I am a 20, oh, it says 23 now. I thought it was 22 and a half. Anyway, let me do my waist. That'd be a better one, wouldn't it? Oh, it'll be embarrassing now, won't it? Here you go. Put it around your waist. Slot it in the slot. Press the button. And then you can see that you're a 28-inch waist. Look. You see, you can well, I'm not 40, that's for sure. Well, no, you see, my natural waist is. I'm a natural waist 40. I'm 36 down here. Anyway, it's $3.99. It's brilliant. But you also, if you've got a really difficult drain pipe to do. I don't have a drain pipe, do I? Levi. He's hiding, he won't come out. Have you got that piece of drain pipe round there? Oh, come here, your arm will do. Come here. You haven't got an advertising T-shirt on, have you? Don't shake your head like that. Yes. Are you going to tense your muscles? Oh, they are tensed. Right, hang on. Don't laugh. Oh, look, he's trying to act all cool now, isn't he? Or the lady's watching him. Right, put your arm in there, then. Right, flex your muscle. No, flex it. Go on, then, flex it. Have you not been to the gym this week? No. Right, that's huge. 12 inches, is that all? They're bigger than that. Anyway, it's brilliant. It's just a novelty. I love it. How much is it? $3.99. Yeah, you could do a party tricks. But also, it's just brilliant, isn't it? Literally, what's the matter? Oh, what? Oh, wrong graphics. Oh, I'm really sorry, everyone who's bought this so far. That's not this. That's this that he's put in. Do you want to do that first, then? That's this one. Sorry. Now, everyone who's checked out on that, right? So you get the thin one, the medium one, the fat one, and the retractable one for $3.99. I thought it was a bit affordable for a gimmick like that. Right, how much is the self-measuring one? I do apologise. Yeah, Ben. Oh, Ben. This is Ben's fault. I do apologise. I thought it was a bit affordable for... Sorry, that's Ben's fault. $14.99. Now, you might not get a navy blue one. Oh, you're not catching $3.99 though, are you? Oh, no, $7.99. Okay, right, that wasn't planned, right? So he put the wrong graphics in, right? Realised, I kept saying $3.99. $3.99, I've got hiccups. Yes. Anyway, it should be $14.99. He's crashed it to $7.99. Morning, John. Another fabulous shirts. How many shirts do you have, or have you lost count? I don't know, because I took a lot to the charity shop. Julie says, morning, John. I love the notebook. My husband always buys me some at Christmas as I log everything I make. Loving your lemony shirt, Julie in Chard. Oh! You know that extension lead that's attached to the desk with cable ties? It's no longer attached to the desk. It's not my fault. Come on, Levi. Never fear, Levi is here. Is it only held on with one cable tie? Honestly, this place, it's like... Right, loads of you there, loads of you there. Loads of people have realised on the website, your eye looks sore. Does it? Do my eyes look sore? Come in close. Can you come in close on that camera? Which bit looks sore? June? What? Yeah. Which one was it? Which one looks sore, June? And I'll tell you if it's the one that had the chili in. It's baggy. Oh, no, it's that one. That one looks a bit baggy, doesn't it? But anyway, moving on. Right, okay, so that goes there, that goes there. Well, now, check your prices this time, Ben. What are we doing next? Ham. Now, we thought we'd lost the sausage roll, and I'll tell you in a minute where it was. $11.99. $11.99. This is fantastic. It's filled with sawdust, so you can steam away on it. Really good for when you're pressing curved seams or darts. You see Rebecca Harrison use hers all the time, don't you? My right eye, your left eye. Hang on. It says your right, my left. What, this one? I didn't think it looked sore. Was it red? I didn't look at it. Anyway, $11.99. Oh, hang on just a sec. Morning, John. Please could you wish my mum, Christine, a happy birthday? I know it would really brighten her day as my dad recently passed. Tracy. Oh, no. Christine, happy birthday, my love. Happy birthday. You have a fabulous day. And Tracy says, choose whatever you want off the show and she'll buy it for you. Isn't that what you said? Yeah, that's what you said. That's what you said. Anything you want, she'll pay it. She'll buy it for you. $11.99. Do you want a sewing machine? I can get you a sewing machine. Christine, what would you like? Tell us what you'd like and we'll get Tracy to buy it for you. $11.99. Soli Salam, good morning. Get Levi to flex it next time. I think she's meant to say love your shirt, but she's put live your shirt. Right, then now this, we couldn't find our open one for Love No Money, right? And then yesterday, we were looking and we went into the storage for crafts thing. Whoever did storage for crafts last time, you know how they dress it with everything in it? Just put it away in the cupboard. Didn't empty it. Was it Dan? Or was it Michael Wolf? $8.99. Now this again, really good for handbag making, good for little children's clothes or dolls' clothes, things like that. Beautiful. Hilary, I did have 150 shirts, but I'll have to count when I go home. I'll count when I go home tonight. Loads of you there, covered with strong twill cotton. Beautiful. Steamer. As Levi. Right, he's gone to the effort of putting it together, but where are all the attachments? $24.99. Now what you do is the water's in here, look, that's where you fill the water. Click it on there, and then, let me just get the box. Levi, have you got the attachments, my lovely? No, I haven't. You ready? Watch this. Oh, I'm standing up. Don't stand up. Don't stand up. Hayley will shout at me. Right, so that's the box it comes in. This is the steamer itself. So you've got to switch here. Wait, ready? Look. It's coming now. Look at the steam coming off there. Now, if you don't, I've got my finger on it, right? So I'm doing short bursts of steam. But if you wanted to steam constantly, you just press. Come on, John. You pull the, there you go. You pull the security thing. Look, no hands. No hands. No hands, look. Right, so let me tell you that there's a 260, I'll switch it off, Hank, before we set the alarms off. 260 millimetre water tank, 1200 watt power, compact design, 2-in-1 fabric and lint brush, which is the thing Levi can't find. I've got it here. Oh, no. Oh, hang on. Have I got it on the box? See, if you look on the box here, it's that bit there where you've got a brush for furniture and a lint bit as well on there. Ours has gone missing, and I don't want to nick it out of the box, that's all. 2 to 15 minutes. Hang on, that can't be right. 12 to 15 minutes. 12 to 15 minutes steam. Oh, yeah, 12 to 15 minutes. Ready, 45 seconds it takes to warm up. Oh, no, it's brilliant to get from Beltray as well. $24.99. Do whatever you want. Steam your clothes, steam your blouses, steam your bed sheets, because it's very good for sanitising, isn't it, steam? Oh, no, look, $24.99. Now, you do need to check out if you've got this in your basket. It is limited. We don't have this as often as we should, really, do we? It's good, and it's nice and portable. It's very lightweight. How long's the cable? Ooh, a couple of metres, I'd say. Let me have a look. 1.9. Wasn't far off. 1.9 metres of power cable. Beautiful. Is it the girl from Birmingham next door again? Oh, now, was your friend on Gems again last night? Selling candles? Was that your friend? $24.99. I don't know. I don't think it was. I think there was a new girl on Gems last night. Sue says, oh, good morning. Lost track of the time this morning. I did as well this morning. 24. Oh, keep going through. Loads of you there. Yeah. $24.99. And I'd only seen the picture that you showed me, and she looked quite glamorous. $24.99. Beautiful. Keep checking out, keep checking out, keep checking out on that one. Beautiful. Are there any in baskets? Oh, be careful. Be careful. It's limited, that. What? Taylor's All Soft Grip. That's that one. Very good for poking your hole for your magnetic clasps or your things like that. $2.99. This is your Taylor's All. So it's really good for piecing holes, but it's also fantastic for holding onto when you're trying to get fabric through your sewing machine. It's very good to get through your, you know, like I haven't got a sewing machine here, but you know what I mean. Just show. You don't want to put your fingers too close to the needle. Or when you're ironing, you don't want to, you know, if you're ironing pleats in, you don't want to put your finger there because you keep burning it. Just hold the end of the pleat with the end of your awl. Very easy. Beautiful. They're very sharp. Be careful when you get out. It's got a sheath over the blade, or over that. You wouldn't call it a blade, would you? Spike. So, but it's a sharp spike, so you can pierce holes in fabric and things like that. Leather and things. Gorgeous. Make sure you go through for that one. Lots of you there. Right. Iron now. I've got the Eliso, a baby iron. Have you got the slides ready all for this, my love? So, $89.99 been so popular. Oh, crikey. Right, I had this the other day, right, and we'd replenned it. We had loads of them. I haven't got loads now. It's a gorgeous little iron. What it is when you switch it on, that light is red. You press there, and it goes green, and you know the light's on. You turn this for your temperature, like an old-fashioned temperature gauge there. This light pulsates until it's ready to go. So you know it, once that's a still light there, you know it's ready to go. This here is a light. So when you're pressing in pleats and things like that, you can see where you're going. You've got your lovely open space here. It's not on, obviously. For when you're doing pleats and you're doing buttoned wraps and things like that. Now, you see this bit here? This bit is applied by hand. So not everybody's will be green at the end there. Some people have pink at the end. Some people have blue at the end, things like that. But yesterday? Day before yesterday. Oh, now. Right, okay. I'm going to be totally honest with you. Right, I had this on at my early bird a few days ago, right? And we crashed the price and we said, that's it. It's an early bird. It's only on. Apparently, Hannah and Stuart had this on at the weekend and they reduced the price. 2 days, oh, we'll do it then. We'll do it then. If they did it 2 days ago, they were wrong, but we're just copying. $79.99. Now's your chance. Now's your chance. On four-way split pay. It shouldn't still be on four-way split pay. Right, here you go. So look, the Tula Pink Eliso Mini Iron features goldfish from the Tula Pink's Besties print, treading water, capturing Tula's iconic style and whimsical nature. The Pro Light at the front, the LED light, makes it easy to see and work even on intricate fabrics. Diamond ceramic flow sole plate guides effortlessly over the fabric, providing quick, easy cleanup when using fusible interfacing. 2-inch detailer tip, perfect for seams, bias tape and tight corners. Press under and over, pleat pockets, cuffs and collars easily. It's got now, if you leave it standing up, it switches off after 30 minutes. If you leave it sitting down, it switches off after 10 minutes. And if you knock it over, or a cat knocks over, it switches off after 30 seconds. I'll show you the dual steam burst in a second. Now, the thing that's brilliant about this, it's got automatic universal voltage, which means you can take it abroad. Automatically, 120 or 220 without switching. Right, let me show you about the, before we go, there you go, I'll do that one. The Soulmate high temperature silicone iron rest allows you to place it face down while ironing and safely store it away. I'll show you that in a second. Right, so look, if once you've finished, right, you can put it in there and it hangs up, right? Or while you're using it, you can just use that as your iron rest. Now, this is what I was talking about. You see here, you've got your steam holes on the bottom, and you've got some at the front there and some at the back there. What you do is you've got two switches here. So if you want just the steam at the back, you press that one. If you want the steam at the front, you press that one. And if you want steam on both of them, at the front and the back, you just press both of them whilst you're ironing, like that. There's no squirty. There's no pss, pss, you know that. There's not one of those on it, right? The other thing is you see how the cable comes out at this side. If you're a lefty or you go plugs at the other side of the room, these are flying. These are absolutely flying, right? How many baskets? Oh, my word, be careful. There's 14 if you've got any baskets. This, now, it's not something you do every time, but what you can do is if you want the cable to come out this side, there are instructions on their website, they're not in the instructions manual, where you can take this off, twist that round and have the cable coming out the other side. It's very easy to do, but it's not something you're going to do every time you use it. It's not one of those clicky ones. It's literally make your mind up which side it's coming out. If you're left-handed or right-handed, or if your plug's on the other side of the room, that sometimes helps. $79.99, and this is where you put the water in. Look, that's where the water goes in. So it's really, really, really easy to fill. Now, these don't come from our warehouse. They come from the UK supplier's warehouse. They are in the UK, because it's an American iron, obviously. They are in the UK, so they're shipped from the UK to you. So there's no import taxes or duties or anything like that. They do have your English plug on, your 3-pin plug on. So don't be thinking, oh, well, I'll have to... Because when I lived in Norway, and I bought things in Norway, and I brought them back, like, you know my egg boiler? That one I had before, I had to have an adapter to put my egg boiler in because I'd bought it in Norway, see. Oh, Ben's toothbrush is like that, apparently. Why, where did you buy it from? And it's not got an English plug on it. Weird. Oh, no, has it got one of those shaver plugs on it? Has it got the 2-prong? Yeah, no, you're supposed to plug it into the mirror where you plug your shaver in, that's why. Anyway, $79.99. $79.99. This should not be this price, and it should not be on 4-way split pay. Okay, there's 19 left once you've all checked out. Now, we don't charge you for split pay or anything like that. You can just take it. You don't have to take it if you don't want to. You don't have to take it if you don't want to. But if you're spreading the cost over a few months, which is so sensible, really. Because so imagine if you thought, right, today I'm only going to spend £80 today. I'm going to spend £80, John, not paying. You could buy this today and pay your £20, is it £19.99? Then you've got another £60 to spend on other things, haven't you? Because you've split the pay across the thing. Because it shouldn't be on split pay. Shouldn't be on split pay, and it shouldn't be that price either. And also, when the new stock comes in, we definitely won't be able to. I don't know how Hannah and Stuart got away with that. Oh, Ben says he's not doing it again. He's already been told off. He's not doing it again. So if you want it at this price while Ben's producing... Oh, it's Tuesday. Nobody's here. They won't be up yet, will they? They're all working from home. Scott's not. I've seen Scott in already. Scott's guesting on Next Door. Oh, is he? I thought he said he was on air. $79.99. Okay, let me just take that away. So that's 12 left once you've all checked out. 12 left. Now imagine if this sells out today. That'll be it. That'll be it till the next batch comes from America. And you know what happens? You have to wait for the day. We can't just go, oh, can we have another 100 or 300 from America? We have to wait for them to fill a whole container before they ship it across. Takes ages to replenish these. Ages. 10 left once you've all checked out. 8 left when you've all checked out. 8 left when you've all checked out. Yep, you've just woken up thinking, what's happening? If you just tuned in, it shouldn't be $79.99. It should be $89.99. You knew he wasn't going to crash it, because if they know they're going to crash it, it leaves that 8 up with the line through it. Yeah. And a 4-way split pay. 4-way split pay now. How many in baskets now? 6 left. 6 left once you've all checked out. Oh, no. I bought one of those irons about 3 weeks ago. My husband threw away the packaging. Never, ever, ever throw away the packaging. Right, okay, Jeanette, you should ring. Did you buy it from us? Ring the call centre and explain the situation. Explain the situation. Are you sure they don't work, or you're just not pressing them? You got water in it, Jeanette? It's got a warranty on it, you see. If it doesn't work, there's a warranty on it. It shouldn't matter if you've thrown the box away. Ring the call centre now. It's completely for free. Say that I told you to ring, right? Because if it doesn't work, okay, so, I mean, a lot of people say the box, but I'll send you a box. Oh, it's got, oh, hang on. You got proof of purchase, haven't you? Oh, no, that's the box of the big one. That's the box of the big one. And the call centre are really good. Yeah. In fact, what's that lovely lady name? Iloni. The lady who sits, as you first go into the upstairs, who's in charge of all looking after the customers and everything. Yeah, she's gorgeous. She'll get old. Yeah. Anyway, look, you need to go through. I need to move on. You need to go through if you want this. How many baskets? 3 left once you've checked out. 3 left now once you've checked out. 79.99. Well, it shouldn't be. I know you think, oh, it's that shopping telly baloney. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be, because it was an early bird. You're not allowed to repeat early birds, like you're not allowed to repeat manager specials. But Hannah and Stuart did on his birthday show. Yeah, no, if they've done it this week. It's not like it was 6 months ago. It was 2 days ago, on the 2nd of February, 2 days. It's the 4th today, isn't it? Or was it the 5th? Yeah, 4th, 2 days ago. 2 days ago they did it. Oh, Ollie's niece turned 20, he's feeling old. 79.99. He's known her all her life. 4-way split pay. Right, okay, right. There's as many in baskets now as we've got stock on. Simple as that. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave you to, I'll come back to it at the end. Brilliant. Where are we going next then? Dressmaking pattern paper with one with squares on it. Right, hang on. Where's my tape measure? Are these centimetre squares? They look it, don't they? 1 cent. Oh, no, it says 1 centimetre and 1 inch. Yeah, no, but here, look, 1 centimetre, 1 inch. What? No, because 2 centimetres don't make an inch, do they? 2.5 centimetres make an inch. Anyway, $11.99, you get 10 metres on there. Very useful if you're adjusting patterns or drawing patterns or anything like that. Well, it's dressmaking paper, this, but you could do your block design on there if you wanted to. No, you can do it. We haven't got that book today. Yesterday we had that book. We didn't play it. We had that book with graph paper in for you to do your blocks in, but you could do it on this as well. Just might get a bit cumbersome because you've got, like a whole metre. So get yourself a strip off that. $11.99, well done. Now I've got the plain as well. This again is 10 metres. This is really good as well for tracing. When you're tracing like Delphine's patterns and things like that, that's good for this one as well. $8.99. 100. Well, it's a metre long by 10 metres. No, metre wide by 10 metres long. This obviously has no markings on it. You have to do your own. No, Steph, only ever use proper scissors. I never did mass production of anything, so I will have only used scissors. Coming up in a minute. $8.99. Right, okay, scissors. Got a little bit of a scissor section here. Look, I've got all of these. Right, look. Got a bit of a scissor section coming up here. I've got 12-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch lightweight, pinking, and left-handed. Right, now here we go. Oh, they're not the 12-inch ones after all that. Levi said, do you want the samples? I said, no, I'll just open the box. Didn't realise the box was... There you go, sellotape together. Right, now, do not buy these. Do not buy these unless you are a very... Basically, what I'm going to say to you is, buy the 10-inch ones. These are brilliant, but these are professional. This is what tailors use. This is what... Alistair uses and things like that. They're lovely. They're gorgeous, But if you're used to modern day scissors, you're going to find these a little bit heavy and maybe a little bit long. They're exquisite. I'm not saying you shouldn't buy them. I'm just saying if you're new or you're a regular, then you might find these a little bit big or cumbersome. However, if you like, I would use these when I was cutting patterns all the time. Dulcie's got ones like this. All of my friend Sarah, who makes costumes and everything, they all use this size scissors, right? Now, they're beautiful quality, really beautiful quality. Look how your fingers fit, because this is all metal around here. Oh, you're right, Levi? Yeah. He's just fallen off a shelf. There's all metal around here and everything. Now, if you look after your scissors, they're going to look after you. Now, I've got the Wilkinson swords equivalent of the ones I'm going to show you in a minute. I've had them since 1981. 43 years. Yes, I've had them since I was a child. Anyway, $59.99. These are gorgeous, balanced, beautiful scissors, but I wouldn't want you to buy these unless you are. There you go. Morning, John and team. I love my Mandel scissors, says Lisa in Cardiff. You will? You will. I'm going to put those away because we have those, obviously, as an alternative for people. So if you're cutting a lot of quilts and you don't use a rotary cutter, brilliant. Don't throw the box away. Don't do what Jeanette's husband did and throw the box away. Keep it in the box. Keep them lubricated. These are the scissors that you need to buy. Now, if you think $54.99 is a bit too much for a pair of scissors, I'm thinking about gifting, right? If you think Mother's Day is coming up, isn't it? In March. Is it about March time? Or if you've got a birthday coming up and you're thinking, oh, you could club together. If you know your mum, your sister, your daughter, somebody in your family does dressmaking, does quilting, wants a really, really, really good pair of scissors, club together and buy these. Because what I always say is, I do this normally about Christmas time, but if you go into a well-known supermarket and buy a big bouquet of flowers, that's £35. Supermarket. I'm not talking about florists. I'm talking about supermarket. You know the big bunches? They've got like little bits of tissue paper within the plastic, right? £35. How much are those chocolates, you know, the round chocolates? They're lovely. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them. I love them. Round chocolates with champagne in them. They're £20. We're already at £55. The flowers are going to be dead within a week and the chocolates will be eaten within a day. Right? So really, really, really good. I mean, I'm just putting it into perspective. $54.99, right? This is a really good price. Ollie's just asked me, do I remember how much my scissors were? I remember there was something we had to buy when we went to Wimbledon School of Art, and it was like, I didn't get a grant or anything, and it was like, how much? Because we had to buy our books and everything like that. But, oh, go on, Ollie. Morning, everyone. I've got these scissors. They're really good. Ollie's just said imagine they last 10 years. They'll last you way longer than 10 years, these. Forget 10 years, forget 50 years. It's £1 a year, isn't it? You know what I mean? Well, hang on. I've had mine for 40, what years did you say? 43 years, right? 43 years. 44 now, because it's 2025. Oh, do you know what? It's the anniversary of my dad's funeral yesterday. It came up on the, you know, on Facebook when the pictures pop up. Anyway, let me just explain, right? They're beautifully balanced. Now, do not put these through one of those, sharpeners like that. Get the man on the upside down bike that comes around the village to do them. Don't do that. Also, never, ever, ever let anybody else use your scissors, right? Now, because not only, like, a lot of people go, oh, I caught my husband cutting string or cutting cable with them. Don't even mean that. Don't let that. But Dulcie and I both have the same pair of scissors, right? If I use Dulcie's scissors, when she comes back to them, she'll go, ooh, it's like wearing somebody else's shoes. You don't let anybody use your scissors. They are yours for a reason. Don't throw the box away. You must store them in the box. And if you look after them, mine are thrown in the bottom of a drawer now. Do you know what I mean? They're just kind of thrown in the drawer. But if you want a really good quality pair of scissors, you can't go far wrong for buying these. And I understand $54.99 is a considered purchase, but they're your main tool, aren't they? If you're a dressmaker, you're a quilter, they are your main tool. Beautiful. Right, I've only got 15 of those left. If you want one of those, I've only got 15 left. They are beautiful. They are absolutely gorgeous. And if you are thinking of clubbing together to buy somebody a gift, they will love you forever for those. So there are your 10-inch shears, right? Now I'm going to go back to the 12-inch, right? So I said don't buy those 12-inch heavy ones. But if you think, right, if you think maybe I'd like to try 12-inch scissors, but I don't want the weight, but I still want the expertise of Mundile, these are 12-inch scissors, but they've got the lighter weight handle. The metal does go right the way up into the finger holes, but they're much, much more lightweight, and they're cushioned, right? So the thing is, I've never had an issue with my metal ones. And I used to do cutting out, so much cutting out, right? Never had an issue. But if you want to try 12-inch scissors and not pay £59 for them, then these are your Mundile 12-inch, but lighter weight. Mundile quality blade, 12-inch they are, at $24.99. $24.99. Right, lefties. Now, these obviously aren't as big. These are just your normal dressmaking scissors. But for lefties, these cannot be called shears. These are but they're gorgeous. Again, Mundile, but for left-handed people. Beautiful. So you've got the same quality. I like these. At 30, now, these are limited. These are proper limited, these. They are proper limited, left-handed. Now, I know Karine from Fiskars, she's left-handed, and she said all her life she had to learn how to use right-handed scissors because there was no choice. Now, the fact that we've got left-handed scissors, don't try and use them if you're right-handed. Now, I'm wondering, are these... Oh, now... I'm not sure if they're serrated or not. I don't think they are. $34.99. But they're your left-handed scissors. Really good quality. Again, don't let anyone else near them. Right, yeah? Then we've got pinky shears. Now, I don't own a pair of pinky shears. But people who... Oh, Katharine Wright loves pinky shears. Especially the lightweight, but again, they're Mundiles. Pinky shears. Now, the thing I used to hate about pinky shears was if they get blunt, when you're sewing, they twist like that and everything like that. Also, we were never trained to use, we had to hand whip all of our seams rather than pinking them when we first learned how to sew. These are your red dot pinking shears, 8.5 inches, $32.99. Really, you're paying for quality there. Beautiful. $32.99. Gorgeous. Okay, where we go next then? Pins. Right, we've got patchwork pins here from Clover. So these are fine patchwork pins. You get 100 in there. Does it say how long they are? Yep. 36 millimeters long. Yeah, they've got glass heads. They've got glass heads, so you don't want to iron over them, but if you do catch the iron, you know the ones that have got plastic heads, they'll melt and they'll ruin everything. You don't want to because they'll leave an indent, obviously, but if you do happen to catch them with your iron, they won't melt, sort of thing. These are finer than your Taylor Seville ones. They're beautiful, aren't they? And they come in a little box there, so you can keep them safe. Now, I don't know why we've got the silk pins. These are for your silks and your really, really, really lightweight fabrics like your viscoses and your chiffons and things like that. 100 pins in there, $4.99. Now, are these glass-headed or are these plastic-headed? No, glass for $4.99. That's why I had to ask. I didn't think glass ones would be $4.99. Thank you. Yeah, no. Neat pins for silk. Well done. Yeah, come on, you do the bottom one. Right, so which one's this one then? Oh, off you go, Ollie. He can't even see it. I'm not going to do that. $4.99. Right, don't go now. Katharine Wright's up after the break, right? She is going to be making a quilt. But now I did warn you at 8 o'clock. First of all, the price of the quilt is going to $79.99. Right? which is fantastic. But also, if you look on, Katharine, we're just coming over to you now. No, hold. I want you to do that. Oh, can you stand in the take the trousers. Stand in front of the quilt. There she is. Look, right. They are back in stock, right? That's all I wanted to say is I was supposed to launch them. It was the day I was poorly after Christmas, after New Year. They all sold out. We got 50 more. That's it. We got 50 more of the patterns for today, right? We're not doing a demo on them. I'll give you the date and everything like that. Right? Oh, that's the quilt. Oh, that's not the quilt. That's the iron, sorry. So basically, come in for the trousers. Before I go, look at this, right? There's too many people got this in their basket that we've got stock of. Too many people got this in their baskets now. They should be $89.99. They're not. It's $79.99, and it's on 4-way split pay. And Ben won't be allowed to do that again. He's already been told off for doing that. And let me just tell you very quickly, if you weren't here watching earlier, I had it as an early bird. When it came back in stock, when we had hundreds and hundreds of them, it came back in stock, and Hayley gave it to us and said, the only time we'd ever knocked any money off, it's never been reduced before that, we did as an early bird. On Stuart's birthday, now Hannah, I'm not blaming Stuart, it'll be Hannah. Hannah took it to the same price, which was 2 days ago. And we weren't supposed to take it down today, but we thought, well, if they've done it 2 days ago. However, when this stock has gone and they replen them, there's no way we'll be going to $79.99. We shouldn't be $79.99 today. And we definitely shouldn't be on 4-way split pay. Okay, during the break, right, during this next 4 minutes, make sure you check out. I haven't got another tool hour. I don't know when I'm going to be able to remind you. I might not be able to remind you. Check them all out over the break, and then I haven't got to worry about it. I'll see you back here in 4 minutes.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
I've got so many things to tell you this hour. First of all, this, right? There's 24 of you want it. I've only got 18 left. So if you want this, you need to check out straight away, right? I'm not letting Katharine use it because I'm keeping it on my side. She's using the biggerly, so I'm keeping this one on my side, right? Secondly, hello, Katharine. First of all.
Hello.
I love your blouse.
Thank you. This could be the next pattern coming on the 2nd of March.
Could be. And it's not with me, so we're not plugging it, right? Then another pattern of Katharine's I was meant to launch that we've talked about for months and months and months. And then it was the day I was poorly. £19.49. They are the totally flattering trouser pattern, sizes 6 to 28, right? They sold out completely. Now, could you?
Yes.
Oh, you got them there. All right.
Do you want them?
No, you tell us about these trousers.
Okay, so it's a nice wide leg trouser. Got a nice deep pocket. We like a pocket. Now, the thing about it that's a bit different is that it's not got any like tricky zips, fastenings, whatever. It's got this like wrap round fastening, which if I just undo it, I can show you. So there's a little piece comes around the front. Yeah. And you can put a button or a popper or Velcro, or you can put multiple ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, for how you're feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that covers up and you wrap this round and it just ties at the back through your belt loops. So it's kind of a little bit adjustable. Mm-hmm. And it comes up, it's sort of fairly high-waisted. So it's
you're wearing them as well?
I'm wearing them as well. And they're just really comfortable and flattering, I think.
What date did we do it on, please?
Was it 9th of Jan?
9th of January it'll have been. It was the day I couldn't make it. I was so poorly and I'd been desperate. We'd been talking about them and everything,
really
right? I've only got, I know it sounds a lot, 50. We're not doing a demo or anything like that on it. You can get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these went. I've only got 45 now, but 45 left there and lots in baskets. Please go and watch the video on the 9th of January. So, did you end up with Vic? Because it was the day when you had Ian, Hayley.
Yeah, I was with Hayley, yeah.
Hayley West, right? It was the second day, wasn't it?
Yes.
The second day I was poorly. Right, Hayley West, go and watch them do it now. Oh, not now, not now, not now, but
Well,
later
no.
on, go and watch it. But you need to get those because at the moment, that's all we've got. And there's loads and loads in baskets. Right. I'll remind you at the end, right? So now the reason we're here today is Katharine is doing the Neighbouring Fields quilt using Fassett fabric. Now, I've already given away, if you're watching the menu, I've already given away, we're doing a clearance price on it today, basically. Okay, so how much should it be? £149.99. Watch this. For a quilt, for a Fassett quilt, £79.99. I don't know why I waited. I knew, didn't I? 79. And look, it's on three-way split pay. It's on three-way split pay as well. So isn't that fantastic? You could get a gorgeous cave quilt home today. First payment of $26.66 or $79.99. You're going to pay for it all in one go. Clearance price. Well, hang on, I've got even more exciting split pay news in a minute. We had the iron on split pay, four-way split pay. This on three-way split pay. In a minute, there's something else going on split pay, which I'll tell you about in a second. Right, I'll just show you in the box first of all. Because Katharine, so now I thought these were big blocks, but they're not, are they?
They're not. They're 4 separate blocks that you join together to make the larger sort of crisscross pattern.
So now they're calling it a beginner quilt, so I'm presuming it's a beginner quilt.
It's pretty beginner.
Yep.
Yeah.
165 centimetres squared. All your instructions there. Loads in baskets, loads in baskets. Make sure you check out. Right, that's that one that's like raindrops in water. Is it Reflections or something like that? Yeah, Reflections. That one's called Reflections. There's gorgeous. Then you've got this one here. It's Squiggle. Then you've got Guinea Flower. Then you've got... Oh, look. You only got 4 fabrics. Only got 4 fabrics in it, but isn't it lovely? $79.99. It's all K fabric. There's no sashing to do. Is there? There's just a border and binding. The blocks are sewn together as blocks. So you've got no sashing or anything like that to do. Beautiful. Right, I'm going to leave that one with you because Katharine's going to demo that in a second. There's so many in baskets, so many in baskets. Now, this is exciting now. Katharine is going to be using the Stripology XL ruler. We know loads of you want this, right? And we know a lot of you go, oh, 69. We've sold out twice just recently, right? I'm not reducing the price. But I am offering it on 3-way split pay. So that makes it $23.33, doesn't it, that? $23.33 split pay. If ever you've wanted a Stripology extra large, you're going to see it being used just in a minute. I've got a handful. I've got a handful of these. That's it. So if you want this on split pay, then now's the time to cut. That's what I was saying. So the iron's on split pay, the quilt's on split pay, and now the ruler is on split pay as well. The Stripology extra large ruler also on split pay. $69.99. You're going to see it being, and I'm not going to talk about that. You're going to see it being used in a second. $69.99 on 3-way split pay. I know. I told you it was rather special, didn't I? Right. So, Katharine, you've got the ruler. You've got the quilt kit. You've got your new blouse on.
Got my new blouse on.
And she's got her trousers on.
Trousers on.
Yeah.
I'm
Blimey.
ready.
Oh,
I'm ready.
she's ready. This is where it all goes horribly wrong.
I'm a little bit over-caffeinated this morning.
Because you've been sitting in the green room chatting away.
I know.
Be careful, because the Stripology are going already. The Stripology are going. But we're going back to the quilt now. So pop the quilt in. $79.99. Make me a quilt.
Okay.
And if you're caffeinated, you might get the whole thing done in an hour.
Well, you never know. Not quite. However, it's not a long make. It can be quite a quick make. And if you've got your Stripology ruler, it's going to be even faster because all your cutting can be done with it.
Yeah.
And because it's XL, I've just got to try and squidge it in between everything else. today on the little desk. Right, so what I've done, I've got my fabric folded nice and straight and neatly on the line, because it's not a very big cutting mat, I've just folded it in half. Okay, and then you're going to line your Stripology ruler up with, say, my zeros going along one of my lines on the cutting mat, so that I can get a nice straight edge there. And then we're going to cut 2.5-inch pieces. So.
Oh, also, if you got Sandy's quilt yesterday, hers were 2.5-inch strips, weren't they, on Sandy's quilt yesterday? And we didn't have this. We didn't have the Stripology on split pay yesterday.
It's useful for so many projects. It really is. So you're going to put your rotary cutter in at the bottom teardrop bit. So you want to make sure, so you get through it, that you've got it below your fabric to start off with. So you get a little kind of run up. Yeah. And then you're just going through. And then you're going to find your 2.5-inch. And what's lovely is, if you're doing something like 2.5 inches, you've got your squares to show you where that is along the ruler. So you haven't, you know, if you're not very good at maths like me, you haven't got to add it up.
Yeah. Have I got any of these in baskets? Okay, it's 4 left once you've all checked out. 4 of the Stripologies left once you've all checked out.
Just going to go up like that. So you can see, you can cut all your strips without having to take your ruler off and remeasure and all the rest. 10, so we'll do 5.
And also, like you say, because you've got your squares on that one, like you just stopped to talk to me.
Yes.
If you'd been doing them by adding numbers up, the likelihood you'd have gone back and gone, oh.
And gone wrong.
Yeah. Whereas this way, you know you're just following the square lines for 2.5 inches.
Absolutely. And what's useful, if you look on it, is not only you're cutting your strips, you've also got lovely squaring up lines as well for when you've put your blocks together.
And you can cut hexes with it, you can cut triangles with it, you can cut oblongs with it, you can subcut squares with it, you can fussy cut with it. It does so many different things. Right, there's 12 left, and how many in baskets? Oh, they're all gone once you're all checked out. There's 12 in baskets, 12 left. Take advantage of the split pay, because it doesn't happen every day, the split pay on the Creative Grids. Right, now I've got too many people want it now. There are now too many people wanting this ruler. Oh, lots too many. Check out, check out, check out. There's way too many of you there now. Right, okay, carry on.
Okay, so with this pattern, we've got a little 9 patch, and you've got a choice, and it tells you can make it either by strip piecing and cutting, or you can cut separate squares. So say you've done your strips, you can then turn it round, and we can just go into the squares, cut it into the squares without, so I haven't moved anything.
No, no, no.
I've kept it all on my cutting mat in exactly the same place, just making sure, again, the ruler's lined up with the lines on your mat, and then you're going to cut really accurate squares. So we can go along the other way.
And because it's Creative Grids, it's still got all those non-slip gripology on the back and everything.
You haven't got, so you know when you cut with a normal ruler, you have to put quite a lot of weight down onto it to stop it sliding or moving. And I mean, I find from teaching, some people find that really hard if they've got not very strong wrists or things like that. But because these kind of stick in place, it makes your cutting so much easier.
Yeah, and doesn't move. 5 left now, that's all. And how many in baskets? 15 p. Oh, 3 left. 3 left. It's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. Make sure you check out right now. 3 left. That's it now on the split pay. Right, and then that'll be everything we've got in the building gone then. That's it, that's all.
We're going to start selling the furniture next.
Yes, exactly. We will replenish it, but I don't know how long it'll take. There's 2 left. Ooh, there's 2 left. I know. It'll go. Right, let's put the quilt back.
Okay,
so. The quilt now. But do check out that. There's still 2 not checked out. Right,
so
quilt.
We've got our little stack of squares like that. So you can cut this quilt up really quickly. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do to make it is to make our little 9 patch. And as I said, there's 2 different ways. So you can, so this is why it's nice for a beginner, because the 9 patch is the perfect, like, first thing, isn't it, that you do really. So we can have our 9 patch like this and put them together one at a time.
But even if you do the strip piecing method, you could sew your strips together and still then cut them on your Stripology, can't you?
Which is exactly exactly what I do. Or you've got your strips like this, and you could
And you say it gives you the choice in the.
It tells you how to do both methods.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, if I was doing the whole quilt,
Yeah.
I would strip piece.
Yeah, exactly.
I would sew these strips together and then cut it up into my 2.5 inches.
Yeah.
But because I'm only going to make probably one block this morning, I'm going to do it this way.
Okay, lovely.
But you can see.
How many of these quilts have I got in baskets, please? Okay, I've got over half the stock that I've got left is in a basket. We're quite a few.
We're joining row by row. And I've got a 1/4 inch foot on so that I get my seams nice and accurate. My foot pedal's not working, that's because it's not plugged in.
Oh, what are you trying to press your foot?
Yeah, I'm like, that's weird, it's not working. Here we go, let's, plug it in. And
Last time she had this machine, she broke it, everyone.
I know.
Pauline says hello. Good morning, Pauline.
Put them together row by row like this, and then I'll show you how to press them.
And are these 9? This matter if they're all the same because you move them around, but they're all the same, aren't they? The 9 patches.
Yes, and there's no direction, so
And
that
it's
makes
always
life easy.
The reflections is the 5 and the squiggles always 4, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you were going to do the whole lot, which obviously people are.
Yes.
So if you cut separate squares, it's like cut 180 squares. Well, that seems quite daunting. Whereas
Not with the stripology.
Well, not with the stripology, you whiz them, but
Yeah.
but daunting to sew. You think, oh, that's a lot of squares to sew.
Yeah.
But when you've strip pieced it, and we'll probably get time to show you the strip piecing as well. You'll see how that's quite a nice, quick way of doing it too.
Susie Duncan. Who doesn't need a stripology extra large? Save time and fabric. Yeah, I think they've sold out, Susie. Let's just double check. Sorry, Ben. No, there's still 2 left. There's still 2 left, and there's 24 in baskets. 24 in baskets and 2 left. 1 left. 1 left now. Right, there's 1 left. Who's going to get the last one after the 24 people who've got it in their baskets? Ooh.
It'd be nice if we knew who the people were, wouldn't it?
Yes. Gone. Sold out. Sold out. Sold out. Congratulations. Congratulations. Right, carrying on with the quilt now.
So if
Sell the quilt out now.
If you're piecing like this, I would press everything towards the pink squiggly one. I don't know its name.
I can
You'll
tell
know
you.
its name.
I want to call it squiggle, but I'm sure that's not what it's called. It's called coral.
Oh yes, it is like coral, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because then you're going to find that your seams are going to nest beautifully.
Yeah.
And I always press on both sides.
Right.
Just to make sure that your seams are really open.
Susie's loving the quilt. Susie, it's going to sell out today. It's going to sell out.
Okay.
Oh, now, Susie also loves both of our tops. Well, mine's a shop bought. Hers is our next pattern.
Do you know what? I've worn this all the time as well. You know when you've just got something you really like,
Yeah.
and it's really comfortable, and I've just been wearing it all the time.
But the picture I've seen of it was like a pinky one. Have you made it in pink? as well?
Yeah, there's a pink one as well, because the green and the pink one are on the front cover of the folder.
Oh, okay.
And the pink one, so I've designed it that you can make it with quilting cottons.
Right.
because there's so many nice quilting cottons, but they're not always suitable for dressmaking because of the size of the pieces. But
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
designed it so that you can use really nice quilting cottons.
Wow.
So the pink one's with a quilting cotton.
So that's on Sunday, the 2nd of March. That's being launched.
It goes to the printer today. But I thought I'd give you all a sneak preview.
Yeah.
Also, just because I really like wearing it.
Have you seen Catherine McBean recently?
Yes, she was in the craft centre yesterday.
She done any more patterns yet? Hurry up with
It's-
hers.
Well, we share the same graphic designer, so
Oh,
we have
okay.
to tag team a little bit. So she's been waiting for the blouse to get finished, and so I think she's just sent hers to Caroline, our graphic designer, and I think it's a dress.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did a hoodie last time. It was so
She
popular.
did. Yes, the people are making it in the craft centre at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw a picture. Did you do something in the craft centre this week? I saw a picture on social media of you and a lot of ladies. What was the class you did this week?
What have I been doing this
She
week?
got
We're only
what
on,
we're doing this
we're only
week.
on Tuesday.
Oh, no, hang on. It's only on Tuesday. It must have been last week. Sorry.
I'm trying to think. We've done loads of stuff lately.
Yeah, no.
All the dressmaking classes are back running. The patchwork class is back running. Malcolm's back with an incredibly ambitious project
Oh,
that
wow.
we're enjoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it might have been a dressmaking one because I think you were all standing. Well, I can't remember now, but I just remember thinking, oh,
Yes.
there she is.
Yes. Glass fusion. We've done a bit of that lately.
Oh, no, there was no glass. There was no glass in the picture. I'm sure it must have been a dressmaking class.
Oh, people are making such nice things at the moment. I always think this is such a nice time of year for dressmaking because you start to kind of feel like spring's coming.
Yep.
And you start to think, oh, what am I going to do for my summer wardrobe? And it's actually much nicer, I think, sewing for your spring, summer wardrobe than for winter, don't you think?
Yeah. Well, winter, you're knitting it, aren't you?
Well, yes.
Keep going through.
So on my 9 patch, I'm just thinking I probably should tell people what I'm doing.
Yes,
shouldn't
please.
I? So I'm now joining my rows and I've got to just match my seams nicely. So I tend to do this by just sort of rolling it back and checking they're lined up. And then because of the way you've ironed it, these ought to nest beautifully.
Lovely.
Some people like to pin both sides of the seam, but I quite like just pinning once, just to hold it in place when you sew.
Will you have that gingham fabric on the show as well?
I have told them that this would be a good idea.
Yes, I think.
And that I've already got the sample, but yeah, I think I'm hoping they are going to get it,
Yeah.
yes. It comes in lots of really nice colours.
Yeah.
And I quite like that it's a big check.
I'm a bit jealous. And I'm on that day, but I'm on from 6 till 8, so I'll
I
be
can
able to see
tell you are. You're a bit
prepping.
like, oh. Oh, Vix will be...
Unless I go
She'll be
in and
pleased.
move
I'm on
around the
Vix.
master schedule and maybe come on at 6.
I'm not coming on at 6. It's a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
My husband would kill me. It's already bad enough that we get up when we get up to come on at night. What time is it? 9?
Yeah.
Yes, he'd be like, no, not on a Sunday morning. So we've got our lovely 9 patch. And then what we're going to do is on the wrong side of each 9 patch, we're going to mark 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, I know
the
what
edge.
I remember now. One of your ladies cut a hole in a table.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Jan, I've just tuned in.
Jan.
Good morning, gorgeous people. Whatever you do, don't mention the table. See you later, Catherine, with cake.
Well, there's a bit of a story here. So lovely Jan. Jan is my favourite customer because she brings cake with her.
Right.
Of course, everyone's my favourite customer,
Yeah.
but she, the cake meant I forgave her. So, so we were making a pinafore with, you know, the bib and brace.
Oh, yes.
And I got the hammer out and we got it on the table and I said, well, give it a light tap and then give it a bit of a wallop. Well, you'd have thought she was like pounding in a concrete plinth. Boom, boom, like this. And I could see it going down. I thought, oh no, she squashed the piece. But no, she hadn't. She'd actually like smashed it through the top of the table. So my table's got a lovely round little hole in it now. Yeah.
And how
she
much
was
was that
mortified.
Well, I'm not surprised.
She was, bless her. It was really funny, to be honest.
So have you got a class today?
Yeah, so my Tuesday evening, I'm teaching tonight.
Oh, okay.
And Jan's on the Tuesday evening class.
Oh.
You brought it up, Jan, not me. I wasn't going to tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're not letting her live that down now.
No.
No. I hope you're bringing a big cake.
Yeah,
That's all
and
I
you're
can
wearing
say.
your dungarees.
She made a lovely pinafore, and she made it out of some fabric she got from here. You know, like the velvet with all the tropical and the birds
lovely,
on.
yeah.
Really nice. She's done a great job. Great job.
Yeah, so if you see her coming in with a hammer today, ban her.
Yeah, no more. Well, it was partly my fault. I didn't put anything on the table.
Right. So what are you doing now then?
So I am measuring in 1/4 inch. I'm hoping you can see my little
we can
dot.
see that, yeah.
Yeah. On each of the corners, because these pieces here, we have a little inset seam just to make it work.
Right.
So I'm going to show you how to do your inset seam.
Is this in the instructions? How to
It is, absolutely. And my little one that I did earlier, I didn't do earlier, my daughter did.
Oh,
Helena did this.
that's handy.
We had a nice little Sunday afternoon sewing together, and she managed the inset seams really nicely.
Oh.
Well, I'm training her up. She's going off to do fashion and textiles for A-level, so I need to make sure she can sew well, don't I?
Yeah. When you say going off, not going off, just.
No, when it's sixth form college.
Yeah. So she's going to do what? Fashion and textiles?
Fashion and textiles.
lovely.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
Okay, which colour first? This nice one. Okay, so we're going to put it right sides together like so, and then we are going to sew between the dots. So you just need to be really nice and accurate with this, and start at the dot and finish at the dot, and then that will work fine. We often do little Sunday afternoon sewing sessions together. It's very nice. So just keep your eye on the dot. That's it.
Sorry.
And then you're just going to press this open, like so.
Lovely.
So there's our first one. Then we're going to take the second strip.
Yeah.
Okay, and because it's going to end up like that.
Right.
Just got to remember how we did this, because I could easily forget.
Well, you could have brought your daughter and she could have shown us.
Yes. So so you're going to fold this out the way, and we're going like that.
Yeah.
Up to the edge of the 9 patch. So we're going to sew that in place dot to dot, and then we'll join this little inset seam here.
Jan says, Bakewell tart or orange cake?
Oh, orange cake, I think, please.
I love an orange cake.
Yeah. That makes me feel like I'm having one of my 5 a day then.
Oh, Ben said, oh, if you love orange cake, I thought he was going to say, I'll make some. He says, next time, I'm on next Monday, actually. Oh, I thought I was on next Monday. In my diary, I'm on Monday, next Monday. No, I'm definitely in on Monday. Oh, okay.
Is he going to bring you
I'll check my
cake?
diary. Oh, no, I know what it is. Margaret bought me a diary for Christmas, right? And it doesn't go Monday to Sunday. It goes Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So when my weekend is there, and that's right. So I looked and went, oh, I am in on Monday, but I'm not. That's the Sunday, because the Monday's the next day long. Yeah.
Oh, take my pin out.
Yes, on Sunday I'll have done a whole week, won't I? So I'll be
No, you've got a really busy week.
Yeah.
haven't you? So then we've just got this last little bit to put together. And because you've gone to the dots,
Yep.
everything's matching up really nicely. So we can pop that together and sew that again. We want to meet our stitching where you finished it, and then you'll get a really nice sort of corner. It won't flip away. You won't get like a bobble, a buckle, a ruckle. So it's just, that's it. And your 1/4 inch foot really helps with this because you'll get it right then.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can see there we've got our lovely corner and it fits nicely and there's no kind of ruckling going
Nice.
on.
Yeah.
So we're going to carry on with the same with the other 2 colours. Let me just get it the right.
I wonder why they designed it with that, not just... Is there a reason why there's no...
So an inset seam means you can have your pieces all the same length. If you were going to do it with no inset seams, you'd have had to have like
A longer piece?
yeah, different
so
length
you finish,
pieces.
You finish that one and then just take the other one across
So
the bottom.
yeah, so you could have done a short one and then a long one.
Yeah.
And it would have been the same, but
It's 6 1/2 does the other, isn't it? Really?
it's a design choice, I
Yeah,
feel.
exactly.
And it's quite, you know, if you've never done inset seam before, this is a really nice place to start.
Yeah.
They're quite straightforward. And I always think it's good to try a new thing.
Exactly.
Kath and I both say, you see, I think Kath really, really knows everything about dressmaking, but she's always really like, no, I can always learn new things.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, and I always feel like that. You can always learn new things.
Oh, no, totally.
And yesterday she was there teaching the dressmaking class and I was busy cutting out a quilt that I'm also demoing on the birthday show. And it's amazing. But she was like, but I couldn't do that you're doing there, you know, and it's, yeah. So we're all learning all the time.
Of course she could.
Well, she could, absolutely. Okay. So do you remember last time I was on, when I broke the sewing machine?
Yeah.
We were talking about my son's birthday and that I'd never get the quilt finished.
Yeah.
I've only got to put the binding on.
And when's his birthday?
Friday.
Oh.
But that's doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only got to do the binding.
Does he know?
No.
Or you won't be
I've got to do it in secret, that's the trouble.
Yeah, of course. You can't sit there in front of the telly.
No.
Can you?
But it spurred me on, John.
And how old's he? 18?
He's going to be 18. I know.
Frightening. So you've got one at university, one just turned 18, and one going off to college.
I know, it's funny, isn't it? It's going to be all change come September.
I have to say, so Francesca, my friend Francesca, has got 2 children. Serafina got married last summer. She's been living away for ages. But Luciano, who is my godson, only left home this week, right, to go and move into a flat with his friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Francesca was like, can you come over? Like, he only left on Friday night, and Saturday morning, she was like, can you come over?
Yeah.
Empty nest, you see. And where was she Friday night? At Luciano's new flat. And I said, send me pictures. And it looks fantastic. And there's always, it's not that good, John. And I thought, that lounge, it's not that big, John. And she was like, really, really kind of funny about it all and everything. But she's kind of, they've suddenly got empty nest syndrome now.
My husband gets very sad. He really misses
Oh, no,
children.
Pete, the husband, the dad, cried on Friday night when Luciano left with the car packed up. And he had a little weep.
Yeah, Simon gets a bit teary every time he takes Anna back to uni. I've started taking her because
Can't deal with the tears.
because, well, you kind of got to let them do these things,
No,
haven't
of course you have. No,
You know?
of course you have, yeah.
And I mean, of course, I'm going to miss them loads. But you know what, John? I might actually manage to, like, work a full day rather than a part-time day.
Yeah? Oh.
You know? there's pros and cons. So we've just got our other seam to go around this side. Make sure we fold that out of the way.
Uh-huh. If I want to do it the other way, I know it's not in the instructions, but would there be enough fabric, do you think, to do the 2 different lengths So instead of doing, you know, you've cut your 2 the same length.
Yes.
And you're doing the inset seam,
Yes.
If you wanted to do the smaller length and the longer length, think there'd be enough fabric?
I think there would be, because you pretty much, I haven't cut the whole quilt.
Yeah.
But you usually with these quilts there is loads left over, and it's
I'm just
very
thinking somebody doesn't
generous.
I agree with you. Or you should all try something new and everything. But there might be somebody at home going, "Oh, I could whip that up in an afternoon if I just did straight."
Yeah. Well, I can't see that. I can't see that it would make a big difference.
Well, it wouldn't really, would it? Because you still got to cover the same amount of.
Yes, you just be cut one shorter and one longer.
Yeah,
So it's the same cutting.
Length, but
yes.
yeah. That took us a while to work that out. Oh, I know what I've got to tell you. This has nothing to do with this, right? Yesterday, upstairs, remember we had that Liberty show with Susie, and we sent out the limited number of pouches for you to make a block for a competition. The first few arrived yesterday. Now, Baldy Paul was going to look up the date for me. I think they have to be with us by the 10th of February. So if you are going to do them, you need to get them in as soon as possible. I'm sure it was the 10th of February, had to have them in to us. That was all.
January was like the slowest month in the world, and February's going to fly by, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I thought January flew by as well. Really.
Did you? I don't know. That last week or so dragged a bit. So there we go, looking gorgeous. And then it goes together. Is that right?
Two L's going opposite ways to each other.
Yes,
right,
I'm just
right.
looking. No,
I know.
Yeah, so it's like that and like that.
That's
there
it,
we
that's
go.
it, yeah.
Yes. Now this shows you the difference of sewing machines,
Right.
because one of them is my sewing machine at home
Yeah.
without a 1/4 inch foot, and one of them is this sewing machine with a 1/4 inch foot.
Yeah, which is why
And
you
this is just as accurate, and both of them were accurately done and pieced together correctly. But you can see the difference when you take a millimetre here and there with different machines.
Also, am I right in saying there's no seams to match?
There are no seams to match when you put
Which
them
is even
together,
better when
which
you
is
put it
lovely.
together.
That makes it only this central one.
Well, yeah, we're
But
just going to
if
see that
it didn't
one.
match, it wouldn't matter because it's the same fabric.
Exactly.
Yes, but I can't join that because of the way.
No, exactly.
Which just shows when you start a quilt, you need to stick with the way that you do.
So if somebody makes a quilt in one of your classes, like Malcolm, for instance,
yes,
he has to use, does he bring his sewing machine with him, or does he only make it in your class?
no, he doesn't bring his sewing machine with him. People do go away and do things at home.
Because dressmaking, it doesn't matter. But
No.
if you make a block in your class and use
Yeah.
one of your sewing machines,
Yeah.
then go home and make one. I mean, the likelihood is it'll be the same.
Yeah.
But there are differences.
There are
between
differences.
machines,
You
aren't
wouldn't
there?
think a 1/4 inch could be different. But
No,
it
exactly,
can be.
exactly.
I mean, I have to say, quite a lot of the ladies who come to the classes, and Malcolm's got quite a lot of them have the same make of sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
Not all by any means, but
Do you have a brother then?
we have brother at the craft centre, and certainly people that have been coming a long time, quite often they might have purchased a machine and so have similar. So then that's easy to transfer, isn't it? But it is something you have to watch out
No, of course. No, we always say it, and that's proof of it.
Yeah. Yes, Hannah and I once made a quilt almost together, but she did it in the craft centre without a 1/4 inch foot. I did it with a 1/4 inch foot, and they were different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet you can measure it, and it's like, oh, that's 1/4 inch, that's 1/4 inch. But yeah.
But it's just fractions of millimetres all the time, isn't it?
Can you show us? I don't know what you were planning on doing. Can you show us the strip piecing method? Oh,
Just about to.
Perfect.
Just about to. I read your mind.
no, Steph, this isn't our Festival of Quilts one. This is a special Liberties one we did with a Liberty fabric launch. And they're nothing to do with us. They're a competition that Liberty are doing. But we said, if the people who get the kit from us, we will have our own little competition as well. So you've not missed the one that goes to the Festival of Quilts. This is the Liberty one to celebrate 150 years of liberty. Right, so this is if you don't want to cut the little squares to make the 9 patch.
So you're going to create 2 sets in this combination of fabrics, and we're going to piece them together with a 1/4 inch seam. I'll do it with this one. We were talking, me and Kathleen were talking about Festival of Quilts,
Oh, yeah.
because we both really like it.
Yeah.
We're thinking we might have a little group trip, because we're quite local to each other.
Yeah. What do you mean, trip? You work on
What-
the same stall?
No, we might run a little bus trip
Oh, I
from our
see.
area
Yes, I come
for
see you.
our
Oh,
lovely
Because
customers.
a lot of ladies, especially people who haven't got anyone to travel with, I always see it on Facebook the week or a couple of weeks before going, oh, my bus company aren't going to Birmingham that day, or I don't want to go on my own. How lovely to get a chara together and get a whole gang of them.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking we'd do. We've just been chatting about it.
Oh. Yeah, I got my pass for CHSI, not CSI, that's police, isn't it?
Oh, when are you going there?
I'm going to the trade show at the end of February. You can't come to that
Are you going on the Sunday or the Monday?
on the Monday.
Oh, I might go then.
All right then.
Might go. See you there.
See you there. And then, so that's that one. And then I've been booked to do the first day of which you can go to, which is Sewing for Pleasure, Creative Craft and Cakes, isn't it? Isn't that what it's called?
The cake one isn't in March. The
Okay.
cake's at Christmas. No cake, sorry. Well, unless Jan comes, she might bring you some.
Yeah. Oh, hang on there. Oh.
No, it's creative craft. You don't want to do it now, do you? Creative craft, sewing for pleasure, and fashion and embroidery.
Oh, I knew there was a third one, and I just presumed it was cakes.
Yeah, no, it's cakes at Christmas. Sorry. But I will be there.
Yeah, so I'm going there. I'll be there on the first day of that one. So
The
that's something like
Thursday.
March the 13th or something.
It is. Yeah, that sounds right.
And it's the Thursday. It launches on the Thursday. It launches on Thursday. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm doing the Thursday. Andy Love's doing one day. A presenter from Jewellery Makers doing another day, and then somebody from Hobby Makers doing the 4th day. Delphine's doing demos on my day, along with. Now I can't remember who the other person is now. But anyway, that's the Thursday. And then obviously we'll be at Festival of Quilts. We haven't given our days for Festival of Quilts yet.
It's a nice show, the March one, the Sewing for Pleasure one.
Say this again.
It's a really nice show.
Oh,
the
no,
Sewing
it
for
is.
Pleasure
Lovely,
one.
lovely.
I'm doing a nice little, I'm doing a workshop with like a little pouch, little quilted pouch, and like it's got an angular zip.
And how do people find that if they want to go on that course?
I think if you go on the Sewing for Pleasure website, and then you can find all the different workshops and book on.
I normally go to the NEC. So you go straight to NEC and it says what month, and you go March. Then it shows you all the shows in March that you can go to. And then you click on that and it takes you to the, I mean, I suppose it's easier, just go to the Sewing for Pleasure website. But that's the way I do it, because I just think it's at the NEC. Right, I need to check out now. There's so many people got this quilt in their basket. You do need to check out. The 16 left. The 16 left once you're all checked out.
Okay, let's press that.
Oh, Julie Vaughan says, morning, John and Catherine. I'm surprised Julie Vaughan hasn't been up to the Leicester. I mean, she doesn't live anywhere near Leicester, but she loves going around the country doing classes and things. Maybe that's her next one. Or, Julie Vaughan, you're going to go to Sewing for Pleasure? Oh, no, she'll be on holiday. She'll be in the Tenerife or somewhere like that.
So my son's booked a holiday with his best mate. So you know how lads, when they're 18, you'd think maybe they'd be going clubbing, partying,
Yeah.
all that kind of thing. Not my son. They're going to Stuttgart to visit the Porsche and the BMW museums.
Oh, I can understand that. No, I can understand that. But
He'll have a lovely
Levi
time.
going, what is it? Wild camping? Wild camping Levi does. I know.
I'm sure. Well, no, I wouldn't want to do that at
No.
all. And also, I think it'd be really, really cold at this time of
Yesterday,
year.
went on Saturday.
Yeah.
No. When I worked on a farm in France in 1977, we did camping then in Majesque in France that summer.
I hate camping.
No, so right. That's the only time I've ever done
If it is not as nice as my house,
No.
at least as nice as my house, I don't want to go
I
there.
quite like the thought of glamping, though, when you have
I've
a
done
proper bed.
glamping.
Oh, you've done that?
I've done glamping, and it had a hot tub,
Yeah.
and a proper bathroom, and a proper bed.
And did it have a like a log burner in it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we went, and Anna, my eldest, who does like camping, she just went, Mum, it's just like a house inside canvas. I was like, yes, it's brilliant.
Yeah. No, so I've never done that. But, or shepherd's hut. I wouldn't mind doing shepherd's hut.
That's fine.
Yeah, as long as you've got a toilet. I don't want to be getting out the shepherd's
You've
hut.
got to have one with your own little bathroom,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
it's fine.
Oh, Julie's at the Sewing for Pleasure on the Thursday. What classes have you got on the Thursday, then?
I don't think I've got my sewing one on the Thursday. I think that's the one day I haven't got it. But I'm doing glass fusion. That's nice.
Yeah?
Come and do some glass fusion with me.
I don't know where Ben's going. He's got to check something, he says. While he's out, check out this, sell it out. If he's not in the gallery, check quickly, check out now. So when he comes back in, he'll know what's happened. And he says he's gone to chat to Kathleen. He's gone to the biscuit tray, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's
Just
more
said, I've
like
just got
it.
to have a word with Kathleen. Yeah. There you go. He got the last packet of cookies from the basket.
I don't know.
That's what happens when you spend so much time. You get to know their foibles.
Okay, so we'll press this one as well. Then, so you've got your lovely stripped pieces stripped together. We can get our stripology reader out again.
Yeah, which have sold out. And there's no other stripologies in stock at the moment, are there, Ben? None that we can see on the shop or anything.
Shove that over a little bit. Okay. Make sure I've got it nice and straight, and then these get cut into a 2.5-inch strips again. Okay.
Lovely. That's why I love it when you take it away and you can't see the splits, then you just go dum 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 dum.
Okay. So there you can see your 9 patches are nearly all put together for you then. So you can see that this is a really fast way of putting them together.
Yeah. So I suppose it depends what you're putting your quilt together for, whether you're putting it for fun or whether you're putting it together to make it as a present for yourself or someone else and you want to whisk it up in an afternoon, well, no, not an afternoon, in a day, for example, then you could do it really quick. Or you could just if you just love sewing, just do it with the squares.
And then we're just going to join our rows in the same way. I didn't get my pressing quite right.
Oh.
I know, can't get the staff.
No. Well, no, because you should need your daughter as your assistant.
She would probably have happily come as well.
Oh.
She's not very fond of school at the moment.
Oh, isn't she?
Well, doing your GCSEs is no fun, is it? And it's hard work and it's quite...
Is that your O-levels or your A-levels? That's
O-
O-levels.
O-levels,
Yeah.
yeah.
I loved doing my O-levels.
Did you?
I absolutely loved doing my O-levels. Hated my A-levels. Couldn't... It was suddenly grown up, wasn't it? You had to do your A-levels. They were too grown up. I loved... Because I did social and economic history and I did biology and all the French, all the things you love, RE, all the things that you love and everything. And it was kind of... I used to look forward to going for those exams. Hated the whole 2 years of A-levels. Hated doing the A-levels. Hated it all.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure put on kids.
Oh, yeah, there's way more today than there was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My son can't wait to finish school. We were counting up how many weeks he'd got left because he's like, I've just had enough.
Oh. But he'll be doing his A-levels then this
He's doing his A-levels.
Don't want to wish those on anybody, do you, really?
No, they're quite hard. He's doing maths and physics
Oh,
and geography,
oh,
so
oh.
they're really hard.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he just sits and covers pages with numbers and squiggles.
But he loves it. He loves that
He
side. Just
does,
doesn't
yeah,
love
he's
school.
great. Yeah, he's just, I think he's just had enough of that. I've got to get up and go every morning and stick to the timetable, and yeah, you kind of get ready to leave. I think, don't you, with school?
Oh. What kind of job do you think he'll get?
Well, he wants to do automotive engineering.
What, work in a garage?
No, he wants to study it at university, automotive engineering. So you learn all sorts of things to do with, well, it's all to do with car design, and then things like, so obviously it's all to do with electric and batteries and sustainability and stuff to do with materials, and then
also
aerodynamics and all that kind of thing.
And also, in the 3 years he'll be at university, technology will change during that 3 years, and he'll be all part of that.
I think it's probably quite an exciting field.
Yeah, if you like that sort of thing, I
Yeah.
think.
And he's really into cars and you know, Formula One and stuff like that. So yeah, he's, you know, that's his.
And what's your
that's his
eldest
interest.
into? What's she doing?
So she's doing graphic design.
So you got graphic design, an automotive, and a fashion designer, or something to do with textiles. How brilliant!
I know.
And isn't it amazing? They've gone 3 completely different.
Yeah, they're all really different.
And yet it's all the same genes. You know, I just find it.
It is really, and it's so nice to see as they grow up.
Yes,
to see how they're all, because when they're little, they all just want to do the same thing together, but then they start to find their path as well.
Yeah, it's like Rebecca Harrison with her 3 and everything. It's just they all go.
Oh yeah, when I was on with her, we were chatting and
yes, of
really interesting what her kids are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Wow. Right, anyway, now we can chat this for hours, but you need to check out. You need to check out. This is the quilt kit here. It should be $149.99. Ben's taken it to $79.99. It's sort of a clearance price, isn't it, right? But it's on 3-way split pay. 3-way split pay. But how many people have got it in their baskets? Okay, more than half of you have got this in your baskets. Now, remember, because it was crashed, the price will go back up at midnight. So it's fine. You've got to, well, I say you've got till midnight, but I don't know how many more people are going to check out this afternoon. Yeah, it's up to you. Stock versus clock, apparently. That's Ben. Stock versus clock.
Oh, very catchy.
$79.99, 3-way split pay. Now's the time to check out, though, if you want it. Beautiful, isn't it? All Kaffe Fassett fabric. Lovely design. Really easy to make. And very therapeutic, I imagine, to make. All the blocks are the same, aren't they? Do you make them all the same, or do you have to do some right-handed, some left-handed, or are they all the?
No, you make them all the same, and then they just rotate as you put them together.
So basically, really, really, really meditative, good for your mindfulness and things like that. And if you love that sewing, I mean, you're just gonna, you know what I mean? Anyway, check out, $79.99. Oh, there's more going in baskets right now. Right, even more going in baskets. Now, another one's gone into a basket, right? But you do need to check out. Now, loads of people came in and checked out before we did the demo. Obviously, you've been watching the demo. Now, you need to check out, because we're going to move on. Okay, there's way too many people. Right, not way too many people. What's going to happen is, if you all check out, there's only 9 left now. Once you've all checked out, there are 9 left. That's how, this is what happens, see. We sit back and, oh, we've got loads of these, got loads of these, got loads of these. Then suddenly, doof, 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 doof. I know, $79.99. It's almost a clearance price. That's a clearance, not almost, it is a clearance price. We've spent an hour on clearance. Normally go, here's a quilt, $79.99. Here's a quilt, $79.99. Here's a quilt. We spent a whole hour chatting. I mean, it's been lovely. Oh, like 3 more have just gone. Right, 3 more, literally. Just went there, and 6 more have gone into basket. Right, there's too many people got it in their baskets now. Too many of you got it in your baskets now. Now's the time to check out, because we're going to run out. We're going to run out. We're going to run out. Here we go. There's now more people got it in their baskets than we've got stock of. So these are your fabrics, all Kaffe Fassett. There's your instruction. Comes in a lovely box. Check out, check out, check out. Right, now I've got to go through other things I had in this hour. So let's just quickly do some backing bundles. I've got a backing bundle in a soft pink here. light pink. So there's
Oh, that's nice because it
4
would just
metres
pick
then.
out that.
Yeah, oh no, just pick up
lovely.
the pink in reflections, that one. And you're saving £3 on that one. Even if you're not buying it for the quilt, it's a gorgeous bundle of fabric, isn't it? It's our, oh, now hang on, that says 4, oh yeah, 4 metres, that's what I said. 4 metres, that's what I said, yeah, that's what I said. Righto, then I've also got it in the aqua. Go with the Fassett guinea flower. Oh, it's sky blue, it's not aqua, it's sky blue. Blimey, imagine if the sky was that colour.
We wish.
Huh?
We wish, don't we?
Yeah. There was one day when Hannah and I went home from work from the old studios, Sewing Quilt Studios, and it was orange. It was like
Oh, was it when there were the weird sandy things?
I don't know what it was, but it was like weird. Anyway, this is gorgeous. Fuchsia. No, is this fuchsia? No, this isn't fuchsia. Pomegranate, this one. Pomegranate. Beautiful. Then, these are the extra wides. Now, this is the one I said at 8 o'clock. This is gorgeous.
That's nice.
Can make your trousers out of this.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Wouldn't they be gorgeous? That's Ben's idea. I can't take that one. Ben's going to make those Catherine's trousers out of this. What? £12.99 for half a metre. Wonder navy extra wide backing. That's beautiful. A dress, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to just watch the placement of the circles.
What do you mean here and here?
Yes.
Yeah. Not for the trousers. Oh no, you could have one on each cheek. You could have a circle on each cheek, couldn't you? But if you're making a dress out of it, we're just saying you have to, Make sure you check out. That's gorgeous, isn't it?
Really
Beautiful.
nice.
Then we've also got this pink.
That's nice too.
Isn't it? They're all gorgeous, these. Look. What's it called? It's got a name. Aura. That's it. Aura. Smudged water fuchsia. Yes, you can smudge water on blotting paper. Smudge it. That's gorgeous. I've not seen that one before. Then we've got that one in the blue. Gorgeous. Then we've also got... Oh, Catherine's pattern. I knew there was something else underneath that box there. Catherine's pattern and her fabrics.
That you've lost.
Where have I put it? Oh, there it is. No, got it. I was keeping it safe here. Totally Flattering Trousers was done on the 9th of March. Sold out. Hundreds and hundreds have gone.
9th of Jan.
Oh, yeah, 9th of March in the future. Now that you're on the 2nd of March coming up, we did them on the 9th of January. How many baskets? Okay, there's only 16 of those left. 16 left of those. Right, if you want trouser fabric to make the trousers out of, the one that you've got hanging up is that one there. This is like a linen texture, 3 metres.
Very nice to sew.
Now, is this real linen, please? Just look at it, because we've had some issues just recently with things being called linen and they weren't 100% linen. I just want you to be 100% sure. I don't know why they're called handle. Is that the colour? Handle? Oh, no, gold. Gold washed linen handle. Oh, Rami. It's Rami linen. Right, okay, that's fine. 30% cotton. This is what the Egyptians used to use. So there are mummies wrapped in this, not this fabric, but there are mummies wrapped in this fabric. It's gorgeous, right?
It's very nice to sew with, I have to say.
Yep. Then I've also got that in a neutral. Beautiful. Then we've also got it in the red. Is that the same? Yeah, the red, like the dark burgundy red, claret red. Wine. Rightio. Then let me just remind you about the it's not a kettle, it's an iron. My words, it's time for me to retire. Stay tuned the whole week and I'm talking at a kettle. Right, now this is important now. This should be $89.99. Ben's taking it down to $79.99. It's on, well, there it is, 4-way split pay. How many in baskets? Okay, there's twice as many people want this as we've got stock of. There are only 18 left not checked out, but over 36 people got it in their baskets. 36 people got it in their baskets. Right, let's just go back to the quilt very quickly because you need to check out on the quilt. There you go, here's the quilt kit. Oh, right. Now, there's 29 not checked out, 37 in baskets. You've got 4 minutes to check it out. I'm not pointing. I get told off for pointing. You've got 4 minutes to check that out because after the break, we've got a brand new guest. Kathleen Anderson. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, Kathleen Anderson. You know when you say something, you go, oh, that didn't sound correct. Kathleen Anderson, brand new guest in 4 minutes. But check out in this and then come back in 4 minutes.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
As promised, we've got a brand new guest. So, who are you? Where'd you come from? What do you do for a living? It's like blind date.
I know it is, isn't it? I am Kathleen Anderson, and I'm a quilter, but I teach quilting, run classes, and I design quilt patterns.
And what part of the world are you from then?
I'm from East Leicestershire, so I'm not from far. It's the Leicestershire invasion today.
Isn't
Me
it
Katharine,
just? Isn't
yeah,
it? And are you
exactly.
born and bred Leicestershire, or is there a history?
Well, I grew up in Leicester City, and then I moved away for university and never came back. Never thought I would come back, and then 5 years ago I came back.
Isn't it funny
Yeah,
how it happens?
it is really funny. I never thought that would happen, but yeah, I'm back.
What did you do at
Loving it.
university then? Is that sewing?
No, it isn't at all. I was a linguist, and I did, this was before tuition fees, right, so sorry to the taxpayer who paid for this, but
Yes.
I did Swedish and medieval Icelandic at university.
Because so many people speak that.
It's
don't
so useful day to day.
Medieval Icelandic. Okay then, describe this
Yes.
piece of fabric in medieval
Well,
Icelandic.
I can't because you don't learn to speak medieval Icelandic, but you learn to, it's a bit like learning Latin. You read the sagas, the Icelandic sagas, very violent.
So you learn to read it, but you can't actually have a conversation
No,
in it.
because it's not a live language anymore.
Oh.
It's sort of dead, except that modern Icelandic is God, a total tangent.
No, it's fascinating. It's
modern
brilliant.
Icelandic is very, very similar to medieval Icelandic in a way that, like, if someone walked in now who spoke Middle English or whatever, we wouldn't have a clue. If Chaucer came in, we wouldn't be able to have a chat.
Yeah.
But in Icelandic,
They would do.
You could, yeah. And funnily enough, at the end of my degree, I was given like a grant to go. They paid for me to go to Iceland for the summer to go and study at the University of Reykjavik. All my accommodation paid for, flights, everything. Because at the time I was the one single person left in the whole of London who was studying any form of Icelandic. They were like, "You can go then." I go, "Yeah, but I can't say anything."
No. But can you speak Swedish?
Very rustily nowadays. I'm very
Only because
very
my
old.
niece, her boyfriend is Swedish, and we were on holiday one year, and she learnt to speak Swedish on, is it Duolingo or something like that? And we sat on this roof terrace in San Diego, and she was just, and at the end of it, he was really, really impressed by how much.
Yeah, it's a good language to learn. It's
that's
a lovely
fascinating.
language. Beautiful.
So how did we get from being did you do linguist as a job then?
No, I didn't. But it does relate in that, I think, to be a linguist, you have to be a real stickler for detail.
Yes.
And it's all about the detail. And then I left university, and lo and behold, nobody wanted someone who could read medieval Icelandic as a job. But anyway, I ended up in the NHS.
Okay.
In a management job, which actually is all about the detail. So it did. I mean, it's a bit transferable, but it did
I
work.
believe our roots are mapped out.
Exactly.
And just the fact that you did medieval Icelandic, whatever, that's not what you were going to do
No.
in the end, but you do that to
No,
learn a
but you
skill,
learn
to
it-
learn
yeah.
about life and everything. Like, I
Yeah,
think
exactly
going to university
that.
is very different these days than
Yeah.
back in the day. Like when I was going to university, you were going to be a teacher, you're going to be a doctor, you're going to be a lawyer. You went to university, you did that course for that. Now it seems that it's kind of, it's a process to get to where you want to after that.
It's a bit more transferable, although I think it has changed again with tuition fees, because I think if you're paying all that money, you want to know that you've got a good chance of getting X and Y job.
And who was it we had in here the other day? Oh, Jenny Jackson, right? She's still paying off her student loan.
Oh my God.
At her age.
I can imagine.
I know.
Yeah, it's
I know.
shocking. Yeah.
So, okay, so how did we then get into that? We'll move on from Icelandic, medieval Iceland.
But attention to detail is important
Yes,
when
okay.
you're quilting.
So how
it
did you
does
get
relate.
from that to this then?
I didn't sew, never sewed, didn't come from a sewing background. My mum didn't sew, nothing like that. And one New Year's Eve, me
Drunk.
there were a few drinks involved because I don't actually remember the conversation. That's
Okay.
why this story is a little bit embarrassing, because I don't actually know where it came from. But somehow during the course of the evening, my best friend Jane and I, we all four of us decided we were going to learn a traditional craft in the new year, right? So the boys decided they were going to learn how to butcher a pig.
Oh!
You don't but you know, butcher the meat.
Quarter it and all that, yeah.
Yeah, turn it into chops and
Yeah.
sausages and all the bits. And Jane
Lifelong
and,
vegetarian here. just
oh,
so-
sorry,
That's
yeah.
all right, fine.
And Jane and I decided we were going to learn how to make patchwork quilts, which seemed much less bloody and
Yes. But a
comfortable.
weird thing to decide when you're drunk on a New Year's Eve.
And I've no memory. I can only imagine that it was actually Jane who came up with this idea, because I don't think I would have
I was going to say, it's not something you pluck out of thin air, is it? Oh, I think this year.
No, so anyway, so the boys never learnt how to butcher a pig.
No, surprising.
And Jane and I enrolled on the course because we were, you know, a bit more organised. And we went and we did this course together. We learnt how to do everything very traditionally. You know, we were cutting out bits of cereal box to make our templates, and it was all done by hand, because I didn't have a sewing machine, never used a sewing machine. And I was just totally hooked. I just loved it.
Yeah.
And that was about 15 years ago. And about a couple of years, I did everything by hand for the first couple of years. And then Jane took pity, I think just got fed up with me never finishing anything. So she bought me a sewing machine for my birthday. And then I was like, oh, now I get it. This is like, I was off then. And
it's just got rolled and
never
rolled.
stopped, and it just rolled. And at that time I was still
But then when did it become a
working.
job then? I was going to say, because you must have had a proper job at that time.
I did have a proper job. And I was an NHS manager, and then I had kids, and trying to have a big job and two little kids, just really tricky, as lots of people know. And anyway, long story short, we ended up saying, well, I'll come out of that job for a bit when the kids were really little. But I was terrified. I never really particularly wanted to be a full-time stay-at-home mum. I mean, it's amazing, and it was great to be able to do it. But I was a bit like, oh my God. And
have to do the cleaning now, have to do the cleaning and cook tea and everything.
I know, exactly. And so I was worried about what the heck I was going to do with my time, and was I going to stay sane and all the rest of it. And anyway, within about 2 weeks, a friend had said, while you're off, will you show me how to make a quilt?
Yeah.
I said, oh yeah, I'll do that. And a neighbour asked as well, and soon this had morphed into running a little course for them and another neighbour in the village, and yada yada. And it just snowballed from there. So I've been doing this since 2016 now.
Wow.
Teaching regular courses, and then the people I taught wanted to come back and learn some more, so I had to think of how I was going to do that.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to, also you have to be one step ahead of them. It's all very well saying this is how I make this, but if they're coming back for more classes, you then have to think beyond your box.
Exactly, had to think it all through. At the time, it was a bit interesting to think through, but that's kind of where pattern designing came from as well, was then sort of anticipating, like they would kind of say, well, we want to learn this, you know, how do we make a half square triangle, how do we make it this, how do we do this, and then I would be like, oh, okay, so I'm kind of like designing to order to some extent.
Yes,
for
yeah.
So that they learn what they want to learn next, and then that turned into design regularly for a magazine and various other bits and pieces.
Isn't it funny how
here
things
we
slot
are.
into
Yeah.
So, what is the Cowden?
So, that is the name of the village that we used to live in when the business was set up.
Right.
So down there they pronounce it Cowden.
Oh, okay. Like where the cows live.
I think a den is well, because I did languages, I'm quite interested in this. I think it's a Saxon word for like a clearing in a wood.
Okay.
Where
And
you
where the
might
cows
have, where
live.
you might have gone to graze cows. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Anyway, they put the emphasis on the den, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, yeah.
But anyway, so I
No, it's
named-
fascinating. As you do more shows, we're going to be going, what does this mean? What does this
We'll
mean?
do a little bit of
Okay, so
translation on the
that, but it's your quilt school.
It's my quilt
And
school.
what does that, what is it? Is it an actual physical school or what do you do?
It's in my house.
Okay.
So luckily, I have space at home. I had
Have the kids gone then?
No, they're still at home.
Oh.
There's just one spare room.
Okay.
That is Mummy's sewing room.
Right.
Where
No,
the
it's
lady-
Cowden Quilt School.
I know. Well, yes, exactly. So yeah, it's in our house. We've been lucky that our house, the house in Cowden and the house where we are now, has a big enough room for me to host up to 6 people. So it's not
brilliant.
huge.
No,
but
that's what you
enough-
want. You
yeah.
don't want to be in a class with 30 people. Really,
No,
do you?
well, it's lovely because it's nice and small and sociable and friendly and welcoming and home from home, and I bake biscuits and
I was going to say to get cake.
Yeah.
So you do, but if people aren't in Leicestershire, do you do any online courses or anything like that?
Well, funnily enough, I'm going to bring back online this year because I did a little bit of online during COVID, during the lockdowns, because I kept getting asked, and I was terrified of doing online because I just thought, how on earth? I didn't
Changed
have-
our life.
Well,
COVID was a vile, horrible thing.
It was,
but it
but-
completely changed everything, like Zoom calls
Yeah,
and
exactly.
everything.
Well,
Really,
things
so-
that we do now without thinking
Yeah.
about it. At the time, I was like, oh my God, I've got
Yeah.
no idea how to do
No.
that. That's not going to work. But I got asked so many times that I thought, right, well, I probably ought to do something about this now. And a few quilting friends who had were a bit ahead of the curve than me anyway, and had gone online, that helped me out. And actually, it turns out it wasn't that difficult after all. But anyway, so I did run a course online, and I was amazed actually because I wasn't I really thought it wouldn't work as well as in person. I love it teaching in person, and it's so nice to be able to connect with people. But actually, it was amazing the connections we were able to have on the computer.
No, it is. I agree with you. I'd much rather do this than have a Zoom call.
But if you can't,
no.
there's,
But also,
it's the
it means
alternative.
people can come to you, like you're in Leicestershire, so really, in theory, unless somebody has a day trip, you can only do people who can get to Leicestershire, sort of thing. Whereas with the online, or coming on here, you've got the whole world at your feet.
Yeah, exactly. That's the hope. Anyway, so I'm going to bring online back, but as a live course, because I think there's lots now, since COVID, there's lots of like self-paced courses and things that you can buy online, you can do in your own time. But if that's not your learning style, if you prefer to be live with the teacher and ask me questions in real time, then I'm thinking actually, I think that would be a really nice thing to bring back. So that's what we're going to try and do.
So before we go on to this, have your children taken up your artistic skills, or are they?
Well, I'd say they're artistic. They're not really, they're not quilting yet,
no,
let's
too
put it that
young.
way. But yeah, exactly. But they do, it was quite funny when my oldest daughter is 13, and she did textiles as a rotation at secondary school when she went to secondary school. And she did come home one day and say, Mummy, did textiles today? It's like, oh, what's it like? She said, I don't think school's got as many sewing machines as you do, Mummy. She was just amazed. She sort of thought that like everyone has 7 sewing machines in their spare room at home.
Oh.
So it's sweet. So they're getting there, but they love to draw and, create. And they're
It's
musical
fascinating.
as well.
Oh, it's got nice. We were just saying, because Catherine's got 3 kids, and they all do completely different things. It's so lovely to see them grow up, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And mine are so different to one another that, a bit like she was saying, it's so funny to think that they've come from the same 2 parents, had the same upbringing, and yet they're just completely different.
That's what the
people.
joy of
But
life. I love.
That's how it should be, isn't
exactly.
it? Yeah.
Right, now we've done enough chatting.
Yes.
What is Minton Max? And I'm going to put it here, so it's obviously
so
this
everyone can
behind
see.
us here.
It is, yeah. That's the one that's on the cover here, and I think we've got a kit for that, haven't we?
Yeah.
I'm going to demo it today in a different set of fabrics as well, which
Right.
is really nice. So you can see how it looks in solid, so plain fabrics, and in prints.
Who's it aimed at?
This one, I would say, is a really good new quilter level quilt. So if you could try, if you're an absolute beginner, you could do this too. All the instructions, everything you need is in the pattern. It's all diagrammed out, step by step, instruction by instruction.
So this one here is your original that you made, or have you made that out of our fabrics?
I made that originally, actually, and we've matched the fabrics
We've matched the
to
fabric.
it, and
So
they're a
what we've
perfect
done is the
match,
bundle
actually,
we've got
yeah.
here. So the bundle we've done is to make this size, because that's
Yeah,
the
it's a
size of the
one-size
quilt. It's
pattern.
a one-size quilt.
yeah.
So it's a lovely little lap quilt, back of the sofa quilt.
Yeah.
Ideal if you've never, ever, ever quilted before. If you're
Yeah.
a dressmaker and you think I want to have a go at it. If you're somebody who's just borrowing your mum's sewing machine because it's straight lines,
Yeah,
isn't it? It's just straight lines.
Yeah.
So this is the bundle for £34.99. Now, first of all, that's a really, really good price for a quilt. You get the pattern, which we'll talk about in a minute. You get 1.5 meters of the pink for your background. You get 0.5 meter of the blue there, and then you get 4 fat quarters.
Lovely.
For £34.99. That will make you this.
Yeah.
Right? That will make you that. We've matched the colours as close. Well, they're almost damn on, aren't they?
They're pretty perfect.
You know what I
think
mean?
they
They're
are, yeah,
almost
lovely.
identical to your original, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
Which
they're
don't
as,
fall off the block.
yeah, I'm standing on a box. 'Cause
Gorgeous, yeah.
yeah, they're absolutely perfect match. So they're great. And what the finished quilt measures, I think it's about 46.5 inches square, which, as John said, is great size for a lap quilt, baby quilt. It makes a really nice, like playmat baby size quilt.
I like them over the back of
picnic quilt over your
Oh yeah, yeah.
sofa,
If you put some Riviera or something on the back, you could have it outside.
Yeah,
or
have it
back or something like
outside.
that.
Great for that beach quilt. And you know what, as well, I'm getting quite into having them as wall hangings as well, because it's small enough.
Yes,
You've
exactly.
probably got a wall somewhere that it would fit, like it is.
We'll talk about the quilting in a minute, but apparently
Yeah.
we're not staying at that price.
Oh.
£29.99.
What?
£29.99 for a quilt kit.
Yeah.
We'll do all the front and we'll do the binding, won't it? Like the red binding. Yes, it will.
Will it? Yeah.
Oh, will it?
I can't do that maths.
Oh, right. Will it? Will it? Hang on. Is the red anywhere else?
No.
No,
it's
it won't
one fat quarter, so it won't do your
No,
binding as
but
well.
Your binding's most probably this. Because that's only that one, look. And you get 0.5 meter of this one.
Oh, well, you
so
could
that
do,
your binding
you
is
probably
that
could
one. So
then,
your
yeah.
binding will be blue.
Yeah, okay.
But I mean, the red, that's also.
No, that would look really nice.
Yeah, but the
actually.
thing is, the blue will be gorgeous. I've just messed up your.
I only did mine in red because I had some extra.
If you want to buy more of the red one, Ben will find that out for you. Anyway, so that's the quilt kit there. I thought it was good at £34.99, but £29.99, that's only introductory price. Don't expect that normally.
Okay, because I was going to say, I didn't make mine for that little.
No, exactly. We'll talk about the making it in a minute, and we'll talk about the quilting, because I love your quilting, but again, it's straight lines.
It's so easy.
Yes.
It's so easy, but it looks great.
Right,
yeah.
so that's if you want that colourway. We also have it in another colourway, where you get the pattern, you get the ivory background, and then you get 0.5 meter of your paisley, and then you get 4 fat quarters. Now, I don't recognise it. Oh, I recognise that. That's a bumbleberry. Yeah. That's your price, £32.99. 32. You see, I thought brilliant price for. That's Lewis and Irene. I don't know what this is actually.
I think, are they Craft Cotton Co? Or
they're
something?
gorgeous.
They're really
Because they're cut off, aren't they? Because they're fat quarters,
but I think they might have been on some of the ones I used to sample. But they're ever so nice. They're very. They're reminding me of India. They're giving that kind of. Indian
beautiful
vibe.
This is the one we're going to be demoing with. This is the one we're going to demo with, right? £32.99. Now, you're most probably sitting there thinking, well, I've got all those fabrics that I want to at home. I could just have the pattern. So we've got the pattern on its own as a physical. And we'll go through the pattern in a second. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
You can have such fun, honestly, with colour combinations and prints. I mean, I've mocked them up in solids, but you can.
But also,
just
you've
have
given
fun.
us this.
Yeah.
Photocopy this and colour your own in from the fabrics you've got at home. £9.99. There's all your Now, I don't want this to sound, but you've made it very beginner friendly.
Yeah.
Even if I'm an experienced quilter, you've made the whole of this.
Yeah, the idea for me always is just helping people to make quilts. I want more people to make more quilts. So you've got to break that all down, and that's what I try to do when I'm teaching, but also when I'm writing my patterns. So the idea is you can pick this up and just follow step by step by step.
Yeah.
But you do get as well, if you go through, there are links back to my website where there are like bonus tutorials with photographs of step-by-step how to do the things I'm going to show you now. So if you're sort of thinking back and think, oh, how did you do that again? You can go back and
But you see, that wouldn't have happened before COVID, would it?
No,
How many
it
people,
wouldn't have done.
and nearly all our guest designers now say, oh, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel. Yes, I've got it on my website.
Yeah, I don't have a YouTube
It's
channel.
just second nature now,
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly,
That people
yeah.
automatically film what they're doing. So that's £9.99 if you want the physical pattern, right? Right? Digital. Now, you see, it's a new thing, the digital thing for us.
Yeah.
We've only started doing it. And when we first did it, we'd sell like 100, say if we sold 100, and like 5 digitals.
Yeah.
Now, the digital,
way around.
because the thing about the digital one is, I challenged you this at 8 o'clock because I said if you buy the digital one of this now, it's instant. It comes through. It comes through immediately to you.
Someone's
you could
made
have
it
that
already.
made by the end of the show.
You
I
could.
set a challenge at
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Oh, I didn't hear that. You totally could, you know, because I've made this, cut it out and made the quilt top in an afternoon.
Yeah.
A couple of hours.
See, so if you did buy it at 8 o'clock, you could have some,
Yeah.
if not all of it made, to make some of it. Just send in your pictures for 1 o'clock.
yeah, that'd be
so
lovely.
that's your digital download. Now remember, that doesn't go in your basket. That's an instant purchase. Instant purchase, that one, at $9.99, but it'll be in your account within minutes. Literally, you pay for it, then you go to where your account is, and we look at past orders and everything, and there's a download section. You click on there, and it's there straight away. So if you want it now, you can have it right now with a digital download for $9.99.
Great.
Right, so shall we start a demo?
Yeah.
Because I've done the
let's do
two
that.
bundles. You can either have that bundle, the Paisley bundle, you can have the pattern on its own physical, or you can have the pattern on its own digital. And then I'll talk about other things as we go through, because you've got an awful lot on the table.
Yes.
But where do we start then?
So we start by cutting out some big bits of fabric. So I think the thing that I really love and what makes this pattern so quick to make is all the pieces that you cut out are really big. So this is your square that's going to go in the middle of the quilt.
Right.
So on the one behind me, it's the dark blue square. So that's a 16 by 16 inch square. that
Don't
we're
give them all
cutting
the
out. So-
instructions.
oh no, all right, go on then. It's a big square, just trust me, it's a big square. So what I've done with this bundle is this Paisley print was the biggest print of the bundle. So I thought that would work really, really well in that centre square because it really makes the most of the scale of the pattern. And that's another thing you can really have fun with this pattern scale.
Exactly, yeah.
So I've put that in the middle. So I've cut that out just to save time, but all we're going to do for the minute is put that to one side, because what I really want to show you with this pattern is the flying geese. So
Which is what? If
flying
I've never
geese-
made one. I'll
yeah,
point.
You point, because I can't get off the,
Yeah.
can't get off the
Is
stool.
this one or this one?
They're both flying geese,
Okay.
actually. So what they are, John's absolutely right, is these triangles that are more like a kind of like squat pyramid shape. So you've got the long bit at the bottom, and then your sides of your triangle go up like that, right? But actually, it's set within a rectangle.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, yeah. So
Do
your
you see
base
what
there
I
and your
mean?
two sides, your triangle. And then,
Yeah,
so
exactly.
basically, it's the geese flying to Africa for winter,
there he
and
is.
this is the sky.
Yeah, or its wings, depending on how you think
Oh,
about it. Depends on how
oh.
you see it. So people call those the wings.
Oh, I see.
So like that, I'm going to step
Yeah,
off.
don't fall off.
That's the body. Now you can see how short I am.
Yeah.
That's the body, and then those the wings, apparently.
Oh,
But then
okay.
I always call this the beak, and I'm not sure if you're supposed to call that the beak or not. But anyway, you get the idea. That's the fly. Those are flying geese.
That's
so
the
it's a
best of
type of. It's a type of triangle shape in patchwork, but they're absolutely classic. You'll find them in antique quilts. You know, they've been around for years and years and years. But if you've made them before, you've probably made them with a rectangle of fabric and then two squares that you put on either side, and then you like sew a diagonal seam, and they flip, flip like that, right? And that's the usual way of doing it. But when we're using bits that are this big, you then end up with quite a lot of offcut, so it's a bit wasteful. So the way I do it in this pattern that I want to show you is a very clever 4 at a time method that we're going to use to make the flying
And can I
geese.
use that to make any size? Or is it,
The method,
Yes,
yeah,
the method.
absolutely, yeah, you can, and you'll find online, if you search online, you can find like cheat sheets where it'll tell you what bits you need to cut out and all
But
that.
you-
So you can
for
make them any
this,
size. For this, it's
all
in
of the
pattern,
instructions
all
are
in
in
the
here,
pattern.
aren't
You
they?
don't even need to worry about it because I've done all the maths for you.
Right.
So what you do for this 4 at a time one is you need one very large square, which I've got here. So I've gone with this lovely orange background.
Yeah.
And you need 4 squares of your background fabric. Now, the other thing about this pattern is that if we fix about what we've got and why the 4 at a time makes sense is we've got 4 of the blue flying geese there, and then on the outer edge we've got 4 of the the pink. Do you see what I mean? So we've got 8 in total, but we're going to make them in 2 sets of 4, and that's going to save us a
So are
load
you
of time.
making the one with the pattern on the inside or the pattern on the outside?
Right now, I'm going to make the blue ones.
I'm terrified you're going to fall
I know,
off
I'm
this block.
terrified I'm going to fall off as well. Can you imagine? It'd be so embarrassing.
Right.
Right, so what we're going to do is get our great big square like that, And we're going to take the 2 background fabric squares and we're going to place them in diagonally opposite corners. Now, if we were using a print, I'm using a solid, so there's no right side or wrong side, but if you were using a print, you'd be placing them together, right sides together, okay, just like normal. And we're going to put them in, making sure that the outer edges are lining up with one another with the other square there. And what you'll see in the centre there, you can just see the shadow. There's a little overlap there, a little square overlap, and that's exactly what we want. That's correct. Okay, so don't worry when that happens.
Right.
Then what we're going to do, get our big ruler. Where's that pencil gone? Here it is. And I'm going to mark a line.
Oh, yes, because normally we'd be doing this with a little seam guide or something like that, but we do need your big ruler for this.
With this particular thing, I would recommend marking it up because unless you've got a different type of guide on your machine, your seam guide isn't going to do that for you. So let's mark that up.
This is a 24.5 by 8.5 ruler. We haven't got the 24.5 by 6.5 in stock. We've only got the 8.5 one there, $32.99. And you'll also notice that we've also got the ruler grip safety handle. Now, it's funny because Jane Alcock, who used to have a shop in Eccleshaw, whenever she has this, she used to have this on her cutting, like when people came in, because you can do fold your fabric in half, you can go straight across, and she'd cut her fabric that people bought using one of these.
I just love it. I use the handle all the time at home as well, and when I teach, I have them because sometimes you teach people, I think Katharine might have been talking about this earlier, you teach people they might have arthritis in their hands, they might have wrists, we're not all the same, we don't all have the same strength and the same kind of flexibility. And if you have any of those issues, it's really worth a try with one of these rulers because I've seen it really transform people I've taught who really struggled to cut and then they're able to just whiz through. Has the added benefit of whether you're able-bodied or not, it keeps your fingers out the way of your rotary cutter.
Also, it's not stuck on that ruler for good. No, you can then take it off that ruler and put it on another ruler. I'm not going to release it now because we're using it, but literally just release those 2 clips there. The vacuum gets going, it comes off and you can then move it to other rulers as well.
It's got a little sucker pad to say.
Yes. Right, okay, so what have you done then?
So I've just marked a line. I don't know if you can see that now. If I take that away.
Yeah, perfect.
You can see that well enough. So I've marked a line diagonally from here all the way across and down like that. And then because these pieces are so big, I am going to put some pins in here before
now,
I
you if you did smaller ones, are you a pinner or a non-pinner?
I would, when I was making some sample pieces yesterday, the smaller pieces I wasn't pinning, but these big ones I will because they'll just they'll flap all over the place and they just won't be in the right position.
The pins are the lovely green. Oh, throwing the packet in the bin now.
Oh, yeah,
the pins, they're the green ones, patchwork ones. The patchwork
Very good.
Ones. You get the little container that they come in. You can iron over the easily grip, and also if they fall on the floor in your carpet, the little green bit sticks upwards, so you can just pick them up really easily.
Oh, that's handy. Right. So. Just a few pins in there.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do next, take this to the machine, I'm going to sew 2 sewing lines, okay? So the thing with this method is it's going to get weird before it gets magical, okay?
Right,
So you've got to bear with me,
like
but it's one of the...
I'm still on the weird phase.
Still on the weird bit, but it is such.
You're not meant to agree.
Sorry,
it's only your first day. Blimey.
Sorry.
Right, so you're going to sew 2 lines, but you've only marked 1 line.
Right, I've marked 1 line. What I am going to do is with my 1/4 inch seam foot guide on the machine, I'm going to run the guide bar all the way down that line. So I'm creating a sewn line, which is 1/4 inch to one side.
Right.
I'm going to do the same again on the other side. Okay, so it'll look a bit more, well, let's see what it looks like when it comes out. So I don't know whether the camera can see into the
Yo, look how close it is. It's on the big telly, that's what they're going to see.
Oh, lovely, there we go. So I'm bringing my foot down there, and what I'm doing is that guide bar on the edge of this...
Oh, you won't be able to see that side.
No.
There's a guide bar, but everyone's 1/4 inch foot is different, isn't it? Because the one on the juicy doesn't have the guide bar.
Yes, exactly. So if it hasn't got the guide bar, it's just the edge of your 1/4 inch foot. Yeah. So one way or another, but your guide bar can run over the fabric. It's going to be all right. Do you know what the other thing I'm really nervous about today is I don't ever sew standing up. So I'm like,
Did we not warn you?
No, but I should have practiced, but I just didn't.
Surely it's the same height for you, standing up or sitting down. Oh, you can tell we're going to get on. We're insulting a brand new guest already.
I know. Well, right, here we go. Right, I might have to put the... might just go a bit faster. So I'm just running that guide bar along the line that I marked.
Yeah.
That's
if
all
you
we need to
knew,
do. Yeah.
attach your table 2, we won't have even offered you a table. There's a table that comes with the sewing machine.
No.
If you have your table out as well, that means you've got a bigger, flatter space so that your block doesn't fall over.
Yeah, I did get offered the table actually, and I declined. I find the table gets in my way. I don't know why.
Oh, you didn't want the table?
No,
so
I
we
didn't
can't blame Levi.
No, he did offer.
Oh.
He did offer, and
I get him into trouble. That's right.
Yeah, I said no. Right, so let's cut that. So I've done the first line.
Yeah.
Along there, so hopefully you can start to see it's a bit light, so it's a bit hard to see. But then I'm going to flip it around and go on the opposite side now. So what we're kind of sewing is like 2 train tracks either side of that marked line.
Okay, now I'm going to ask a question. Because you've got, in this quilt, you've got blue, you've got yellow, you've got gold, you've got ivory. What colour would you piece in?
My thread colour,
yeah, sorry.
I would probably piece in something very similar to, in fact, I was yesterday using almost the identical colour.
Right.
So something
Even if you put blue and yellow together, you'd still use a creamy colour.
I would.
Yeah.
I'm a bit lazy about changing my thread colour, to be completely honest, John. So there's probably people going, oh, God, I wouldn't do that.
No, there's lots of people who just either use cream or sand or pale grey or silver.
That's exactly what I do. So I would tend to, the colours I tend to piece in would be like an ecru, like beigey colour, like an off-white like this, creamy colour, or a light grey.
Yeah.
Might use a light grey.
The thing is, you can't be, every seam, you can't go, oh, I've got blue and yellow,
I don't
or
think
pick the
so.
blue one, or I've got yellow and yellow, I'll change it. And all
It's
that.
different for the actual quilting, which
Oh,
you
yes,
put your quilting lines in, of course, but for piecing, no, I can't be bothered with that messing about. But and I don't use white very much because white's not as neutral as you think. You know, depending on what it is, it's it can contrast quite sharply.
Yeah.
So anyway, so there we go. We've got our line in the middle still, which is going to be useful in a sec. Because what I'm going to do, and this is the weird bit, is I'm going to cut this in half.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to get me
So
ruler
you
back.
got a retro cutter. Did you
I've
need
got
the
a
iron in
retro
this
colour.
hour?
Yes, I will do it.
Oh,
in
no,
a
it's
minute,
fine. It's
actually,
fine, I'll
that's
put
a
it-
good point. I think
No,
it's
it's fine.
plugged in down
Yeah,
there.
it's all ready to go.
So what I'm going to do is that line I marked a minute ago, that's what I'm going to cut down. So I'm cutting in between the 2 sewn lines, all right? So let's see how that goes.
Now, I need to say, you're at a disadvantage here because the table's high
know,
and it's
gonna
not
look.
your normal table.
No, it isn't.
So when you're at home on your own cutting table, it'll be at the right height. You'll be able to, oh, you're doing all fine.
Well, hopefully. Let's see.
Yeah. Right, couple of messages. Morning all, I would like to welcome Kathleen to our wonderful Sewing Street family. What a lovely lady from a very wet and miserable Pembrokeshire. That's Joanne.
Oh, hello, Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Fab to see another new guest. I've gone for a digital pattern for the first time. We'll make it to match my hall floor. Now, it's really funny. You should say that. Not Minton, but a good copy. Oh, that's Kate in Merseyside. I told you she was posh. She's got a posh hall floor, obviously.
She has,
Because, weren't you telling us that's where Minton came from?
Yeah, exactly. Well, stick around, whoever that was. Sorry, I'm not doing very well
Kate.
at all. Kate. Because
Is it the blade not sharp enough?
I think it's brand new, but it's me. I'm going to blame it on the height.
Yeah, that's fine.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, I won't talk then until...
No, it's all right. I'm just going. You
No, I
you
think
might want
it's
to
the
talk. It's
blade.
taking me forever. Can't get through. I can hear it. There we go. We're through. Right, okay. We'll come back to that in a minute, Kate, because that is really interesting that you say that. But now can you see that I've separated those 2 out?
You can be doing more cutting?
Yes.
Okay.
But I'll need...
Miss you since you moved from Kent.
Oh, Yvonne.
Says Yvonne.
Hi, Yvonne.
Who's Yvonne?
I miss you too. She was one of my first ever students.
Oh.
And she's coming to my retreat in October.
Oh,
She
you
still
do
comes up
retreats
for
as well?
retreats, yeah.
Where is it, in Kent?
No, it's in Uppingham, in Rutland.
Oh, very nice.
Really nice.
That's where
very,
Emma
very
Bradford lives
central.
around that way,
It
doesn't
is,
she?
and Emma Bradford. And in fact, Emma has long-armed quite a few of Yvonne's quilts and mine as well. So
Right, I've given you a brand new one, so you've got a nice sharp one
amazing.
now,
Thank you very much.
Right, okay, so we cut up there through there.
We've cut these up, and now this looks really peculiar, right?
Yeah.
Because what on earth have we just created? Because it now looks like this.
You've a pair of pants.
I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
but it's a thing, and we're going somewhere with it. So I could do with an iron now to give
Yeah,
that a
that's
press,
right.
'cause
I'm ready-
What
I'm
I
ready
am
for
going
it.
to do now,
No, don't worry, I've done this. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. This is one of those clever irons, isn't it?
Sew
Yeah.
iron,
Oh gosh, it's all fancy stuff here. Right, I'm gonna just set my seams quickly.
What does that mean?
It means that you press them before you do something with them, and it kind of helps them stay in place.
Don't pull a funny face at me.
I did.
I told you I was going to ask lots of questions.
I know. Well, I don't really know what it means, but I do it anyway.
Yeah,
because it does
basically it's
seem
just
that-
you do on dressmaking as well, just to set your seams into the fabrics. They're not sitting. They're kind of embedded into the fabric.
Yes,
aren't they?
there you go. Thank you.
Sorry,
it's a
I
good
didn't
job someone knows what they're doing in it. But I am going to now, personally, I press most of my seams open. Controversial, I know. If you
Sticking my lines now as well. Look at them.
If you prefer to press them to one side, then go ahead. I don't mind what you do.
It's really weird. When we opened Sewing Quarter, which was the first show, channel we did, no quilter pressed open.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, you always press the dark side. And then
yeah.
as that was 8 years ago, and as the last 8 years have gone by,
it's changed.
more and more and more.
Yeah.
And I was like a dressmaker, and I was like, they were going, oh, it's not strong enough, it's not strong enough. And I was like, well, I make dresses and use pressed open seams, and they're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
But now, slowly, more and more quilters
Yeah,
are doing it.
well, it's considered more modern, and I don't really know that it's modern or not modern. It's
no,
just
it's not
it
modern.
just is. The reason I prefer it is because I machine quilt a lot. And so I like dividing my seams evenly either side, because then I get a nice flat surface on the quilt, and I think it makes a difference for getting through your machine.
I think what traditionalists, they like to sometimes stitch in the ditch.
Yeah.
And if you've pressed them open,
Yeah.
the only thing you've got to catch
Yeah.
is the stitches itself, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you can't stitch in the ditch if you've pressed your seams open, because then you will. Thank you.
You're done with that now?
Yeah, for now. I might come back to it in a
No,
minute if
that's
that's all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't stitch in the ditch if you've pressed open. So you're right. If you're planning to hand quilt, then I probably would do that, because then you've got the option to stitch in the ditch. It's up to you.
Also, other question,
Yeah.
when you're pressing your patchwork,
Yeah.
do you use steam or dry?
I go dry.
Yeah, no, good.
I'm hot and dry.
Fine, hot and dry, it's a nickname. Right, so we've got this funny bikini looking
Right, we got
shape.
this really weird thing. So this is where you've just got to trust me. The first time I made flying geese this way, I honestly was like, are you serious? I kept looking back at the instructions. I couldn't get my head around how it was going to work. But in a minute, all is going to become clear, right? Because what we're going to do now, we had 4 of those squares, remember? So we're now picking up our third one. We've used 2 already. And the last one here, we're going to pop in this last remaining corner of that orange fabric, okay? So just lining up just like we did before, and we're going to mark a diagonal line again, just like we did before, and then we're going to sew a 1/4 inch seam on either side, right? So let's mark that up. A couple of pins in just to hold everything together, and then I'll sew those lines, and then we will separate them and things will become a lot clearer. So yeah, we were going to come back to that point about the tiles, weren't we? Because this quilt originally, and it's so I should have said actually, this is a sort of a family affair today, because the 2 quilts I'm demonstrating are sort of related to one another. So the one we're going to do a bit later on is like the big sister. This is like the...
Oh, I thought you were going to say, my sister quilted it and I pieced it.
No. Oh, not a family affair like that. No, it's all...
Is your husband creative?
No, he's a scientist.
He's what, a scientist? Isn't it fun how...
Yeah. No, he does... Well, we just had to buy a new car. My car broke the other week, and he's the one who's like doing the spreadsheet with all the, fuel economy. In fact, we're going to go with an electric car, so it's all about range and this and that and battery life and oh my God. So we're a good team.
No, exactly.
Then I come in and be like, well, what colour is it going to be?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I've got to do my new car I'm going to do it in April when the new financial year, and it's like everyone's going, oh, what RPMs or whatever, and I'm like, oh no, I think I quite like a blue one.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's important, isn't it? So no, he's not creative at all.
Well, I suppose we say that, but he's creative in his own way.
Creative in other ways.
With all numbers and figures and
well,
things.
he's a teacher, actually. He teaches physics. So,
oh, blimey. I know,
so
I've got him pictured now, knowing exactly what he looks like.
Yeah, he's a bit of a geek.
Okay, so we've
done. Sorry, I could forget. Forgetting to explain what I'm doing. So I've just sewn is exactly the same thing as we did before, but we're just on like half the area now. So that's my marked line. I've sewn 2 little train tracks to either side, 1/4 inch apart from the marked line, and then I'm going to separate that marked line with my nice new rotary blade. Hold on. Oh, well, there I am. Okay, so
it's very sharp.
Now it's very sharp, so I'm glad I've got my handle because my fingers are out of the way. Well, that sounded nice, didn't it?
Yeah, that, you could tell that other one wasn't up.
Ta-da,
There you go.
there we go. So if we now put one to one side and just concentrate on this one. If I know, you ready for the reveal?
Oh.
If I open that out, there's our flying geese.
Yes.
Flying goose.
Geese, no geese.
It's geese.
I say geese, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Only one, but geese.
There's
yeah.
only one. So
Right now, go on, sorry.
that's the trick. So we've got, so out of that set that we just did, we've got 2. And if we went back we're not going to do all of this right now, I don't think, because we'd be out of time. But if we go back to this one and do the same again that we just did with your final square, that's going to give you your other 2.
2 like that. And then you do exactly the same with your blue, but you have your...
But that way round, we'll be using your big square will be your background fabric, and then your blue will be your smaller squares, and that will give you that reverse.
Yeah. So so far we've done that square, and we've now done those 4 there.
Yeah, but
so
in essence,
half the
we've
quilt
done all 8. Yeah, exactly. So the one last thing I want to show you on this is about trimming, if we can for a minute. So I wouldn't mind that iron back.
Oh no,
if that's
of course,
all right
that's
for
fine,
a sec, because with these, in my patterns, again, it's really to help beginners, because when you're starting, well, frankly, when you're still going as a quilter, you don't always get it 100% accurate. There's always a wibble and a wobble somewhere. So what we do with this method usually is make the flying geese slightly oversized, and then trim them down so that they're like absolutely bang on the right size that we want for the quilt. And that just makes, when you then come to sew it all together, it's an absolute breeze, because everything fits really, really well. And the other reason this is important with flying geese is because of those beaks, where's my finger, the nice pointy bits. We want to try and...
Oh, hang on. Great demo, Kathleen, from Susan in Swansea. Where were you pointing?
Thanks, Susan. I was pointing. Hold on, this is where it could all go wrong with an iron and getting off. This bit here that I was calling the beak, in an ideal world, we want to keep that nice and crisp and pointy, because if we sort of snub it off, you know, it doesn't matter, it's only a quilt, but, you know, we would feel like we've not done as good a job as we might. So I'm going to show you how we make sure that that is absolutely
You've
there.
done with that.
Yes, please. Yes, thank you very much. So what I'm going to do now, I've not pressed that brilliantly actually, but this is slightly bigger than we need, and I'm going to have to check my measurements. I'm just going to check my measurements. What am I trimming it to? Okay, yeah, there we go. Right, so that's all in the pattern when you get to this bit, so you don't need to worry about that. But what I'm looking at here is whenever you trim a flying geese block, always trim this edge first, okay, so that we always make sure, because what you want is 1/4 inch of seam allowance above that point.
That was going to be my question when I breathed in a minute ago, and I thought, oh no, she's going there.
In there, yeah, okay. Yeah, so you want to save yourself 1/4 inch, because if you trimmed now to the tip of that, obviously once you've sewn it in together, you're going to snub that off by 1/4 inch, and then it's not going to look as nice and crispy. If it happens, and don't worry about it. It's not worth redoing. But what we're going to do then is use and this is great on the creative grids because they've got that 1/4 inch kind of shadow mark on the ruler, is I'm going to place that so it's above the tip of that point.
Lovely.
To make sure that then when I trim this bit off, trim it down a bit, I've got my seam allowance. Oh, God, where have I gone with that?
We'll blame the table.
It's so weird how just those few inches make such a difference. She said, insert joke here.
Yeah.
Right, so there we go. So that's our first bit. And from there, I would then trim the opposite edge.
Yes, of course, because you know that side's perfect now,
Exactly. So I would do that bit next. And so I'm conscious of time. So we'll leave that, take that as red. That's quite easy. The one other tip that I want you to know about before we finish on flying geese is when you come to trim the sides, be very careful that you always keep your point there, your beak, right in the middle, and that you trim.
Oh, so if this measurement was 20, you don't start at this end and measure 20.
No, exactly.
You put 10 at the middle.
You've got it, exactly. Yeah. So you start in the middle, and exactly what John says, you work out your size, say it's 20, so you're going to trim 10 inches over here, 10 inches over here.
I've
okay?
just pulled that number out thing, so don't be cutting yours to 20
No,
at
it's
home.
not.
'cause it might
It's
not be
in.
20.
We won't confuse you now with the numbers,
No.
but it's all in the pattern, and you can. And it's an easy number to divide between
Oh,
two.
it's another one from Leicestershire. Hi, Kathleen. Great demo. You're a natural. Looking forward to our social on Friday
that's
from Jackie.
Hi, Jackie. She's so sweet.
Going out drinking?
No, she's coming to. She's coming to
Social.
my house. For, I
Oh,
do do
social.
socials. It is social, but it's just tea and biscuits.
Okay, fine.
But
Well, you can't be drunk in charge of a sewing machine.
You could bring a hip flask.
Ask Katharine Wright that. Right, okay.
So those are your top tips for,
your flying
trimming
geese.
your flying geese. But once you've got them, they're absolutely massive. So you're just going to do that process that I've just done a couple of times. And it's actually, as you said,
Yep.
you've made the majority of your quilt.
Yeah.
So the other bits we've got, stepping down safely, we've got some half square triangles, 4 of them. So you're going to make those in 2 pairs. So I'll just show you because I did my Blue Peter job and made those earlier. So just so you can see what they look like. So we started off here, square of the yellow fabric, that's bumbleberries, isn't it? I think, and a square of your background fabric. Most of you probably will have made half square triangles before, but if you haven't, don't worry, it's all in
So you
the
don't
pattern
cut
step by step.
triangles and sew them together? You do another square?
No, because you're just cutting on the bias then, and everything well, if you cut on the bias, then the thread within the fabric just stretches out, and you end up with stuff that's not the right shape. So we have this trick in quilting, half square triangles, which are perhaps
all in the pattern?
All in the pattern, so don't worry about that. And in fact, later on when I'm back, I'm going to look at half square triangles a bit more. So if you've got time to come back or watch later or whatever.
Yeah.
And then final bit of the jigsaw is these corner squares.
Can you see that one down there?
Oh,
Or
sorry,
that one up
I
there?
can't reach that.
Oh, you guys too high. This one, I'll show you here. This corner square here.
That one there. So that is something that when we make it, look, yeah, exactly, looks like this that I've got on the mat here. So what it is a square of our background fabric and 2 smaller squares of our yellow fabric. And what we do is we put them in, a bit like we did with the flying geese actually, but we put them in opposite corners there. We don't have any overlap here because they're just going to be smaller in the corners like that. Makes that kind of lozengey sort of shape in the middle. You mark a line diagonally there, and this time we do sew on that line.
Which is why it's important to read the pattern thoroughly
So
before you
important.
start.
I know, it's so boring, isn't it? But if you read the pattern from start to finish before you go, because even if you've used a pattern many, many times before, there'll be slight differences between the way I write one compared to how Katharine writes one or anybody else.
Katharine gets her daughter to do hers. So it's fine.
I'm training mine up. They're not old enough yet.
Yeah.
I'm going to get Catherine's daughter to train mine. So we sew along there. And then what we can do, I did one quickly earlier, but then we can, probably that's a bit
Take the
too
little
big, isn't it?
ruler,
A little
6.5 by 6.5.
Yeah, lovely little ruler here. And I'm just placing, again, that dashed seam line along my sewn line so that then when I trim off, I've still got my seam allowance in there, if you see what I mean. So let's take that off.
Okay, before you move that away, this is my little tip here.
Yeah.
When you sew that line, also sew another line half an inch away.
Yeah, and
Otherwise
then
you're stolen your thunder. Are you going to do
No,
that?
I was going to say that.
And then
but-
split it down the middle, then you've got a half square triangle.
Yeah,
over
you do.
there.
I do that at home, and I've got a box this big full of
I'd
half
use-
square triangles that I've saved.
Yes.
But but anyway, but they will get used. But yes,
Well, no, because that's a decent size one. It's different if
actually-
it's like a little thing like that.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is a decent size one, and you're absolutely right. But then what we get, you see, is that will, when we press it, that will fold out and form our corner piece, and then we'll do same again.
And again, have you made that too big? Will I need to trim that down, or is that the right size?
No, this is actually the right size. So it's just the flying geese and the half square triangles that we're trimming down for accuracy. That said, sometimes what has happened to me before is I've put this on, and if I press it out, you might find that it's protruding ever so slightly. You could trim it off if you want to, but I don't find, personally, when I've made this several times, I've found that it doesn't matter so much with those corners. It's where you've got the geese and the points of the half square triangles, partly because they're kind of meeting each other. Can you see where they meet? And you'll have much better meeting points if you've done that trimming down, because it just makes them the perfect size, and you'll be ready to go.
Right, lovely. Need to round up.
Yeah,
Need to
made it
round
right.
up now.
Right,
Well
nice.
done. So I've got the plain coloured one, or the solid coloured bundle here, where you can buy the pattern, and then one that will make almost exactly the same as behind me, but you've got blue binding.
Yeah.
It's not £32.99 though. $29.99. Should have been $34, was it? Hang on, your microphone switched off, Ben. Yeah. Okay, so $29.99, get the pattern and all the fabric to make exactly this. Oh, there you go.
Oh, lovely, yeah.
To make this, and it's exactly the same as this one, apart from you have blue binding, not red binding. $29.99. We've also got it very popular, the paisley one.
It's lovely. I
Again,
really like
pattern. Been the most popular, this one, $32. That's still a brilliant price. They're gorgeous, aren't they, those? Yeah. And that's that. And then if you want the pattern on its own, $9.99. Oh, the neck and neck, the digital and... digital's overtaken. Digital's overtaken. $9.99, that's the physical. That's the physical one you get in there. So that's one we will send you. But if you don't want to pay postage, you just want it now, like Kate did, you can buy the digital. There you go, $9.99. Now, somebody put on Facebook the other day, they wish they could make the digital a different colour, because that, you know what I mean? You don't know. If you're looking up, you don't know if you're buying the digital or you're buying the physical from that, do you?
Oh, I see.
No, but if you did the whole page a different, you know, not the design, but like the surround a different colour, so you got used to knowing that the surround pink was just something that was on Facebook. Anyway, $9.99, couple of messages before we go. Well done, Sewing Street, you've done it again. Another lovely, clever lady. Kathleen, Kathleen. Kathleen, introduced by our John. Great demo, looking forward to the next one from Barbara. Barbara, she's back in an hour. She's back in an hour.
You've not got to wait long, Barbara.
No,
I'll be back.
and then another one. Bought this as a total beginner, and my husband taught physics too. Oh, Carolyn.
Oh, we're twinning, Carolyn.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank
right.
you.
She'll be back in an hour. Other things are all on the website. I haven't got time to go through them now. But we're going to go to, not Minton Max, but this, I love it.
Yeah.
Minton.
Minton,
not Milton, Minton.
Oh, and we're going to have that floor conversation next time.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
Right, well done.
Thank
you did
you.
brilliantly
Thank you
for your
so
first
much.
one.
Thank you very
Go and have a sit down now. Don't drink too much coffee. Right, Katharine Wright's up next. We're doing a quilt from an Annie's Quilting book. We will see you back here in 4 minutes from now.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much more. Search Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Before we get on with Catherine's hour, I need to just remind you about this. Ben reduced the price of this because Hannah did it the other day and we weren't meant to. It's on 4-way split pay. It's the new Eliso iron. There's only 14 left and there's 33 in baskets. Remember, the price will go back up at midnight. And Ben will not be allowed to do this again because he has been told off, and so will Hannah be told off. $79.99. There's only 14 left, though. Beautiful. 79. It's all recorded. $79.99. Please, if you do want the Eliso iron, should be $89.99, 4-way split pay. So it shouldn't be on 4-way split pay. It shouldn't be $79.99. And there's only 13 left. 13 left at that price now. Gorgeous. Right. Okay. Now, the other thing we've got to do before we start this hour is Katharine brought her trouser pattern back. It sold hundreds of these. These are the totally flattering trousers. Right, over half the stock's gone. Today's stock is gone. This is Katharine wearing her trousers. £19.49. Do you want to just talk us through them? Yeah.
So, nice wide leg.
Yeah.
And reasonably high front, because that's kind of nice and flattering.
Yeah.
But no sort of button zips, things like that. And what it's got is this like little wrap round feature. So you can see we've got a little tie at the back.
Yeah.
And inside, there's like a little bit at the front with a button.
Yeah, don't be untying them.
I won't, no, I won't. But what you mustn't worry about, because there's this wrap bit, don't worry that when you take them down, they're all going to fall off or there's a hole, because there isn't. You can see, look, it just goes round the side.
Beautiful. £19 and 49 pence, over half the stock's gone. Have we got any baskets? Oh, okay. Right, this is it now. When you've all checked out, there's one left. There's one left when you've all checked out. Don't dither, don't dilly-dally. Right, now there's too many people got it in their baskets. You need to, now if you've ever bought a Katharine pattern before, you'll know how you keep it as easy as possible.
Absolutely.
Don't you? Because you don't want to do difficult things, really.
No, I like to whiz them up in an afternoon if I can.
Exactly. They go from sizes 6 to 28. The pattern pieces are graded. Easy to follow instructions. And if you watch the 9th of January, you'll see the demo then. We're not doing a demo today, but the 9th of January is the day they were launched with Hayley West presenting, and with me lying like this on my sofa. Oh, you missed that. You missed me lying on my sofa. Anyway, £19 and 49 pence. Do please check out. Right. We just brought those back in as a little special for you today because they're not supposed to be on today's show, but they will sell out. There's now more people got them in baskets than we've got stock of. Now we've got this gorgeous little book. We've had it before. Annie's Quilting projects for all seasons. You get 11 designs for £11. Look, they're a pound a pattern. A pound a pattern. Julie Vaughan says, I bought the pattern the first time, still can't wait to make them. It's not like you, Julie Vaughan. You're normally on it straight away. Anyway, let's have a look at what's in here, because it's quilted projects for all seasons. So, we've got, Valentine's Day.
Very timely.
Very timely. You'll make that in time. You'll make that in time. Then we've got Sunrise in Spring, which is one we're demoing today, isn't it? So that there is your little Hunter Star block, which you could turn into all sorts of things, really. A quilt, a table topper, something like that. Look, it's lovely. We've actually got it in almost those colours, look.
Correct.
Then, in a row... Look. There you go. That's that little project there, in a row. Now, I've got 2 bundles for that in a second. I wouldn't put it on my table, no.
It was a nice little project to make.
No, I'll put it on the bed. I just don't like table runners, that's all. Or put it on the sideboard or something like that.
Back of the sofa.
Perfectly happy there. Oh, I'd have it with all those cakes. I wonder what that drink is. What do you reckon that is? That iced tea? Anyway, American Pride. Beautiful. What you could do with that, and look at all the different ingredients you could make at them. Then you've got fireworks and stars. Beautiful. Then we've got the blooming pumpkins ready for Halloween. Even got templates in there. Oh, Sasha May. What's that one then? Oh, look, kittens. Kittens. And then you've got your... What's that block called there then? Granny squares. Oh, they call those granny squares. Oh, beautiful. Then pumpkin boo. They like their pumpkins, don't they? Then we've got Tree Farm. What? Oh, yeah, we're going back. We're going back. Back? That's going backwards. Pumpkin boo. What were you saying? Beautiful. Then you've got your trees there. That could be Christmas or it could be summer. Then you've got your jolly holiday with Santa. Oh. Where would you put that then, do you reckon? Wall or table? Wall or table? That must be... Is that FPP? Oh, now, is it FPP or is it normal?
I think it's pieced, isn't it?
It's what?
Is it pieced? I think it's pieced.
Just pieced, yeah. And there's your... that is hat template. It's a jolly holiday with Mary. Mary makes the sun shine bright. What song's that? Is that Mary Poppins? I don't know where that's come from. Anyway, tumbling gingerbread. Oh, we've done this one.
Yes, I did it before Christmas.
So you've done that one, and did you do the tulip one as well?
Yeah.
And you're doing this one?
Yeah.
Oh. Lovely. Gingerbread cartwheels. Lovely. 11 projects for £11. Or £10.99 if I'm perfectly precise. Gorgeous. Now, the book does not come in any of the bundles of fabric. The book is separate, £10.99. If you would like to make what Katharine's about to make, which is the spinny wheel sunrise in spring, you need this bundle. Oh, there, you can see it. Can you see it? There it is, look. Right, so you get 1/2 metre of your bright blue. You get 1 metre of your pink, 1 metre of your orange, 1 metre of your green, 1 metre of your green floral, and 1 metre of your blue floral. Oh, hang on, we're just checking something. Right. Oh, the book does come. You see, when we did the prep this morning, I said, why have they put this book with this? And Ben went, no, which I agree. I thought normally comes separate. The book does come with this bundle. The book does come with the bundle. Doesn't, hang on though, it doesn't say it in the graphics. Oh, it's in the, well, it just says fabric bundle, but you're getting the book as well.
And heaps of fabric there.
And loads of fabric.
More than.
So hang on,
more
5.5 meters of fabric. So that's 11. Oh yeah, you get the book in with it. You get the book in with it. $54.99. Right, Joe, so that's that one. So does it come in this one as well then? We'll just double check. So in this one, because this is Lewis and Irene, you get Lewis and Irene Dreams in the yellow and the coral. You get the splodge, well, they're metre, 1/2 metre. Metre of the lilac splodge, metre of the plain blue, and a metre of the plain coral. Remember, these are Lewis and Irene, these. Just be with you in a second. So the book doesn't come in that one. That's weird. $58.99. I don't think the book's meant to be in the other one. But you're getting it. It's there. You will get it in the other one. You won't get it in this one. So I'm just doing some maths here. $58.99. $58.99. The book is not included in that bundle. No, because these are Lewis and Irene. Remember, these are Lewis and Irene, and then these are your splodge, and then these are your plain. Anyway, we'll go with it for now. We'll double check during the show. Oh. He hadn't given me a chance to write it down and start adding it up or anything. He's just taken money off. $52.99. Anyway, $52.99. 5.5 meters of fabric. Yes, but they're not, because you know what I mean. Right, I'll do that now. Right, Catherine, they're the 2 bundles for that. If you want to make this... If you want to make this, then I've got a bundle for this. So you get a metre of the cream. Is it cream? Then I've got, that one. Are these fat quarters? These are 1/2 meters. Then that's that one. I see. So you get that, those 2 1/2 meters, and those fat quarters there. It's Oh, it's cream. I thought it was a bit dark for cream, that one. Beautiful. So that's that fabric there. 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 Yep. That can't be in him. Right, okay. That's your $34.99. 2 meters of fabric. So a metre of that, half metre, 3 fat quarters. Beautiful. And then if you want to make that in the polka dot, that's this one here. So you've got the half a metre of your pale green, 1 metre of your cream, half a metre of your green sage dot, and then your 3 fat quarters there. It's a lovely bundle. That one. Oh, $19.99. Not surprised. It's not surprised. Well done. This is poplin, you see. These 4 are poplin here. Yeah, $19.99. Right, Catherine.
John.
What are you going to make for us then?
Well, I'm going to show you how to make the block for this lovely sunrise in spring.
Right.
Little quilty thing. And what I like about this is you could make it bigger, you could make it smaller, and you've got a lot of fabric in your bundle. I think they've called it a table topper, but I think with the amount of fabric you've got in the bundle, you could make it quite a lot bigger, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you've got your
You
block.
could just keep going, do you then? Is that
Yes,
what you do?
absolutely. It's just a single block that you keep joining together. Now, it's not a big, I would say not a beginner project because it's all cut on the bias. But
Oh, okay.
fancy a go at doing stuff on the
Ollie?
bias, this is your chance.
You hear that?
Why?
Learning. Because yesterday we were doing a quilt and he went, oh, I'll take it that quilt isn't cut on the bias then.
Oh.
So he's like very proud of himself.
Yeah.
Now you're doing one on the bias.
I am. And I have best pressed everything in sight so that it goes together as well as it can go together. And we've got a little bit, you can see we've got some diamonds, we've got some, whatever that is.
What? Rhomboid,
Yeah.
trapezium, I don't know.
Trapezium, one of those to cut. So I'm going to show you how to do that.
Right.
Once you've got the hang of cutting those on the 45-degree angle, it's not as hard as it looks,
No.
to be honest. So don't get put off.
Right.
So you've got your best press. What I did was some people say to best press the entire piece of fabric.
Yeah.
But I tend to cut my strips or whatever and then best press
Yeah,
it, just
but-
because it's a little bit more manageable on your ironing
Oh,
board.
yeah, but there was a lady, and I felt so sorry, she bought a whole quilt kit, and she cut all her squares out, then she best pressed it, and some of them went smaller.
Ooh.
So you just need to be,
Yeah.
which is why a lot of people say do it before, but I think you'd be fine with the strips. But
Yeah,
don't cut out your shapes and then do them,
No.
basically, because that's when you could lose your... It depends on the fabric as well.
Well, it does.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, this is nice, stable quilting
Yes,
cotton.
exactly.
But it does make such a huge difference when you're doing anything that's got a bias cut edge, like a triangle or a diamond or whatever. It makes a huge difference. So it's well worth taking the time to do it.
So are they straight strips, though? You haven't cut the strip on the back?
No, these are straight
Straight
strips.
yeah.
So that's much stiffer now. Okay, and these are the diamonds. So what I'm going to do, so I'm using the 45-degree angle actually on my cutting mat.
Right. Oh, so you're not using the angle on the ruler, you're using one on
I
the
find
cutting
it easier to use the one on my cutting mat. Otherwise, I spend a lot of time turning my ruler around
Yeah,
to
of
try and
course.
get the right way. Whereas I think, personally, this is what I find easier. So I've got my strip nice and straight along the cutting mat and my ruler along the 45-degree angle. And there we go. So there's my first 45-degree angle. And then, so this diamond has got to be 4 inches along. So I'm then going to move it along. So the bottom of, there's my 45, let me try and explain this.
Yeah.
45-degree line. We're 4 inches away from it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the bottom of my diamond is going to go on that.
Right.
And then I'm ready to cut my next 45
Right.
degree. Yeah?
Yep. Oh, who've they got guesting next door? It's a man.
So, I just want to be dead sure I've got that right.
Yeah, make sure you got that right. Has she got Nick on today?
Okay.
So it doesn't matter. It just sounded like Nick, that was all. Oh yeah, it could be Toby with the long hair.
So you're going to cut 32, it reckons. I'm not cutting 32.
No.
I'm cutting enough to demo it. And then it's the same idea for your, we're calling it a trapezium.
Yeah.
Someone will write in if we've got it wrong, won't they?
Or a rhomboid.
Except you've just got to make sure you do your angle the other way.
Oh, of course.
So, yeah.
Oh, so you do it the same way as a diamond, but you don't...
But just make sure that you flip it round to get that. Yeah. Okay. So...
Would you maybe, if you're going to do so many, would you maybe cut a template?
You could do.
And then you could just flip
Yeah,
it.
you could do, absolutely. And then we've got some squares, and they are cut twice diagonally. So I'm going to do that as well. I have best pressed these as well.
Lovely.
So that when I cut them, they don't go all over the place.
Yeah.
We'll stack a couple up. Now I'm going to use my ruler for this one.
Lovely.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to put together our little coloured strips here.
Uh-huh.
And you've got a pink diamond on one side and an orange diamond on the other.
Does it give you a layout plan in the book then?
Yes, it does.
Sorry,
Which I think I've put mine together.
Oh,
kind
yes,
of
yes,
ignored
yes,
a little bit, but I haven't. When you'll see when I've done a bit that this will then make your stars
yes,
up.
yeah.
So they're going like this. Now the thing with this, because you've got kind of different angles, you're going to find if you sew them like that, it's not going to work. When you open it out, it won't be a nice straight line.
Right.
So what you have to do is, get my pencil over here, is on your diamond, if you mark down...
Just bob your head back slightly.
Sorry.
No, something. Just mark
So,
down.
1/4 of an inch
Yeah.
from that top. That then is going to line up with the top of this.
Yeah.
So that when it's in place, that should really be 1/4 of an inch over. So you'll find that's where your seam line is going to go down here. And I just found, I mean, that's the way I find it easy to see how to line it up.
Yeah.
Just to make that little measure a mark.
Yeah, because if you laid them out like you did, you think, oh, this is easy, it just matches perfect.
Yeah. But then when you sew it, it doesn't actually go right. And so you should find then if you sew your 1/4 inch seam, it's going to intersect these points here where your two colours intersect.
Of course, yeah.
That's the plan.
Lovely.
Remember, you have got an unpicker if it goes wrong.
Exactly.
I've actually brought mine into the studio just in case.
Well, your quick unpick?
Yeah. I do use it quite a lot, to be fair. Let me just move this big ruler out the way. I've got that much on here. Press that open.
How many of the quilts from the first hour are left? I just think because it's on the wall and people are asking about it on my thing, and I just don't want to see if there's any. Okay, okay. Somebody's just asked about the quilt behind Katharine. That's why I was asking. I was trying to do it subtly. There are still some available. But there's 9 more in baskets than we've got stock of. So at the moment, 9. But if you can come in, and just buy it, and you'll knock one of the people who have got it in their baskets out. That's all. Right, sorry, Katharine.
No, that's all right. So exactly the same on the other side. I've marked that 1/4 inch so that I can line it up with the top. You can see that one is slightly off. Haven't got that one quite as good. But we'll carry on.
The whole gallery. The same time. It's only because they love
Do you know what? I try really hard. I do try hard.
No,
but, you know, it just shows you
what?
Just, you know.
It's fabric.
It's part of the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's that feeling that it doesn't matter what you can do, you can always improve. I always feel like I can always improve.
Well, no, but it's all about enjoyment. That's what the main
Well,
thing
absolutely.
is. It's still going to work, even though you're a little bit off. It's still going to work. There's nothing wrong with it at all. We just like taking the mickey out of it. That's all.
We'll try better. We'll try harder with
Yes,
this
if you wouldn't
one.
mind.
I will.
Take a leaf out of Levi's book. Annette, who designed this, said, "Springtime, sunny mornings and breezy afternoons inspired me to create a fresh, colourful table topper."
I thought then that you were reading that off your Facebook.
Oh, don't.
I was thinking, what?
About the book. Annette Falvo, who designed it. Oh, yeah, like I was saying earlier, the wind last night was phenomenal. It was like proper. It only lasted for about half an hour, but it was like 2:30 this morning, and it was absolutely frighteningly blowing a gale.
Oh, it's just been awful weather.
Weird, isn't it?
Awful. Look, you can cheer on this one. Look.
Let's
Yay,
look.
in the garden.
Yay! She's keeping her fingers crossed then.
I've got a feeling it might be easier on that side than that side or something.
Nothing to do with the skill level.
No, nothing, no. It must be the sewing machine, you know.
Yeah. It is difficult on the bias, yes, thank you, Ollie.
But not when you've best pressed it all.
No,
I mean, it's
Ollie.
actually very stable. Yeah, I think it's me on the left or the right, because that one's a little bit out as well. It's me.
Yeah.
Anyway, when you've got your diamonds on like that, we're going to join these together like
Very kind of,
like
I don't know if you're allowed to use the word Aztec, because I know there's lots of words you're not allowed to use anymore, but it's kind of very Aztec-y, isn't it?
Well, it looks like it at this point, but I don't think it does when you get it all together.
No, I just put those together.
Yeah.
Or Enderbelly Village.
So, obviously now we've got some little diagonal lines to hopefully match up. I think the thing with this is just to take your time with it.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
Also, this isn't something that we would suggest you do as your first ever sewing project.
No.
Because it's something that you do need a little bit of skill at sewing to do and everything. So, but that's what's good about this book. There are some things in this book which are perfect for beginners and then more challenging as you work your way through. Oh, that was an arty shot there.
But that's the beauty of the Annie's books, because I really like, there's lots of blocks in them that you can just take and do bits of, or
Oh, yes,
you
yes,
don't have
definitely.
to follow the project as it is. You can just go, well, actually, that's a really nice block. I'll just make that and see what happens.
Could that, if you carried on sewing together, could that make a border for a quilt? What you're doing now?
It would be a nice border,
You know what I mean? If you
wouldn't
just
it?
kept going and going,
Yeah.
that'd make a lovely border, wouldn't it?
Yes, because you could then, I was just, how would you intersect the, I don't know if would you have to square them off to join the different ones?
Oh, I see.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Oh, yes, because it automatically makes it go around the corner, doesn't it?
But you could do the corner really nicely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
You get lovely corners on the corner. The rest of it might be a bit messy. If you did them out of solids, you could flip that one over. I'm just talking out, I'm thinking out loud. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud now.
Okay, so there's our strip.
Yeah.
So each block's got one of those. And then we're going to put our little, let me just get them the right way around. Our triangles to make a bigger triangle.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're going to have 2 on each block. But you do
make
them
them the
both the
same,
same way. Yes, you make them both the same.
Oh, I see how she's put it together. I was thinking, oh, you've only done 2, but in the pinwheel there's 4, but they come from different blocks.
Yeah, I've made 4. This piece here is 4 blocks.
Yes, I've got it now. To make the pinwheel in the middle.
Yeah.
So the bit you're doing now is the other 4 bits that go to the middle of that square.
Yes. So it's like it's got 2 patterns.
Yeah.
It's got your pinwheel,
Yeah.
but it's got your star.
Yeah.
It's quite clever.
No, it's very clever. I've got to design a quilt for my fabric range.
Ooh.
It's not as easy as you think, is it?
No.
I sat down last night with some crayons and a piece of paper, and it was like, oh. And I haven't got Procreate or whatever, and that's not the right word. What's it called? That's something you've got to make quilts with.
EQ8.
EQ. I was sitting with a piece of graph paper.
It's quite nice designing them on paper, though.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I like doing it on paper.
But you kind of think it's just going, I know what I want in here, but then when you come to draw it there, you're like, oh, no, that bit's not quite right. I've got a while yet, I'm not worried.
But what's nice is because you know what your fabric range is.
Say this again.
What's nice for you is because you know what your fabric range is, you can design something that's really going to show the fabric off to its best, which is quite exciting.
I know. Nerve-wracking, but exciting. Not till May 2026. You won't see it till May 2026, so.
Now, I heard Kathleen saying she presses her seams open.
Yes.
But I don't.
Okay.
I don't know, life feels a bit short to press tiny seams open.
You should say, I'm just a traditionalist.
I am quite a traditionalist, though. It's like I like my tailor's tacks in dressmaking.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I
Oh,
like
can't
a tailor's
bear
tack.
tailor's tacks.
Can't
I
you?
think it's going to do so many at Wimbledon School of Art.
Well, I'm sure.
So bored of them. And then when I got into theatre, there was no time to do tailor's tacks.
No.
We were marking with a little marker and everything.
I don't really do tacking, though.
Oh, okay.
Because at school you always had to tack,
Tack.
everything,
And
and,
tack a
you lost the
sleeve
will to live, didn't you?
Yeah.
But so when I teach, I only really teach tacking zips and sleeves.
Yeah.
Because I think that helps.
Yeah. Oh, no, exactly. But yeah, when we first started at Wimbledon, you'd cut your piece out of the backing fabric, then you get your real fabric, then you tack them together, then you tack your sewing line. It was like forever tacking. But I suppose you have to learn the basics to then know doing the shortcuts. If you only learn the shortcuts, you don't know why.
Well, that is true.
Yeah.
That is very true. Okay, so our little triangles are going to go on like this. And again, they should, hopefully, these triangles should overlap by about a quarter an inch on each side. So is it going to be a traditionally pieced quilt?
Mine can be anything I want it to be.
Well, yes.
So I don't really know yet, but I think it will be.
I quite often decide what technique I want to show in my quilt or use.
Yeah.
And then that helps the design.
Yeah. I'm thinking that because I can't say anything, I'm not allowed to say anything, but I know what, obviously I don't know the finished fabrics when you start to design them, but I also know how many are going to have big prints, how many are going to have smaller prints. And so I want to show off the big prints. I want it's something that's, I don't want to have this gorgeous ornate print and then cut it into little triangles. You know what I mean? I've got other fabrics that I can do that with. I want showcasing here, but I don't know exactly how many showcasings I've got yet.
Would one of my shirts look nice in your fabric?
It'd look gorgeous. All right, all right. I'll send you some. Do you want to do it like one of those that you're wearing now, or one of...
Well, there's not so much opportunity. I mean, like the chic shirt with all the
chic
different...
shirt would work, but one of the ones I've got in mind would look amazing.
Oh, would it? Let's do that then. I'll let you...
Very bold to wear it. It might not be a commercial.
Yeah, but I wear quite bold.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying, you'd be fine, but I wouldn't want to put it up for sale as a thing, because people might go, oh, it's fabulous, but I couldn't wear that.
No.
You know what I mean? But your chic shirt would be brilliant, because there'll be lots of different things going on.
Excellent. I do like a patchwork garment.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other one on the other side.
Lovely. Oh.
And shall we just show them in the gallery? Look, that lines up really nicely and carrying along. Like it's supposed to. Yeah. So that is the block.
Right.
On its own.
Yeah.
I'll make another one in a minute. So that's going to go on there, and you can see how then it's going to form the star in the centre, and you pinwheel separately. So I'm going to start piecing another one together.
All right, lovely.
And then hopefully we'll see that star finish.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'll just do the bundles again, because there was a bit of confusion to begin with. Right, the book on its own, first of all, is £10.99. Beautiful. 11 projects in there for £10.99. Loads in baskets. Make sure you check out. I'm going to have to think of a new catchphrase. I'm bored of that one. No, check out. £10.99. Now, what? We have a bundle which includes the book. So if you're buying this bundle, you don't need to buy the book. Because this bundle, for some reason, you get the book in. So you get a metre of the pink, a metre of the orange, and there's loads of fabrics, right? Metre of all of those, and half a metre of that, plus the book for £54.99. Lovely, isn't it? Gorgeous colours for the summer. Oh, look, lovely. Oh, do you know what? I wonder if you could make it, carry on, make it bigger, because I've got a circle, it's this circular garden table. You could make it and then sort of cut a hole in the middle and bind the middle bit so that it would go over the hole on the table. Then you put your parasol through it so that it covers the whole of your table.
That'd be good.
Nice. 54.99. 54.99. Beautiful. Right, that's that one. That's that one. Now, this bundle does not have the book. You get 2 Lewis and Irene, 2 splodges, and 2 plain. And the one of the splodges is the half metre. Should be $58.99, but Ben decided to take it to $52.99. Don't know why. But anyway, it's a gorgeous bundle just having your stash look. So those are plains, those are splodges, and those are dreams can come true. Beautiful, gorgeous colours there. Now, we also have bundles to make another project from the book, which is this project. Oops, upside down.
See, I think that'd be really nice at Easter. You know, on your, if you don't want to put it on your main dining table.
Yeah.
But somewhere, little pots of daffodils and...
It look lovely on the wall, actually.
Yeah.
Would look lovely on the wall, wouldn't it? So that one there, we've got the patterns in the book, and then you can get this bundle here. Now, these are Tildar. So that's not, obviously, that's a metre of cream. Half a metre of Tilda, half a metre of Tilda, 3 fat quarters of Tilda. $34.99. What date did we do that on, please?
I don't think I actually...
This tulip. Oh,
I don't think I actually demoed making it because
Didn't you?
I think I showed how to make the gingerbread man.
Oh, I sort of seem to remember you
Did
doing
I?
this one. But I don't know. I can't tell.
Can't remember now.
Because it's just in the book, so it could be any time the book's been on, so ignore me. Rightio. And then we've also got that one in this colourway. So you just made this then? Just for the sake?
I've got a feeling they asked me to make that as a sample, but demo the gingerbread man.
Beautiful. There you go. So that's the poke. Oh, now you get an extra 1, 2, 3. Right. There's a bit of a difference here. I've got 4 fat quarters in my bundle here. And there's only supposed to be 3 fat quarters. So hang on. Oh, hang on. Now oh, no, it's my bad. Half metre, metre, 3 fat quarters. Sorry, my bad. No, just one of those days, isn't it? So that's love. I love those polka dots. So this is your poplin. Katharine has made her top. It will be available to buy on March the 2nd with her and Vix. Not me. That's the Sunday, and I'm doing the 6 till 8 slot that morning. I've asked her. She won't do it. She won't come in at 6 to it. I've asked her. All I've done for that girl, her career. All I've done for her. I made her famous. I write the Leicestershire Craft Centre on my Facebook page nearly every week.
You do? Oh, now you're making me feel bad.
Oh, no, don't be stupid. No. I would never, ever. Really. I don't want you to feel bad at all. I do. The thing
I think it's a shame.
I love that. I have to say, I love that blouse because it's got kind of an Oklahoma-y 7 Brides for 7 Brothers feel to it. 'Cause you've got your puff sleeves, you've got the deep cuffs. You can imagine it with a big Edwardian skirt and a kind of wrap, you know, and you've dressed one of your extras, you know, in Oklahoma and things. And then using the gingham as well.
I've not seen it like that.
Have you not seen it? Oh, okay. So
to me, it's got slightly Wicked vibes because they've got shoulders.
No, it has, yeah. But period-wise, I'd say it was very like Oklahoma-y because I've done all those musicals so many times, sort of thing.
What I like about it is it's really easy to make, but it's pretty without being frilly.
Oh, it's not
because I'm not a frilly person at all. But it's got kind of just enough to be a little bit girly.
How does it go up?
It's just, well, it has got a button at the back, but I can pull it over my head. I don't even need to undo it.
Oh, no.
And look, no buttons on cuffs.
Oh, so it's
just
simple
pulls. It's really nice and easy.
Does that gingham come in a purple or a light colour?
It comes, loads of colours.
Oh, they've got to get that in for you because that
I've asked Jen to.
that work. I mean, I've seen the pink picture and it's lovely.
Yeah.
But it really,
works very well in
really
the gingham,
works in
yes.
that. And also, it would look nice in like kind of. Well, like you say, you've done it for quilting cottons, but also men's shirting. You know,
Yes.
really.
Do you know what? It even says, it says that on the pattern, shirting fabric.
So I wrote the
like
pattern.
mines.
Yeah, exactly. I told you, she learned everything she knows from me. Talking of which, here's Catherine's pattern for her trousers, which are going to sell out today because I'm damned if they're not. Because I wasn't here for the launch because I was poorly. Well, actually, to be honest, I wasn't poorly on the second day. I texted Hayley saying, I'll be fine for tomorrow. And she went, oh, I've already booked Hayley West now. You can't come in tomorrow. So I wasn't there because of Hayley. I was perfectly well the second day to come in. Right, now look. I'm sorry, I'm not pointing.
And you do quite like these trousers, don't you?
The thing is, I like all of your patterns.
Oh, thank you.
But you know, but it's because you do something that everybody can achieve. You don't, and I don't think this is a negative way, but you don't try to be too clever with it. You do things that you know people will love wearing, they'll love making, and they suit all that will suit a size 6 and a size 28. Do you know what I mean?
I really, really want to, design things that are going to flatter people as well.
And also,
look
you
nice.
can make that blouse 10 years ago, today, and in 10 years' time, it'll never go out of fashion. Yeah. It's a classic. And I remember when I was on this morning, I used to do capsule wardrobes the whole time. It's something, you could make that out of the most gorgeous white, crisp cotton, and it would be like a fantastic blouse that you could wear.
You see, I've got white cotton sitting in the craft centre ready to make one.
Yeah. You see, but you know, you could wear that to work. Her lady works in an office and has to look smart every day.
Yeah.
She could wear that with a black pencil skirt and nice high-heeled shoes and everything. And it's stunning. You could wear it to go to a picnic. You could wear. I don't know why I'm doing this because it's not until March the 2nd and it's not my show.
I actually think
I'm doing the totally flattering trousers. That's what I'm doing today. Right. How many are in baskets? Right. There's only 12 left and there's 26 in baskets. I can see one of those shirts in gingham with buttons on the yoke a la monkeys. Not sure what that means. Anyway, £19 and 49 pence. You need to check out on this. There's too many people got that in their baskets. The totally flattering trousers. They've got a really flat waistline, front waistline. They've got an what's the word? Adaptable, no, not adjustable, because if you have a big dinner, you can just let the kind of bow off a bit.
Absolutely, they are so comfortable.
Yeah.
Because often with trousers, especially jeans, you can do them and you can feel a bit constricted.
Are they based on like the old Thai fisherman's trousers? Is that what they're based?
No, not really. I tell you what I was thinking of when I did it. You know, like Regency men's trousers that had a thing that came up and buttoned.
The drop fall. It's called the drop fall.
It made me think that was kind of like in my head, but I was like, obviously I don't want to do that.
No,
that was kind of the
but
inspiration.
Yes, where your pockets are, you'd have had rows of buttons on either side.
Yes.
And men used to have to take their trousers off. Don't worry, I'm not going to take my trousers off. You'd unbutton them and the flap would fall forward. But inside, the trousers didn't come down because, like yours, they've got the thing inside holding it there, and they just dropped the flap down at the front too.
So it was really that kind of idea in my head.
Because I suppose the fisherman's trousers one are more wrappy round.
Well, the whole thing wraps round, and then when you try and go to the toilet, the whole thing falls on the floor, which is no good.
Anyway, there's only 10 left, and sit down. 10 left and 28 in baskets. I'm sitting back down again before we get told off. £19 and 49 pence. I shocked a few people yesterday because I tried to punch some more holes in my belt yesterday and I was taking my trousers off on air. These are going to sell out. If you want this, you need to check out now. Well done. Must be lovely to come in and have sellouts all the time of your pattern. Because you do put yourself on the line. When you design a pattern, you don't know if people
I love that people like them. I really do, because
7 left.
Just because I like something in my head doesn't mean everybody else is
that's the thing, isn't it? When I was doing that quilt last night, I was thinking, well, I love this. And I was like, imagine if I come on air and everyone goes, oh, what's John done? What's that? Oh, what's that? Oh, I'm not buying that. 5 left.
I have to say that I do use my lovely craft centre ladies as guinea pigs, so I'll go in wearing it and then wait and see if I get a good response.
You got one like me that's going to go, what on earth are you wearing? 4 trouser patterns left. They're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. Check out. I know we're doing the book, but I just want these to sell out. 4 left.
Someone's done that really annoying thing where they...
The Monkeys Pop Group, one of their looks was a shirt with a wide placket and double row of buttons. Oh, OK. I know exactly what you mean.
Done that thing where they've put cotton on the bobbin when it... and, you know, wound on top.
Oh, no.
Very annoying.
Yeah, that's what made it go wrong last time. Right, come on. £19.49. You've only got 4 left. Three left. Come on. We want all these to be gone. And I've got 20 how many in baskets? 29 in baskets. There's 3 left. 2 left. 2 left now. Julie Vaughan hasn't even made hers yet. Why don't you get yours made and make them before Julie Vaughan? Put the picture on Facebook before she does.
And I saw a picture on the Sewing Street fan page. Someone had made the pinafore and posted on there. It's really nice to see when you've made things, actually. It's lovely because, you know, you sell them and then you think, oh, are they actually just sitting in people's stands?
Sold out. Katharine, is this yours or ours? That's ours, isn't
That's
it?
yours.
Right, sold out yet again. Third sellout. Right, OK. Oh, no, hang on. That's the wrong one. Levi.
Where's the red? It was red, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's dark red, isn't it? Levi, this one should be dark red, not, you know, the 3 bundles of those. Oh, he's looking at me now. He's gone, oh, I'll do these while I'm waiting, don't worry. I've got the ones that the trouser's already made out of here, in the gold. Now, beautiful.
I'm
gorgeous.
going to wear those with my chunky brown boots
Yes.
I had on last time. And I've got a really nice, that my husband bought me for Christmas, like Fair Isle brown creamy jumper.
Oh, nice. You're going to wear that to go to Sewing for Pleasure?
I could do, might well do.
How much is there? 3 metres of that one left. It was on the 9 o'clock show. There was the gold, the natural, and the wine. Beautiful. And I've got the natural, which will look gorgeous. Imagine these.
So nice for summer. On
Yeah,
holiday.
really lovely summer. Oh, sit down, John. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, of course, yeah. Beautiful. This is the 11 o'clock hour, though. This will look lovely. This would look gorgeous and really. And now, have you worn those? Oh no, you just hemmed them.
I only hemmed them today.
Nice to wear.
I think it will be because it'll be lovely and soft. Yeah.
And also it'll wash up beautifully as well. Beautiful. That's your natural. Quite a few in baskets for the natural one there. And we have got it in. When Levi comes back out, we'll do it in wine. How are you getting on with your star?
So,
Book for now.
See.
Love Catherine's patterns.
Have a go.
Will that will that blouse be easy to change to a V-neck or a lower scooped neck?
Yes.
Yes. It'd be really
Yeah,
easy.
really easy.
But what
this
you
is
need,
one piece on the
front. What you need to do, thank you, Levi, is when you change it, don't just draw it on because the mistake. Even I, listen to me. Even I have made this mistake. If you think, oh, I'll just draw a scoop neck on it, right? It's always lower than you think it's going to be.
Yeah,
you draw it on the pattern, you think, well, that's the perfect, and then you put it on the actress, and it's down here. You
need to cut it out normally and then work out where you need it. This one's possibly slightly higher because this was my first sample,
right? And
we did tweak the pattern a little bit.
Oh, okay, there you go. But yes, it'll be really easy because you've just got your front. You just have to change the front pattern piece, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Here's the wine. This has been the most popular of the trouser fabrics.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful. Oh, look at the time. Katharine, you've been talking too much this hour.
I always do.
$22.99. I made Katharine's trousers in linen at the weekend. So nice to make, but not as neat as Katharine's.
Oh, well, just a bit of practice. Make another pair and you'll be fine. Because now you know what's the tricky bit and what can go wrong.
And also you haven't seen Katharine's clothes too. Just saying.
It's true.
$10.99. The book, $10.99. So now is the next time she's not in isn't birthday, is it?
It is, yeah.
So you got a month off?
Yeah, I've got a nice. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to be packing a lot of patterns.
What, these?
Yes, things, ready.
Oh, no. Oh, you mean the new ones? You got to put them
The
all...
new ones.
So they don't they don't arrive at your place like that whole package? Then?
No. I get the folders and the instructions and the patterns all in from separate printers, and then me and the family sit and pack them all.
So is one in charge of instructions, one in charge, or do you all just fold?
So I tend to, they all come folded.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So I tend to put it all in the folder, and then hubby is quality control. He makes sure I've actually put everything in, and then he seals it up with the sticker.
And he puts a little sticker on.
Yeah.
You see, people forget, don't they, of how much... It's not just designing a pair of trousers, making sure they fit, choosing a fabric, drawing a pattern, doing the graphic design, taking the photos, and then putting them all together, and then bringing...
Because when you're a little business, you have to do these things yourself.
Yeah, and that's your sideline, really, isn't it? Anyway, the book, $10.99. Make sure you check out. There's loads of these in baskets. It's 11 projects for £11 or $10.99. Beautiful.
The stars coming together. One
hurry
seam.
up.
One seam. I know. Okay, let's whiz it up a bit then.
Just as well we all like each other here, isn't it? Poor old Kathleen's going to be thinking, what on earth's going on here? They're so rude to each other. Everyone's holding their breath now, waiting for the end of the seam.
Let's see if it's going to have gone together okay.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Ta-da. You obviously press it.
Obviously press it.
Lovely. Well done. That's all in the book, remember. All in the book. So I will see you on March the 2nd, but I'll be on air when you arrive.
Yes. You'll be going home.
I'll be going home as you come. Well, no, because you arrive at 7, don't you, normally? Just before 7.
Yes.
So I'll be on my second hour by then, and then I'll be going home as you come on.
Oh.
Do you know what time you're on the show yet?
Well, no, I'm assuming 9/11, but I assume a lot of things, and then it could be that I'm doing something totally different.
Yeah.
Who knows? I might be on at 6 and 8. Who knows?
No, you're definitely not on. I know, because the first thing I said was, who have I got on with me? And they're like, you haven't got any guests. It's just me.
Just you.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll come in and say hello.
Yeah. Oh, we could just do your pattern. So this is coming up later, but we'll do it now. Anyway, I've got to go. Thank you, Katharine. Lovely as always to see you. Don't go anywhere, because Kathleen's got now, it's called the Minton. Minton, it's coming up, and I love it. It's gorgeous. Look at this. Right, we will see you back here in 4 minutes from now.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric, and it's a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down, and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end, and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
See that iron they were just using then? It's here, right? It should be well, you know it's $89.99, right? Ben took it $79.99. It's on 4-way split pay. There are 7 left, There are 7 left and 38 people want it. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. They're going to go. All 7 of those will go. But be careful, because a lot of you... Oh, it's a lovely tape measure today. A lot of you will miss out. A lot of you will miss out. You do need to check out. Now, it shouldn't have gone to that price, and it definitely shouldn't be on 4-way split pay. So now's your chance, really. If you've always wanted one, now really is your chance. I'm not adding any undue pressure. I'm just saying, when they're shipped over, because they go from the supplier in the UK, have them, right? They have to then get them from America. When they send them from America, they can't just sell 200, 300. They have to wait for a whole shipment, a whole container to be full before it comes over. So I don't know how long it'll take. Right, they're going. They're going now. 6 left now. 6 left. 40 people have got it in baskets and there's 6 left. I'm not even going to mention it again. It's up to you now to check out. So now, Kathleen, I love this.
Oh, thank you.
I saw this. I only going from the picture.
Yeah.
And I absolutely love it. Now, I don't know if it's because my house in Twickenham had it was a Victorian terraced house, and it had a tiled floor, and I used to absolutely like it. Was the original one, so it was all battered and everything like that.
Yeah,
but I just
beautiful.
think, but the colours you've chosen this, I just think they're gorgeous.
Thank you. Well, they were sort of, I was making this one springtime, and it was really influenced by like seeing tulips, you know, just that whole feeling that we're kind of getting into now, where winter's finally over and we're getting.
You say that. Wait
well,
for the snow to
I know,
come
nearly, but yeah, I know. I saw that forecast. Yeah. Anyway, the idea of spring, even if it's not right outside our window right now.
But then this will make spring in your house.
Exactly. And by the time you finish making it, it probably will be.
Now, the quilt we did in the first hour was one size, wasn't it?
Yes.
This can be...
Oh God, I've forgotten. We can make a slightly smaller size than this is the smaller baby small throw size. This is what I have in the pattern called the throw size. It's actually very generous. I mean, I know I'm quite small, but that...
Well, that can fit on the top of a double bed.
Yeah, it completely covers me. So it's a very generous throw size.
Yeah.
And then we've still got a twin size and, for our American friends, and a double size. The double size is massive. I haven't even made the double size. But so let me remind myself.
The sizes
just having a think. So the double size is 90 by 90 inches. So it's a real whopper.
Yeah.
But would look absolutely stunning. That's a proper heirloom piece. I think, you know. So, but throw size I think is what we've got here, and I think is what we're
so this is what we've bundled today for you to make this one. Obviously, if you want to make a double-sized one, you can either rebuy, because the fabrics all are all the fabrics in this hour just are normal stock, or you can just buy 2 bundles.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyway, let's do this then. So it's called the Minton.
Yep.
So the Minton is...
So the Minton is exactly as you were pointing out, and somebody in the hour earlier
Kate,
said yes, and we didn't get back to you about that, Kate, but you're absolutely bang on. This is all inspired by those Victorian, classic Victorian tiles that if you've grown up or lived in the UK, all of us have lived in a house that had those type of tiles, either in your hallway or around your fireplace or whatever. And it was an amazing pottery in Staffordshire. I think it's possibly still going, but maybe with a different name. Someone might let me know. But anyway, but that was the inspiration, is that idea of the little pieces that all kind of tessellate and form this beautiful pattern. And what I wanted to get with this, and what you can see, is where the blocks
be careful.
Nearly went off the thing. Where the blocks intersect, you get this sort of secondary
So
pattern.
we don't make that block then?
You just make the little corner bits, and then so this is the corner of a block here. That's the corner of the next block.
So that's created by putting the big blocks together.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, if you've got it's a different colourway, but this colourway is coming up in a minute. This is a block.
What's best? Shall I put that
flat?
Yeah,
brilliant, perfect.
Let's take that out.
Yeah.
So
that is a block, right?
That's one
and
block.
Then where you put them together here, that creates that lovely little block in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. So in fact, I've got some little of those pieces
Sorry,
that I
I'm messing
made.
up your thing,
No, it's all right. Let me just show you. If I move that very slightly, what you can see, if you're looking down on that, so if I put those, if you imagine the rest of the block attached to those corner pieces, that's where those little diamonds come from.
Don't do that yet, Ben. Don't yet. Okay. Right, so move that out. Let me show you the one that, if you want to make as close to the one, in fact, it's almost identical, look. Because you've got the yellow, you've got the pink, you've got, our purple's a bit deeper than your purple.
But it's gorgeous.
Your mint and your background colour. All of that, $59.99. Ben's doing your special deal today. Nice. So, and you get the instructions, as well. $54.99. Gorgeous, isn't it? And the colours are so... Well, it is spring, isn't it? You've got your daffodil, your tulips...
That was the idea, yeah, exactly. But you can, you know, like everything, you can make this in any... If you already had the fabric at home, you can make it any which way.
The thing is, you could make it in really, really rich... My haul in Twickenham was like magentas and dark purples and things like that. Yeah. So you can make it in whatever colourway you want to.
And I've made a version actually that was very literal to Victorian tile. So it's got like this what on here, don't fall off the thing. This square here in the middle, I've done it with like a light blue, and then I had like almost blacks and the magentas and the browns.
Also, there's nothing to stop you. If you've got a Tudor pink or a William Morris or something like that, there's nothing to stop you making those like tiles round your fireplace. You just said you could make it like a Victorian floor, but then those there could be your, where you fussy cut something beautiful.
It would be amazing with Morris. And actually, this also the size of that centre square kind of dictated this whole pattern, because I really wanted it to be a size that you could fussy cut something into. So I've taught this pattern before, and several of the students on that took one in particular that I'm thinking of. Patrice made it with, she had this beautiful fabric with woodpeckers on it. No, not woodpeckers. What are they called?
Funny one.
Wasn't a woodpecker. What do you call the ones you get? I don't know. It was a bird. It was a bird.
What colour is it? Is it blue?
You get a flash of. You can see them on the canal and things like that. What
Kingfisher.
Kingfisher. Thank you. Oh, God, I totally went blank then. Kingfisher. Beautiful fabric.
But woodpecker was a bit of a weird one.
It was a bit, wasn't it? Sorry. Anyway, the point was she had them all in the centre of my version. It's yellow, but the centre squares, and it just looked so fabulous. So
beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So you get the pattern and all the fabric to make that. And it's $54.99. $54.99. We also have it in the other colourway, which we just showed you the block of there. So again, you get the pattern. You get your ivory. Oh, we're going to have to match the price. So you've got your soft pink, your lovely chartreuse green, your marine blue, and your light blue. It's lovely. That's one you're going to see demonstrated now. It's gorgeous. $54.99. $54.99. It's brilliant. How much? There's lots. 7 metres of fabric in there.
Blimey.
7 metres of fabric. Beautiful. That's got your ivory background, and then those. That's gonna. Well, you're going to see it done now. That's very, very Victorian tile, isn't it?
Yeah.
We also have the pattern on its own. Physical. You're nicking my pattern.
Sorry.
That's right. Physical pattern. There you go. $9.99. So that's one that'll get sent to you. You put that in your basket. Gorgeous. And then, if you want digital, so you can have it straight away, you can start making this afternoon. If you've got fabric at home, you can start making this afternoon. Put the digital one in for you next. There you go. Now, remember, that's an instant purchase. It doesn't go in your basket. Literally an instant purchase, and can be sent to your account, and you can look at it. Like by 1:15, you'll have that. Beautiful. Right, shall we just start? Because I've done that, and I'll just get your iron out.
Okay. You know what we should have said actually earlier is I should have said that the patterns today are only available for the time being here. So that's they're not available now anywhere else, just for Sewing Street for the next however long it is that.
So exclusive, should have that exclusive there, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
So for how long? Couple of weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks, exclusive to here for 2 weeks.
And exclusive price too, so when they are back on my website, they're not the price that you're getting them today.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Just so you know.
Now, if I buy one and I get stuck, do you mind people contacting you?
No, not at all, do.
And how do they do that? What's the best way to
Probably just email me. My email address is on the pattern somewhere or other. My website address is on the front. My email address is hello@cowden, COWDEN, quiltschool.com.
But if you just go, have you got on your web page, have you got a contact
There's a contact
me?
page, yeah,
that,
there's a contact page. You can just fill out the form. Let me know if you've got any problems. Always happy to help.
And do you have a Facebook and Instagram
I do,
presence?
yeah. So it's a presence, I do. And my handle is the same on both. So it's at Cowden Quilt School, all one word. So really easy to find.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Come and find me there, that'd be nice.
What?
Make you a quilt, yeah. Yeah, all right. Okay.
What are you going to show us actually in this one?
Well,
just bring the finished block in.
I was going to say, let's have a little look at this. So I've made this just so you can see what the block looks like in the alternative colourway bundle that we've got for you today. And
So now, is this exactly the same that we made earlier? Is this a Minton Max?
So, yeah, exactly. So I was going to say, so the idea was this pattern came first. We've kind of done them in the reverse order today, but
well, we did that on purpose because we knew we were going to chat a lot in the first hour. And the first one was like total. I mean, this isn't far off beginner, but
no. And do you know what? I hate to be the person who says you can't do this if you're a beginner, because you can do whatever you want. And if you want to make this as a beginner, you go for it and have fun. That's the most important thing. That said, it is more challenging than you might find the Minton Max that we did earlier if you're a complete beginner. Just because some of the pieces are quite small. I mean, you can see for a start off, this is one block, and earlier we had the giant block up on behind us. So the pieces are a little bit smaller. The techniques involved are actually exactly the same, but I certainly find when I teach people, I find that the bigger the bits, the easier it is to begin with. So this is just a little bit more challenging if you've not used smaller pieces before. And it's got one extra technique in particular about making half square triangles that I want to demonstrate
that's right.
to show you guys.
The thing is, we were saying this earlier in prep, weren't we? It's difficult to label beginner because me as a beginner is different to you as a beginner. And some people, like, it's like when we introduced FPP and lots of people go, oh, I've never even heard of that. Some people, like my friend Shmoya Mary, she'd bought lots from us and she kept saying, oh, I can't get the hang of this, can't get the hang of this. And she hadn't done sewing since she was at school, like 60 years ago, whatever. Then we brought out FPP and I was like, oh, don't try this, Mary, you'll be... And she...
Just got it.
She picked up and now she's designing her own FPP patterns now and everything like that. But she was a beginner. But so you can't really say you're a beginner, you're an advanced, you're an intermediate, because it all depends on where your mindset is.
Yeah, it does,
really?
and to an extent what you've done before.
Yeah.
So if you've done other things before, you're really confident at a sewing machine, or I don't know, you've done something that involves little pieces, then you'll be away, you'll be absolutely fine. And like I say, even if you're not, I think if you really want to make something, you should just go ahead and make it and have a nice time doing it, because you'll learn stuff anyway. I know Katharine was saying that earlier. It doesn't matter how many quilts you've made before, you'll still learn something.
Yeah. And also, it's sewing fabric. You have a quick unpick. It really doesn't matter.
It's not the end of the world.
My older brother's a consultant surgeon, right? He can't make a mistake.
No.
He's got to get it right first time.
Yeah, exactly. Ideally.
Whereas with this, yes, it's our joy. Yes, it's our passion. Yes, we love it. But you can unpick it. Or you can start again, you know what I mean? It's not a life or death situation. You're doing this to enjoy it. This is all about your mindfulness. It's all about your enjoyment of life and everything like that. So what if something doesn't quite work? It doesn't matter. And as lots of people say, once you start quilting it, a lot of those corners disappear.
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly. And I always say when I'm teaching, actually, that at this stage, like this block here, when you've just made the patchwork, it's kind of at its most unforgiving in a way, but only in your eyes as the person who's made it. Anybody else would come along and go, oh my God, that's amazing. How did you do that?
Exactly.
And they won't notice the bit, the corners that aren't, but you see it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You've got to hold your nerve, because once you've layered that up with your wadding and your backing, once you've added your quilting stitches, that's when it really becomes a quilt.
Yes, exactly.
And that's when it just transforms how
Jane
it feels.
Greenoff, our cross stitch lady, she says, if anyone came into hers and went, oh, it's a bit messy on the back or something like that, she'd punch them. Do you know what I mean? And she's a posh lady, you know what I mean? But she said, that's not what it's about. It's not about how neat it is on the back.
You're never going to see that again once it's basted. So it doesn't matter anyway. It could be a right dog's dinner.
Okay, so what did you want to teach us in this set?
So what I want to have a look at, this to begin with anyway, we can have a look at a few things, hopefully, if there's time.
Yeah.
But with this, with Minton, we got lots of pointy bits in Minton. So we've got the flying geese that we did earlier, but they're just smaller in this one, and we can come back to them in a little bit if we want to. But what we didn't spend much time on earlier on are the half square triangles. So this is the centre of a block here, and we've got these 4 green half square triangles. Now in Minton Max, we make the half square triangles 2 at a time because we only need 4 because it's just one massive block.
yes, yeah.
We need more to make this. So we make them with an even faster way of making them, basically 8 at a time. So I wanted to show you that in case you've never seen that before.
And is this in the instructions?
It's all in the instructions, all broken down step by step. And again, there's a link to my website where you can find a photo tutorial that again takes you step by step through it with real life fabric rather than a drawn diagram, if you know what I mean. So just depending on how you like to learn and look at things, you can do whatever you like. So it starts off with 2 squares of fabric, all the measurements in the pattern, so you don't need to worry about that. You just follow what's there. So you've cut them out to the right size to begin with, and you're going to put them right sides facing.
So if they were florals.
Exactly. So if we were doing the Morris inspired one or something like we were just talking about, you'd be right sides facing, okay? Obviously, once we put any seams or anything in it, then we've got a wrong side anyway, but for now, there's no difference. So, a bit like we did earlier on, I'm going to use the ruler and my marker. I'm going to do it on the white fabric here so we can see it, because that blue is quite dark. And I'm going to do kind of an X marks the spot. So I'm going to make one diagonal line, opposite corner to opposite corner, and then do the same here. So you've got like a pirate's treasure map. X marks the spot in the middle. And even though these pieces aren't that big, they're not as big as the ones we did earlier, I'm going to put a couple of pins in just to keep me on the straight and narrow as I sew those. And what we're going to do is take those marked lines as our guide to either run the edge of your 1/4 inch seam foot along like we did earlier, or the edge of your seam foot if yours doesn't have a guide bar on it, to create 2 sewn lines on a 1/4 inch to either side of each marked line. Does that make sense?
Oh, same as we did.
So exactly the same as we did this morning. So we're going to have, but this time we're going to have 2. So one direction and another direction.
And we do all the sewing before we cut anything.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes. John.
Well, I mean, you could, but otherwise you're just going to end up with bias cuts.
Right. You
So
don't
what we don't really, because the fabric just stretches and then they don't turn out the same size and shape anymore. So what we're doing by sewing first is we are still cutting on the bias really, because we're going to cut on the diagonal, but what you've done is kind of lock the fabric fibres in place before you cut it. So exactly, so they can't really go anywhere, which helps you out. So.
And what size stitch do you use to patch?
Well, I personally...
I saw you look at the machine.
I know, and then I went wobbled, didn't I, as well? I normally do a 2, actually, and I forgot to change it on here. This is a 2.4, but actually it's almost identical to my machine at home at a 2.
Right, okay.
So I tell my students, start with a 2 and have a little bit of scrap or something and just test them out.
Yeah.
And I think... For me, what I try and do is have my stitch length so that I can very easily glide the point of my unpicker through it without churning up all the fabric, because, you know, we all have to unpick from time to time. That's just life. But if you can, you've got to unpick gently, otherwise you may as well have not.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise
exactly.
you can't reuse the pieces.
Yeah, because my machine, if I put it on the 1/4 inch seam setting, it automatically goes to a 1.8 stitch, which I find
does it?
Yeah,
oh,
too
that's
small.
really small. Yeah, okay. Well, like I say, what make of machine is that?
It's an Elmer.
Right, okay.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Oh, no.
You're right.
Done here. Yeah, there we go.
Let me just check the bobbin.
Bobbin's all right. I think we'll be all right.
You sure? Just made a funny noise, didn't it?
It did make a funny noise. What we might do is just put that down and cut the thread. I think it might have got a bit of a... Have we got any scissors?
Yep. They've gone through all there. They are. Hang on.
Just want to extract this from the machine. Never mind, these things happen.
Yeah.
So...
Do you want me to get you another machine? Are you doing more sewing?
Yeah, but it should be all right. I think the bobbin might be just about to run out, actually, so we might have to deal with that. Yeah. Anyway, not to worry.
We have a filled bobbin standing by, please, Levi. Thank you. Take the one out to Catherine's machine.
Yeah, good idea. So there we go. So what we've done, like we said, it's a bit chewed up at one end, but we're not going to worry too much about that. It still lays reasonably flat for us. So hopefully you can see I had a marked line there and a marked line there, and now I've got like train tracks either side of both of them. And what we're now going to do, now we've kind of secured the fibres of the thread, is we're going to cut into this to create 8 little cheese sandwiches.
Now, would you press it at this point, or would you cut first?
No, I would. Well, I might be tempted to press it at the moment because that bit's messed up a little bit. But it's not, I'm not going to worry about that. No, I would have pressed it first, personally, and then I would.
And are you a believer in best press and things like that?
Well, yes, I am. I starch everything.
Oh, okay. And do you do it before you start anything? Do you do the bolt of fabric?
I do. Just because for cutting out, I think it really makes a difference because your fabric will just lie really nice and flat. And then you don't get those inaccuracies as you're cutting for start off. But I know not everybody wants to do that. So again, it's just that's just my way. But I do love a bit of best press. And for this pattern, I'm going to use some best press in a minute and also a clapper.
Okay.
Because the pieces of this pattern is much more about intricacy and delicacy of the pieces, and that's what makes it, I think, pretty and, you know, and brings the design together. But there's a lot of seams involved in that. And while we were just saying, it doesn't really matter on the reverse, because once we've made it, they're all hidden. But whilst you're making it, they can get in your way. So a bit of best press and a clapper is a great idea.
You're going to show us that in a minute.
I'm going to show you that in a minute, So let's do this first. So first thing I'm going to do is cut.
Yeah, we're not doing the clapper yet.
Sorry. I will get to there in a minute. We're going to cut along those 2 marked lines to begin with, okay? So let's do that first. So there's one, and I might just rotate my mat.
Oh, we've unlocked
no, it's all right.
No, it's fine. I should have unlocked the mat for you.
Yeah, I couldn't unlock it. It doesn't matter. Just making sure I didn't mess up the angle for the overhead camera. So what we've got there, let's just move that slightly so you can see. I mean, if I separate them to begin with, you can just see the separation there, okay? But we've got 2 more cuts to do.
Oh.
Okay, and that's
so don't move it in real life.
No, don't move it in real life. I'm just demonstrating that it's cut. So now what we're going to do is cut a vertical and a horizontal. Okay, and that's going to give us our 8 HSTs, and none of our edges will be on the bias.
Excellent.
Okay, so that's the trick with this one. So it's a little bit of sort of geometry, jiggery pokery, but it's a clever way, much quicker. It will take you much longer to make 8 HSTs, the sort of the classic 2 at a time way. So I love this method if you've got a lot to make. So there we go. Those are our little cheese sandwiches.
Right.
And we've got
Don't talk about food at 20
Sorry,
past
I know
12.
my tummy's rumbling as well. So there are the 8.
Did you not bring any snacks? We should have warned you.
I have had some snacks,
but
I didn't want to eat too much, do you know what I mean? So anyway, what was I on about? Yeah, so there we go.
Cheese sandwiches, that's what you're on about.
So if we open them out, so cheese sandwiches, because if I hold them up the blue way, that's maybe a bit easier to see. So they look like that. So when you open them out, of course, there is your half square triangle ready to get sewn into your block. So actually, once you've done that and you've got your 8, that's enough for 2 blocks.
Right.
Because there's only 4 in each block.
Right.
But over the whole quilt, they add up. So
of course, yeah.
You know. So once they're done, we're going to trim them. You're going to trim them down so that they end up being 3 inches square, like that. So I can show. Should we have a look at that?
Yeah.
Just going to press one of these. So you've got choices with HSTs. Some people like to press them while they're still a sandwich shape. Cut them while they're still a sandwich shape. I prefer, personally...
Oh, what, they cut them while they're folded?
Yeah,
I've
so
never
you can do that. Yeah, with a... do you know what? Well, let's have a look with another one in a minute. Let me press this seam open
do what you
for now.
do.
And like we said earlier, I'm an open
You see,
presser.
back in the day, that would have been pressed to the dark side.
Yeah, totally.
Which is what Katharine was doing earlier. She was pressing to the side.
And both ways are valid. It's not, I mean, contrary to what, you know, how some people react sometimes, it doesn't, it sometimes matters, but it doesn't matter as much as
that was a squirt of best press there.
Yes, it was a squirt of best press. And then I'm going to get me clapper and put that, I mean, that's a real heavy one, that, so I don't even really need to do anything with it. I'm just going to let it set on there for a minute while that cools down. And what that will give you is a lovely flat seam that just stays
So you're
nice and
using it
flat.
slightly differently to how we would use it in tailoring and in dressmaking. Because in tailoring and dressmaking, you steam and steam and steam, and then the clapper lifts the moisture away but leaves the heat there. But on this, you didn't use any steam then. You only used a bit of best press.
That's how I do it.
Yeah, no. There's nothing. No, I'm not picking on you. Don't worry.
No,
it's just.
I don't know anything about tailoring and dressmaking.
No, exactly. A clapper comes from tailoring.
Yes,
originally,
indeed,
because you're doing all your seams and you're putting the steam and everything like that. And then more and more, like Susie had it, not Susie, Sandy Chocolate Chip Cookie had it yesterday, and other people have been asking for it and everything. And she uses steam, but I mean, you didn't use any steam at all, but so you're just using it to flatten the seam.
I'm just using it to flatten the seam, just so that when I come to sew the next piece is on and the next piece is on and the next piece is on, my seams are just behaving themselves. They're lying nice and flat. I can sew over them because when I sew the next piece on, they just stay where you want them to stay. And like I was saying, when you've got this many seams on the go, I think it's really helpful. So funnily enough, I started using a clapper ages ago and I kind of gave up with it because I don't know why, I just didn't really get on with it. And I reintroduced it recently, and I haven't made a Minton since I've started using a clapper religiously. And when I was making that block yesterday, I was like, oh my God, I wish I had had this when I'd made the previous versions because it made such a difference.
But it's really weird as well, because obviously that's the tailor shape. That's the one you buy.
Yeah.
Last year sometime, they suddenly brought in, were they Millwood ones? They brought in like big squares like that with a handle on the top and everything.
Yeah, you can practically do a whole block with it.
That's it, you see. And I was like, but quilters don't use these. And I got all like kind of holier than thou, as it were. But obviously, more and more people are using them. But not for the same, not the steam and press. It's more like best, just put it down and make it nice and flat.
Yeah, I think so. And they have become really popular, and you can get, people start, I've seen like homemade ones with like inlaid wood in, it's a thing. But they're dead useful. So I do really recommend them for this pattern in particular. So yeah, bit of squirt of best press, a bit of a clap with the clapper, and then you've got a lovely flat half square triangle, which makes it a lot easier to trim.
Because you didn't do the clapping with yours, you see. You just laid it on. You didn't go clap.
I didn't even. But this is really quite heavy, and especially for a little HST like that, you can literally just leave it on. And often what I'll do is I'll have that one down, and then I'll have my next one press the seam, and you just have a little production line going around your ironing board or your mat or whatever. So if we have a little look at this now at trimming, thank you.
Which do you want, the big one or the little one?
I'm probably going to use the little one, actually, thank you. So although I'm not used to this board, so let me just figure out my measurements. So probably what I need to do is do it on, just do it that way. So what we're looking for now, when we're trimming HSTs, the point is, even though we did everything that we just did to kind of stabilise that bias cut, they can still shift a little bit. So nowadays, I think you find lots and lots of patterns, make them a little bit oversized, and then you trim them down. So it's an extra step, but the reward is that your HST is like bang on, exactly the right size. But the key to trimming is always making sure that diagonal seam stays on the diagonal. So don't lose it, so you end up sort of doing something weird, because then it's not a half square triangle, it's something else entirely. So when you're ready to trim, it depends on how you like to trim. You might have the exact size of ruler that you could use. I don't generally do that. I'll generally use something about this size and just cut it down to size. But what I'm doing is looking, usually the rulers will have a diagonal marking across the centre there, and I'm lining that up with my seam in the piece itself before I take a little bit off two sides.
Helps if you put the blade down.
It does help a bit, doesn't it? Like that. And then if I had a spinny board, or if this was unlocked, I might spin it round, but otherwise then I'm spinning that round and looking for my... God, it's so weird when you're using a different ruler. That's, sorry to be a bit, I'm looking a bit crazy. But then what I'm doing, I want these to be 3 inches. So I've got the 2 cuts that I've already made. I know that those are where I want them to be. So I'm lining them up with the 3, making sure that that's on the diagonal, and then I can trim these two sides, and then I've got my
Because
lovely...
sometimes it's just a shaving that comes off, isn't it, really?
Sometimes it is. So I kind of, when I design my patterns, because I design a lot for beginners and new quilters, I generally make mine a little bit more generous, because it can be quite hard to just do a shave when you're starting out, and you can get yourself in a bit of a muddle. So I generally sort of supersize mine. I mean, we're not talking supersize. It's not total wastage.
Yeah,
it's only a tiny bit, but it is a trim as opposed to a shave. Yeah. If you see what I mean. Yeah. And that, I think, just helps if you are new to quilting, if you want to do this as a complete beginner. Frankly, I mean, I've been quilting 15 years, and I find it easier to take off that much than
But then you know that's perfectly square.
I know that's absolutely square now. And then when you come to sew it together, everything just fits and that, and that just helps the overall look and feel of your block. So, but what you can do, I was going to show you that other technique. So what some people like to do, which is probably best to look at it that way, isn't it? Is instead of opening out the seam like we just did, you can press your HSTs like this way. Oh. So you can do it that way. You just need to make sure, obviously, that you've got exactly, and you've got your measurements right, which I'm going to struggle to do now off the top of my head. But you can figure it out, and then you can it speeds everything up because you're just trimming 2 edges rather than 4. That said, I prefer to be able to see all 4 of mine and be able to take them off step by step. But I know a lot of people will also do it that way.
But also you can make more mistakes that way, I think.
I do.
Okay, fine. Yeah, because you're not just cutting it 3, are you? You have to work out where to cut it.
Yeah, you've got to be a bit more precise. I think I'm a bit more literal in, like, I've got to kind of see where, you know what I mean, see it the way around. But I know other people will do that. And the point is that you've got the option. So you can decide which method works. So if you're used to doing it that way, you can absolutely do it. You don't have to start doing it a different way. So those are our HSTs. But yeah, that just speeds everything up because you can do 2 blocks worth of HSTs in one go.
And how many blocks are on it then? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh God, I can't even remember.
20
this
blocks.
Is terrible. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 16.
16
isn't it?
blocks.
16 blocks, yeah. 16 blocks for the throw side.
Lovely.
So that's that. Now we can look again at some flying geese if we fancy, because we had a look at those earlier. So I've got literally into my Blee Peter. There's some I made earlier, and there's some of the bits that I'm just setting to one side. So for me, that's my centre square for the blocks. So when we were talking about
that's
cutting
the yellow
or whatever,
equivalent,
it's the yellow equivalent. It's this gorgeous dusky pink. And then we need some extra squares, which are just the background fabric cut out to 3 inches. So I'm just popping those to one side because I'll need them later when I put the block together. Yeah. So if you were watching earlier, you will have seen us make some 4 at a time flying geese, and I was introducing you to that technique. Again, this is so much quicker, especially because with Minton, like Minton Max, there's 12 flying geese. No, there's not. There's 8 flying geese in each block. So making them 4 at a time just saves you a lot of time. So we start off with a bigger square. We had our 2 smaller squares, and you remember you'll have this little overlap in the centre here. We've marked a line across the diagonal, and then we've sewn, just like we did a minute ago, 1/4 of an inch to either side of that line. And then we can...
What do you need?
That big ruler, please. Thank you. Then we can cut that in half. And so we were saying earlier, weren't we, this is just that bit of the process, and you don't need to worry. It's all written down in the pattern. It will take you through step by step. But you will at one point look at it and think, is that right?
Yeah.
So you have to trust me on that one. So we separate them out to create this funny shape that we were talking about earlier, weren't we? And yes, exactly that. We're going to press that seam, put the blade away. Thank you. And again, I press them open. If you would prefer to press to the dark side, you can do that if you would like. Whichever way you're pressing, a bit of the old best press and a bit of clapper action, thank you very much, is going to help a lot with these, because they're, as you can see already, if you were watching earlier, they're a lot smaller than the versions that we were making earlier on. Not too small, they're absolutely fine, but they are, you've not got that, just give that a little squish. And then you can see already the seams lifting on that. You might not be able to see it on the camera, but if we put that on it, give it a sec, they're going to be lovely and flat in a minute, and then we can make the rest of them. And what we're aiming for is, where can I put that so people can see? That's our flying geese shape that we're aiming for. So
Lovely.
those are the set that we've
So
done
even though they're
before.
still smaller, when we did the great big one, we had a 1/4 inch seam at the top. We still have 1/4 inch seam at the top, even though this one's so much smaller.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's all baked into the measurements of the pattern.
course,
so I've done all that maths for you, so you don't have to.
I mean, look how crisp that's
Yeah,
made that.
it's just lovely. It's hard. When you're looking from above, it's hard to see how flat it is.
Yeah.
We almost need a camera here looking at it, but it's
Yeah.
laying really beautifully flat, and it just makes it so much easier to
But
handle.
we all saw that when at Wimbledon, when we sewed a seam, if you're making a dress, you press it straight away. Because if it looks amazing while you're still making it, there's something uplifting about it. It's all very
that's
well
true,
thinking, I can
actually.
just knock this together and I'll press it afterwards. But you end up with a crumpled heap at the end. Whereas
Yeah.
if you press as you go, it looks... Like that looks brilliant already, and we've only done 2 bits of fabric.
I mean,
do you
and
know what
it's not even, it's such a weird shape.
exactly,
It's, you know, but yeah, I agree with you. It does keep you going,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Because we know, quilts aren't the quickest things in the world to
No.
make necessarily. I mean, Minton Max, I'm just going to shuffle that forward
sorry,
maybe and just get to the... Minton Max that we made earlier is really quick, but,
this
that's
isn't an
kind of
afternoon job,
No,
this one, is
not
it?
this one, no. This is a bit more of a labour of love, but it is lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, but no more so than lots of other quilts. It's not, it's not ridiculous, but it just takes a little bit more time. But you've got the time to enjoy it then, and you can always just chip away at it as and when you've got the time
So now
to
you're
do
pinning
it.
this one as well?
So I am.
Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
wasn't
Isn't it? I said,
questioning, I was
no,
just
it's
asking.
fine. No, you're right. Because earlier on I said, I don't pin small bits, but
No.
it's because I'm on TV now. I've got
Yeah, you've got people judging you now.
people watching. Right, let's see how we go. Now we've got a black
Oh, yeah, sorry.
black bobbin. Then that's all right, doesn't matter, does it? We'll just take that one out and we'll put this one in. And then, actually, do you know what? That would be quite handy because then we'll be able to see where we've
It's just
sewn.
It was the bobbin.
Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? Maybe I did some... I think it's all...
Yeah.
Sounds all right, doesn't it?
When an Elna goes makes noises like that, you can usually either it hasn't got an Elna bobbin in, or there's something that the bobbin hasn't been wound. Because
Right.
last time Katharine was in, it completely. We were standing here, and she hates being on this table anyway, so she was in a mood. But she then the machine stopped like that, and all it was the bobbin had got somebody put one colour on top of another colour, and it's where the two had kind of one had finished and one had started, and it just blocked them. Jammed the machine.
It's funny, isn't it? It's funny what you get, the sound you get used to. On my workshop sewing machines, I can hear, I'm like, someone's rethreaded it and they've not threaded it properly.
Yeah, it's weird,
It makes
isn't it?
this telltale sign. So what I've done there, I put one of those other small squares back in the remaining corner of the bigger green square.
Mm-hmm.
We drew a diagonal line, just like we did before, this time just half the distance, if you like, and exactly the same as we did before, we've sewn 2 lines. Now, if I turn that over, actually, you'll be able to see that better, maybe, because we've got the black bobbin.
Yeah, there you go.
But nearly. Anyway, trust me, it's there. And then this is the bit where the magic happens with the flying geese, because up until this point, we're probably thinking, what on earth are these weird shapes? This doesn't look like a flying geese.
I wonder if
block
sat and
at
worked
all.
this out. Because, I mean,
don't
it's not you, is it?
Oh, no, it wasn't.
It's
I'm not that clever. It definitely wasn't me. I don't know who it was. Whoever it was, I always say they deserve... Like, if there was a Nobel Prize for quilting, whoever invented this method...
Oh, yeah.
And the person who invented the stripology ruler, they ought to get one as well.
Oh, yeah.
And the 1/4 inch seam foot, because that is also a godsend.
The thing is, there's so many things. It's simple things like I love the turny tool. You know, where you put a pipe in and you might not use it actually. So it's this thing where if you need to turn a bag handle or a long thing,
I do
and
know
you
what
put
you
the tube
mean.
in, and then you
It
put the
pulls
stick, and
out.
it comes through, and you
Yeah.
think, why didn't I invent that? I'd be a millionaire now. Do you know what I mean? It's just simple things.
Definitely,
Really.
it is simple things, but they're life-changing.
Yeah.
They really are. So once we separate them out, I mean, they do still look a bit weird now if I turn them around like that, but once you do that...
Perfect half square. The perfect flying geese.
There's your flying geese. So you get 2 from each set. So there's our 2, and then if we do the same thing with this one that we cut off earlier on, so just to quick,
Yeah.
like that, That's our 4. And for each block, you'll have one set in one colourway. So in this case, it's the green and the ivory, and you'll have a second set of 4 in the other colourway, which in this case is the
Could
blue.
we start? Have you got enough to put a block together?
We can start having a look at that.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Let's have a little
we've
look.
only got 10 minutes left, but
Oh God, do it.
have you got? I know you've got more. Unless you've got anything else you want to show.
No. I just all I'm going to do is quickly press this, finish it off, so I can then sort of sew it in, because I would like to show you actually how the 2 flying geese kind of sew together.
Yeah. Please, any tips? Yeah. Don't let me bully you into doing anything you don't want to do. Just do what you want to do.
I'm quite happy. I'll stay here all afternoon making a quilt. I'm very happy.
Oh, you'd have loud old hobby maker.
Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe.
I don't know who's on today. Who you got on first show? Oh, Michael, who's the floor manager, doesn't know either. Who? Anne-Marie. And who's your presenter? Sherilyn. Oh, Sherilyn. I'll be classy this afternoon.
So what I'm just doing very quickly to trim one so we can cut it in is we were talking earlier about how, if you missed it, when you're making a flying geese block, the most important thing is that you keep 1/4 of an inch of seam allowance directly above that beak, the point of the flying geese, okay? So that once it's sewn into the next bit, it will meet at exactly sort of the apex of the triangle. So, and then it will look lovely.
Yeah, because when we first started at Sewing Quarter, I had no idea about quilting at all. I was only a costume maker. And so when I watched the first flying geese being made, and I kept thinking, oh, they've done that wrong. It's not at the top. It's not at the top. Forgetting completely about seam allowance. And it's so easy. Because you look at it and think, oh, this isn't right. I'll just trim that off.
No, that's why I just want to emphasise it, because if you haven't done it before, you might start. So I would always trim that edge first to make sure that I don't lose it, because then I've just trimmed the other edge, so I know it's the right depth now. And what we also said before is when you're trimming the sides, just make sure you trim evenly from the centre, from that point. Would help if I could remember the dimensions of this. I know, sorry.
Remembered that. Because it's also the same, when you're trimming off a half square triangle, don't go gung-ho on the first bit. Take as little as possible off that side. Then it doesn't matter if you take a bit more off when you do the other side, but it's kind of, if you cut too much off the first side, you could have ruined it, you know what I mean?
That's it, and you'll really kick yourself if you've ruined it. So, yeah, exactly. So just go easy with your trimming. Just, you've all heard it, but, measure twice, cut once and all that kind of thing. And that, just have your wits about you when you're doing it. Once you've done it a couple of times, so I quite like to batch them up so that I'm always doing the same trim over and over again. It's quite repetitive, but then you tend to make fewer mistakes. So what am I doing?
Going from the middle.
Quite right, thank you very much.
All right, I'm here for.
You lose track of what you're doing. Right, there we go. So perfect, well, if I do say so myself, perfectly trimmed flying geese block. That's exactly the dimensions we want. So now we can start to do what you were just asking for, John, which is have a little look of how this is starting to come together. So there's my centrepiece, my central square. And then what did I do? I had the greens around the edges. And I haven't finished trimming all the greens, so you'll have to imagine that they're there.
That's fine.
But how this starts to come together is, if I bring that down, actually, there we go. So what you get is this pairing of the 2 sets of geese. So when they're sewn together, and perhaps sew one together now, what we want, because we've left that seam allowance in, when they're sewn together, those points should just touch. Just kiss each other.
Okay, you do realise you've set a challenge now live
I know, I'm going to do it, and it's going to be a right dog's dinner.
I can just show one of these. If it goes wrong, we'll just show one of these.
Those were all good. Did them yesterday. I did do them. So this is where, actually, if you wanted to be absolutely certain that they're just touching, you can pin through that point.
What, straight down?
Yeah, and just to make sure that they are in exactly the right place. Now, I'm going to throw caution to the wind and just sew it. Let's see what happens.
No pins.
That's what I did yesterday, though, and it worked. So I'm not going to pin.
You were at home yesterday on your own sewing
I was all relaxed, exactly. Didn't have anyone watching.
When you sew at home, do you have
watching.
music on or any noise, or are you quiet?
Oh, no, I'm not quiet. I like music or a podcast.
Oh, okay.
So, although, having said that, if I'm really concentrating, I won't have a podcast, I'll have music, because otherwise
Okay, but don't you find...
I get distracted.
I used to have Radio 4 on, like kind of almost white noise, because if I have Radio 2 on, I'll suddenly go, oh, it's 3 degrees, and start singing along, and my concentration
Oh, I
level
don't mind
goes.
that. I think I've got a sort of like, one side of my brain can cope with music and the other side can cope with what I'm doing.
When
but
you're a lady,
I can't
you can
do...
multitask, you see, I can't.
Well, I don't know if it's that, because if it's a podcast and it's talking in one ear and then I'm concentrating, I've not listened to what's just happened, and then I've got to go
back, rewind.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it just
do you know
gets
what
annoying.
people say about doing things?
That's not bad.
Oh yeah, that's not bad. Oh, it's perfect, spot on.
It's pretty good. There we go.
I can't answer a text and watch the television at the same time. Someone texts me while I'm
Oh,
watching
no.
Catfished or something. I have to stop the telly,
Yeah,
do the
put your
can't
phone
listen to
away.
that and concentrate on writing words at the
Yeah,
same time.
which is probably the way it should be.
Well, I suppose when
kind
the
of.
dinosaurs were chasing us, you don't send a text. That's what it is. Anyway, so you put your 2 flying geese
So you put
together.
your 2 flying geese together, you wing it.
Now, would you
without
press that
pins
one
or whip.
open as
Oh
well?
yes, I definitely would. So, and especially at this point where we've got that like junction of seams on the back there, that's where your best press and your clapper is really going to come into its own. So we can even do that if you want to have a look, because it just, yesterday it was just making, like I say, last time I made a Minton, I wasn't using
What's
the
your clapper like then? If you think ours is heavy, because I think that I think this is much lighter than my clapper.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, but
Okay.
mine's an old-fashioned, handmade tailor's one.
Yeah, mine's quite like that. It's by the same brand.
Right.
It's not got this sort of anvil thing on the top. It's a,
Well, that's for collars and for tailoring. It's for
right, okay.
sleeve seams.
All
and
right,
things
see,
like that.
I'm just...
So yours just got little hands on it.
It's a longer, thinner piece of wood. So it's
Yeah.
quite ergonomic, so it sort of fits in your hand, and
Yeah.
it's about that long.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. So it does quite long seams. It's a bit, to be honest with you, it's a bit big for this sort of thing, which
Yeah.
is smaller seams. So I might actually get myself a smaller one.
Yeah.
For smaller seams, but we'll see. But I do really like
Well, now
it.
that you know you're going to keep... It's weird, isn't it? They what's the word? Not evolution, but the way things...
No, the little tweaks you make to your technique.
Quilters would
yeah.
never have used a clapper on the show
I've
8
never
years
heard
ago.
of one until a few years ago, and someone was saying, in fact, can I have it, please, John, that clapper? Just let's get that, because that's going to make a real difference to that. And that one I might put a little bit of weight into.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're ever so good, and until a few years ago, I had never heard of one, didn't understand what it was. But it really makes a difference. So it's hard to show you without, well, if you remember what it was like before, that was quite hard to press down, and now that's lying nice and flat. It could probably go even flatter if we gave it another minute, but just for argument's sake, and we've not got enough time. So what you're going to do, she says, hurrying up.
Yep, that was me being subtle. Only got 2 minutes.
So you will make, and for each block, you'll have 4 of those.
Yeah.
And they will go around your centre square. Then we've got our, where did they go? What to do with me? Oh, there they are. They're into the pattern. Then what we're going to do is bring in our half square triangles, which will come in like this.
Right.
Around the edges, okay? Like that.
Is that right? I don't know. I'm asking. I'm not asking. Here you go. No, tis. Look,
Yeah,
tis.
all right, there we go. Yeah, copy that one.
Yeah,
Copy that one.
that one.
So you've got to imagine.
It's because I was looking at that one there thinking, oh, they're going the other direction.
Yeah,
but they're not,
no.
so.
Let's put these in just to
Yeah.
help a little bit. And then your corner sections are made up of 4 squares, essentially. So 1 is a half square triangle.
Yeah.
2 are just plain
squares.
Nothing fancy about that.
Not fancy.
And then your last piece are these little snowballed corners. So we did these in the Minton Max, and they were quite big this morning. This time, if I just slow that down, they're very little.
Delicate.
Very little and delicate, but they are, so these, the light blue squares are 1.5 inches square, so cut them.
Is that it there?
That's one of them there, yeah, that's what
there.
you're using. So don't sneeze once you've cut them out.
I'll let the cat in, or have the window open.
Yes, exactly. So you're sewing those on the diagonal, just like we did earlier on, pressing the seams open, it's all good. And they then get added into your corner up here. Do I need to move that mat so we can see better?
You know.
So then you get this corner section here. So this is how I build it up. So I'll have my my 2 flying geese together, and then I'll build up a 4 square kind of corner section. I'll have another one over here, and then I can join those to that bit.
So you make it in the rows, yeah.
I do, yeah. So essentially your rows end up, I know we've got bits missing. It's like looking at someone with a half-finished jigsaw, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you have that bit there.
I can see what it is, though.
You have this bit here with your 2 pairs of flying geese on either side of that, and then you'll have the opposite of this section up here.
To create, I can put
to create, and exactly, there we go, as if by magic, that's what you end up with. So, yes, a bit hard to cover all of that all of those bits in an hour, but hopefully
no, it's brilliant.
It's
brilliant. You've got so many
how
tips
that comes together. Yeah, exactly. And then once, and we said earlier, once you then put your blocks together, you get that lovely, extra little diamond shape where the blocks intersect, which gives you that secondary pattern, which really, I don't know, that's quite magical as well when you start putting the blocks together and that kind of emerges. So
gorgeous. I just need to recap the kit.
Yeah.
So we've got this one that we were just making here, which is the ivory, pale blue, pink, green, and the marine blue there. $54.99. You get the pattern and 7 meters of fabric there. So loads in baskets. Check out, check out, check out. Then we've got the one that's up behind us, which is your cream. Most popular colourway, this one. So you've got the pink, the yellow, the purple. I'd have this colourway. This is my personal favourite.
So nice.
$54.99. We do have the pattern on its own, physical.
Yep,
That's where we actually send it to you. Add it to your order. $9.99. And we also have it digitally. These all come from our warehouse. Everything is in our warehouse to be packed and ready to come to you. $9.99, that's the digital one. That's the digital one. So you'll have that by 1 o'clock. Now, nobody's made it and sent it in to me. I'm very upset. Nobody took the challenge. Not even Michael.
They get a prize too.
But never mind. Right, you're done. Thank you so much.
That flew by.
Have you enjoyed your first show?
I've loved it. Thank you so much for having me.
No, you'll be back. I can tell you now straight away.
So. I really hope so.
Yeah, there's nobody in upstairs to tell you today, but they'll be in touch, I'm sure.
Good.
But well done. Congratulations.
We'll see. Thanks ever so much. Thank you, John. Thanks for making it so fun.
It's brilliant. Right, let me do very quickly, tomorrow's menu. It's me again tomorrow. So I've got Tilda I've got tomorrow as well. Tilda and Dan Morris Fabrics at 8 o'clock. Wizard of Oz characters with Alison J. Reid. I hope they've changed the spelling mistake on the pattern. 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. Then at 11 o'clock, we've got Easter felt wreaths with Alison J. Reid. And then at the end, Hunky James Harvey. Now, will he be topless? That's the question. I think he'll sell more if he stands there topless, but that's only my opinion.
Tune in.
Anyway, we've got to go. Sherilyn's up next, got lots of goodies on her table. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and Ben is producing Hobby Maker. At what time? 6. He doesn't know who's his presenter is or anything. 6 o'clock tonight, Ben will be in producing Hobby Maker. You're not in tomorrow, are you? No, he's not in tomorrow. So I'll see you with Hannah tomorrow morning. Well done, you. And I'll see you at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Bye.